At the same time, Duanling Tian opened the room door and looked at the old man outside with an excited expression. "It seems to be Phoenix Wing Herb," said Luo Rong. "Phoenix Wing Herb?" Duanling Tian's gaze lit up abruptly, and he asked with an anxious tone, "Where's the Phoenix Wing Herb now?" Luo Rong said, "It's the Imperial City's Sima clan's second elder that personally came over to tell me of it. He said he'd seen the Phoenix Wing Herb in the Blackwind Ridge. Presently, he has already rushed to Blackwind Ridge, and he'd bring news back by tomorrow." Duanling Tian nodded when he heard Luo Rong. "Master, besides telling you of this matter, I came to look for you because I want to ask you to guide me slightly." When Luo Rong spoke up to hear, he looked at Duanling Tian with an expression of anticipation. "What?" Duanling Tian was confused. "The Sima clan's second elder is skill in using whips. I've never refined a whip in the past, and I don't know how to do it." Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. "It's only a small matter." Under Duanling Tian's guidance, Luo Rong quickly completed the refinement of the first whip-type spirit weapon in his entire lifetime, and it was able to provide an amplification of 49%. When he found out that there was news about the Phoenix Wing Herb, Duanling Tian was rather excited, and he didn't continue cultivating. Instead, he went around the Imperial City with Su Li. Another day passed. Duanling Tian attained his wish of obtaining the Phoenix Wing Herb. The Phoenix Wind Herb was completely jade green, and the corners of its leaves were extremely alike to the wings of the divine beast, Phoenix. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian could confirm that this was a Phoenix Wing Herb indeed. "Now that I've obtained the Phoenix Wing Herb, only the ageless root remains. As for the other medicinal materials, I'll be able to easily gather them." Duanling Tian was slightly excited in his heart. So long as he found that ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill, and the rebirth pill would be a turning point for him. "Once I consume the rebirth pill, my cultivation might be able to surpass Su Li in one go." Duanling Tian was full of confidence towards the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. After all, even the rebirth martial emperor of all those years ago, whose cultivation had stepped into the martial emperor stage, had broken through 3 levels after he completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Of course, the absorption of the rebirth pill's medicinal strength required a process. All those years ago, the rebirth martial emperor had spent many years to completely absorb the rebirth pill's medicinal strength. With my current cultivation, completely absorbing the rebirth pill's medicinal strength would probably require over 10 years, or even longer, Duanling Tian thought to himself. But no matter what, the rebirth pill was an unexpected, delightful thing. It was sufficient to assist him to advance by leaps and bounds with a single boost. Ageless root. Ageless root. Once I arrive at the Darkstone Empire, I must find a way to acquire the ageless root. Duanling Tian's gaze was exceedingly firm. After he obtained the Phoenix Wing Herb, Duanling Tian exerted himself even more when he cultivated. Another day passed. Dawn. Duanling Tian, Luo Zhan, and Su Li left the Weapons Craftsman Guild together. As for Chen Xiaoshui, he'd run off to the Spring Night House during these few days. According to what he said, they were about to leave and he wanted to properly enjoy himself for a few days. The 3 of them sat within a carriage and headed towards the Imperial Palace. Duanling Tian's group of 3 were just intending to walk into the Imperial Palace when they heard a familiar voice sound out from behind. Duanling Tian was the first to turn around, and the person that had come was precisely Chen Xiaoshui. "Aren't you afraid of emptying out your entire body strength?" Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. My body is extremely well." Chen Xiaoshui spoke complacently. "Let's go." Duanling Tian called out to Chen Xiaoshui before the 4 of them walked together into the Imperial Palace. After a short moment, Duanling Tian's group of 4 gathered with Long Yun under the lead of the Imperial Palace's guards. When facing Duanling Tian's group of 4, Long Yun revealed strong hostility towards Duanling Tian and Su Li. Duanling Tian and Su Li could be said to be his lifelong enemies. Duanling Tian had defeated him twice and caused him to be extremely humiliated. Su was the person his master wanted him to defeat and was the motivation for him to ceaselessly improve. In this lifetime of his, he was bound to make great efforts to improve while making surpassing these two people his objective. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, the day will come when I'll trample on the both of you beneath my feet. Long Yun silently vowed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Long Yun's hostility, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He's utterly not taken Long Yun seriously, not in the past and not now. As for Su Li, he glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Yun before withdrawing his gaze, and then he closed his eyes to rest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures, one after the other, appeared before Duan Ling Tian's group of 5. One was an old man, the other a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded towards the old man. The old man was precisely the vice dean of the former Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. As for the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to him. Vice Dean Qi, Prince Sheng. But Duan Ling Tian paying no attention to him didn't mean that the others would pay no attention to him. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was precisely Prince Sheng. When he saw Duan Ling Tian disregard him, Prince Sheng's face slightly sank, and icy coldness was emitted from his eyes. After a short moment, the coldness dispersed, and Prince Sheng's expression returned to calm. This Prince Sheng isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian noticed the changes in Prince Sheng's expression, and his heart jerked as he couldn't help but arouse slight vigilance in his heart. Very good. Everyone is here. After Qi Ming nodded to Duan Ling Tian, he glanced indifferently at the others. This trip to the Darkstone Empire will be led by me and Prince Sheng. Let's go. As soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, he soared up into the sky. Duan Ling Tian's group of 5 followed up to him. The 7 figures transformed into 7 flowing lights in the blink of an eye, and they left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace. They headed all the way north, and that was precisely the direction towards the Darkstone Empire. At this time, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect ought to have already departed. Prince Sheng's eyes squinted as he thought to himself. This time, he'd pleaded on his behalf to the Emperor to head to the Darkstone Empire with Qi Ming and the others, whereas the reason he took this arduous errand was naturally not so simple. He did all this only for the sake of Duan Ling Tian's life. He couldn't eat and sleep in peace until Duan Ling Tian died. He'd already come to an agreement with the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect that he would join forces with the experts the Azure Forest Trisect sent over to obliterate Duan Ling Tian. Time slowly passed by. Half a month later, when he saw the border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire close before his eyes, Prince Sheng's face sank. Why haven't those Azure Forest Trisect members arrived? Presently, the time he'd agreed upon with the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had passed long ago. But the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect still hadn't arrived. Prince Sheng realized that he might have been stood up by the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Darkstone Empire. As he looked at the territory ahead that belonged to the Darkstone Empire, Duan Ling Tian's eyes revealed slight reminiscence. He'd once come to the Darkstone Empire a few years ago, and he'd even stayed in the Darkstone Empire for a period of time. Azure Forest Trisect's branch sect. The location of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect. Today, the demonic Lotus Gorge was in complete chaos as blood flowed into rivers. That demon beast has come again. Suddenly, an Azure Forest Trisect disciple raised his head to look into the sky, and he shouted out in terror. Right at the moment, the black dot high above in the sky became bigger and bigger. In the end, it transformed into a rock. The rock had an enormous body, and when it spread out its wings, they were like clouds that covered the sky. Its eyes emitted a frightful sheen and didn't contain the slightest emotion. Whoosh! The rock transformed into a bolt of lightning that plunged down to descend within the gorge, and everywhere it passed, shrill cries rose and fell. Blood sprayed into the sky and gushed out to taint the entire ground. Flee! Flee! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! No! Waves of grieved and miserably shrill cries sounded out without end. For a time, the entire gorge seemed to have transformed into a hell on earth. The rock dived down as it moved, and its sharp claws were covered in fresh blood. But its eyes reveal frightful cold lights that caused a chill to run down one's spine. Sinful animal, don't think of fleeing. Suddenly, a grim shout sounded out from high above in the sky as numerous figures tore through the sky and chased after the rock that was slaughtering within the gorge. When they looked at the corpses that covered the ground of the gorge, the figures all had extremely unsightly expressions. When the rock saw the arrived of these people, it lightly turned around to glance at these people in disdain. Whoosh! Subsequently, the rock shot into the sky, then it flapped its wing before vanishing in the horizon in the blink of an eye, and it caused the people chasing behind to be so far behind they were unable to catch up. Damn it! This rock is even more terrifying than the seven-star sword sect's Xianxia. The sect leader of the former Origin Convergence sect, Lu Yuan, looked at the direction the rock left with an extremely unsightly expression. He didn't chase the rock because he knew he was unable to chase up to it. The rock was the sect guarding demon beast of the former seven-star sword sect, and in terms of speed, there were very few people who could compare to it. This rock relies on its 6th-level wind concept coupled with its rock kind being adept in speed. A 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist had to have comprehended 7th-level wind concept or the 8th level of any other concept of nature to catch up to it. The sect leader of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect had eyes that were filled with icy coldness. No one in our Azure Forest Trisect has a speed that's able to chase up to this rock. If this continues, then the disciples of our Azure Forest Trisect would sooner or later be completely slaughtered by him. The sect leader of the former Snow Moon sect, Shuerue, had an extremely gloomy expression. The only thing we can do now is protect our sect's disciples properly. We can't go chase after it again. Otherwise, if it turns around again, the blood of our Azure Forest Trisect disciples will flow into rivers once again. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with cold lights. Although he was aggrieved in his heart, he had no way to solve it. Humph! If someone in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to advance into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, then why would we need to be afraid of this rock? When we annihilated the 7-star sword sect on that day, we ought to have killed this rock at the first possible moment. In that way, we wouldn't have fallen to such a passive situation like we're in now. The expressions of the other guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect were extremely unsightly as well. I remember now. I remember now. Suddenly, a shocked shout sounded out from within the gorge. An Azure Forest Trisect disciple's eyes revealed an expression of terror as he roared with a ghastly pale face. I've seen that rock before, I've seen that rock. It's the sect guarding demon beast of the 7-star sword sect. What? The words of this disciple caused the other disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect to go pale. The sect guarding demon beast of the 7-star sword sect. Are you sure? Many Azure Forest Trisect disciples looked towards the person that shouted out in shock. Of course. I was there on that day when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by our Azure Forest Trisect. I'm absolutely not wrong. The latter hurriedly nodded as his eyes emitted slight terror. I still remember that Duanling Tian was saved by it that day. Its speed is something practically no one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to compare to. Earlier, the 3 great sect leaders and the few guardian elders went to chase it. Yet they didn't even touch a feather on its back. Not only that, they even allowed it to kill so many of our fellow disciples. The bodies of some of the Azure Forest Trisect disciples started to tremble lightly. I want to leave the sect. I don't want to be an Azure Forest Trisect disciple anymore. I want to leave the sect as well. Instantly, the group of Azure Forest Trisect disciples within the gorge were stirred, and all of them wanted to leave the Azure Forest Trisect. As far as they were concerned, so long as they clearly cast aside their relationship with the Azure Forest Trisect, they wouldn't have to worry about that rock coming to slaughter them anymore. The speed of that rock was something no one in the Azure Forest Trisect could compare to. In other words, if the rock wanted to kill them, it would simply be as if it was walking into an unguarded place. The commotion within the gorge caused the expression of the three great sect leaders to become grim. They never expected that the surviving rock of the Seven-Star Sword sect would actually cause such great panic amongst their Azure Forest Trisect disciples. In next to no time, the three of them descended from the sky and went to reassure the disciples. They could imagine that if they did nothing, it wouldn't be long before only they and the group of elders would remain in the Azure Forest Trisect. Although their strengths were ordinary, these Azure Forest Trisect disciples were the foundation and hope of the Azure Forest Trisect. The future of the Azure Forest Trisect relied on these disciples. If these disciples left completely, then the Azure Forest Trisect would surely cease to exist in the next 100 years. Because of the sudden attack of the rock, the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had completely tossed the agreement between them and Prince Xiang to the back of their minds. Right now, their homes were burning, and they were busy putting out the fire. How could they possibly have the mind to care about anything else? Darkstone Empire. Duan Ling Tian's group flashed past in the sky above Phoenix Nest City. Not long after, they arrived nearby the inscription formation that enveloped the former Soul Cleanse pool. Zhao Ming. When Duan Ling Tian thought of the two old men that were trapped within the inscription formation, his face couldn't help but sink, and his eyes revealed icy cold killing intent. So long as he possessed sufficient strength, he would surely enter the inscription formation once again and cruelly kill Zhao Ming. In the past, he didn't know Zhao Ming's actions when the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated, so he didn't utterly detest Zhao Ming so much. But now, when he found out that Zhao Ming was the culprit of the deaths of Elder Xian and the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, Duan Ling Tian wished for nothing more than to tear Zhao Ming into pieces. Those Azure Forest Trisect members actually dared deceive me. Prince Xiang, who wore luxurious clothes, had a livid expression. He finally realized that it was impossible that the members of the Azure Forest Trisect were coming. Amongst Duan Ling Tian's group, the strengths of the five young men were only ordinary, but Qi Ming and Prince Xiang were both existences at the Void Initiation stage. Especially Qi Ming, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he even had a Grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. So it was extremely peaceful all along the way. For a martial artist at the Void Initiation stage, heading to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City couldn't be considered to be far. However, Qi Ming and Prince Xiang had to take care of the few young men. So their group only arrived nearby the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Kingdom after 3 months of time. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial City is up ahead. Qi Ming was the first to descend from the sky, and he looked down at a little black slot far in the distance. Along with Duan Ling Tian's group moving forward, the little black spot became larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a vast city. This city was ancient and emitted a unique aura. It was like a demon beast that lay dormant there, and it ceaselessly swallowed the streams of carriages into its stomach. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a flowing light as he looked at the city before him. He knew that this place was the place he would be staying at next. 9 months later, the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would begin. At that time, the people that were outstanding during the Young Genius competition would obtain the qualification to head towards the Darkhan dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the dynasty and the various empires. In the Darkhan dynasty, the selection for the people who would participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be decided, and then they would directly participate in the martial competition. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the formidable powers of the foreign lands. Those people that were outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would presumably acquire the favor of those formidable powers. That power will be my current objective. I'll rely on it as my jumping board to enter the foreign lands. And then I'll wait for an opportunity to withdraw the great store of treasures the rebirth martial emperor left behind during his second lifetime. Duan Ling Tian made a plan for his future. Before this, I must become eminent in the Darkhan dynasty and seize the qualification to participate in the martial competition. Otherwise, everything would be in vain no matter how much I think about it. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely clear of. Descend. Along with Qi Ming leading in descend, Duanling Tian and the others followed down as well, and they walked into the imperial city together with large strides. After Duanling Tian's group entered the imperial city and had a meal, Qi Ming went to buy a spacious courtyard. There's still 9 months of time to the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. All of you will stay at the Darkstone Empire's imperial city during this period of time and cultivate properly, and strive to break through, said Qi Ming to Duanling Tian and the other 4. Duanling Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Duanling Tian, perhaps I'll break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage before you. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duanling Tian and smiled. We'll see. Duanling Tian smiled as well. In next to no time, Duanling Tian returned to the room Qi Ming allocated to him. Duanling Tian's room was in between 2 rooms. One of them was Su Li's room. The other was Qi Ming's. Vice Dean Qi is really thoughtful. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled, and his face held a slightly moved expression. He was able to discern that Qi Ming had surely intentionally allocated it like this. Presumably, Qi Ming had discerned Prince Shang's hostility towards him since long ago. Squeak squeak suddenly. The little gold mouse on Duanling Tian's shoulder awoke, and then she opened her pair of jade-green eyes before sizing up the room before her. Big brother Ling Tian. Where are we? You little fellow. We've already arrived at the imperial city of Darkstone Empire, Duanling Tian said with a smile. Big brother Ling Tian. I haven't eaten for so long. The little gold mouse looked at Duanling Tian with a pitiable expression. I didn't see you waking up when we were eating earlier. Now you're hungry? Duanling Tian shook his head as he walked out of the door, and then he notified Qi Ming before leaving the courtyard. Duanling Tian found a nearby restaurant and ordered a table of roast meat for the little gold mouse. At the courtyard, the figure was just intending to leave. Prince Shang, an aged figure, followed closely behind the first figure like a shadow. Revered Elder Qi, Prince Shang frowned when he saw the old man, and his expression was unsightly. He knew that the old man had perceived his intentions. He was bound to be unable to follow Duanling Tian and secretly deal with him. Duanling Tian naturally didn't know all this. After the little gold mouse was fully fed, he brought the little gold mouse to go around the nearby area before returning to the courtyard. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM form. Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed as he cultivated silently. 1 month later. Duanling Tian, why are you suddenly interested in the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's imperial family? On the way, Su Li asked Duanling Tian, who was beside him. Su Li, don't you feel that always staying in the courtyard and cultivating is too boring? Supposedly, the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's imperial family is held every year, and there are many treasures every time. Duanling Tian said with a smile. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain something you require. Su Li nodded, and his eyes contained slight anticipation. On the other side, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui similarly had slight anticipation. The auction house of the Darkstone Empire's imperial family was resplendent and magnificent, and it caused Duanling Tian's group of 4, who had walked in, to be unable to refrain from feeling shocked in their hearts. A room actually requires 100,000 gold. That Darkstone Empire's imperial family is simply robbing people. Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but shake his head in the room. Luo Zhan said with a smile. Your heart is probably aching that if all this money was given to you to go to the Spring Night House, you would be able to use it for an extremely long period of time, right? Chen Xiaoshui was slightly embarrassed when he was seen through. Duanling Tian sat at this side and silently savored the fragrant tea on the table, and his gaze passed through the wind to look towards the auction hall. Presently, the people in the auction hall grew more and more numerous. It wasn't long before the auction started. At the beginning, practically all the things auctions were spirit weapons and medicinal pills, and Duanling Tian didn't take a fancy to any of them. Duanling Tian only started bidding later on when the auction house brought out some rare materials. Before the auction ended, Duanling Tian had bid for many materials. So long as he took a fancy to them, he would practically directly bid and take them. Unknowingly, The gold in Duanling Tian's possession had reduced by an entire 100 million, and this caused Su Li and the others to be unable to help but be amazed. Duanling Tian, I originally thought that the person amongst us with the most money in his possession would be Luozhan. I never imagined that you'd concealed such wealth so deeply. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Looks like if I don't have money in the future, I'm completely able to directly borrow money from you. You can, but you have to pay interest." Duanling Tian smiled lightly. Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes angrily at Duanling Tian. Although he was surprised, Su Li didn't say anything. In the past, Duanling Tian had surprised people many times and he'd long since become accustomed to it. As far as he was concerned, if anything shocking occurred around Duanling Tian, then it was extremely normal. As for Luozhan, after he was surprised, he felt it was logical and natural. Only he knew Duanling Tian's secret. He knew that Duanling Tian was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Would a grade 4 weapons craftsman lack money? The answer was no. Luozhan believed that so long as Duanling Tian was willing to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon and put it up for auction in the auction house of the Darkstone Empire's imperial family, it would absolutely be able to be auctioned off for an astronomical figure. A grade 4 spirit weapon was something that was usually only able to be refined by the weapons craftsmen within the dynasties, and when placed in the Darkstone Empire, it was sufficient to cause a great stir. To a certain extent, a grade 4 spirit weapon was already not something that could be measured with money. If it really were to be exchanged for money, it would surely be a figure so enormous that one would be unable to imagine it. So, as far as Luozhan was concerned, Duanling Tian didn't lack money. How would Luozhan know that practically none of the wealth in Duanling Tian's possession was obtained by exchanging spirit weapons? He'd earned all this wealth with various methods. The items auctioned off by the Darkstone Empire's imperial families are truly disappointing. Duanling Tian looked out the window, at the middle-aged man that stood there and presided over the auction, and he shook his head. Of course, the reason Duanling Tian thought in this way was entirely because he took no fancy to most of the rare items in the auction. For example, the grade 5 spirit weapons, the bottle of void-strengthening pills with 80% purity, and the various miscellaneous things. To others, those things were treasures, but to Duanling Tian, they weren't worth mentioning. So long as he was willing, he would be able to refine a better grade 5 spirit weapon or voice-strengthening pills with even higher purity. As for the other things, he had no need for them. When one stood at a different position, one's mentality would naturally be different. Everyone, the next thing to be auctioned off is the last item for the auction of our imperial family's auction house this time. This is a demon beast egg, and it contains a trace of the aura of advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man that presided over the auction spoke out in introduction. Presently, there was a tray in the hands of the middle-aged man. An egg the size of an infant's fist was placed upright on the tray. There was vaguely a faint violet-colored energy flickering on the surface layer of the egg. In other words, the demon beast that laid this egg is most probably an existence that has comprehended advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man continued. Advanced lightning force? Early on, when the middle-aged man mentioned the words advanced lightning force, most of the people in the auction hall couldn't help but become excited, and when they finished hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the gazes of many of them lit up. A demon beast egg laid by a demon beast that has comprehended advanced lightning force. I'm determined to obtain it. Right at this moment, a resolute and determined voice sounded out from a room in the higher floor. Humph. That would depend on if you have the wealth. A voice of disdain sounded out from another room. Since this demon beast egg carries along advanced lightning force, then, in other words, it's very likely that the demon beast within the demon beast egg will grow to comprehend advanced lightning force. A voice sounded out from another room, and the voice contained slight excitement mixed within. Duanling Tian noticed that the guests within the numerous rooms spoke out, and they were determined to obtain this demon beast egg. What demon beast egg is that? Duanling Tian looked at the demon beast egg, and there was slight curiosity mixed within his gaze. Duanling Tian's spiritual force swept out as he wanted to determine what exactly it was. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed another spiritual force was also investigating the demon beast egg. The strength of this spiritual force was on par with him. It was a 6th-level void-prying stage spiritual force as well. There's another inscription master here? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. He was only able to notice the spiritual force, yet he had no way of knowing where it came from. I wonder if this spiritual force is from the rooms or from someone in the hall. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. But when he saw the spiritual force had no intention of making things difficult for him, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to it. Even if that spiritual force wanted to make things difficult for him, he wasn't afraid. His spiritual force wasn't inferior to the other person. When Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force touched the demon beast egg, his eyes couldn't help but squint. It was because he noticed that the vitality within the demon beast egg was swiftly flowing out, and only a trace remained now. In this instant of time, that trace of vitality had vanished completely as well. The advanced lightning force that flickered atop the demon beast egg completely disappeared, causing the egg to become simple and ordinary. What's going on? This scene caused many guests that were present to be unable to help but be stunned. There were also some people with discerning gazes that cried out in surprise. This demon beast egg doesn't have any vitality already. It's already a dead egg. Dead egg. It was like a single stone that raised 1,000 ripples. A living demon beast egg had suddenly become a dead egg, and it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. It's really dead? It seems to have lost all vitality. So long as there was a trace of vitality, a demon beast egg's outer surface would have a trace of force. Exactly. If the force suddenly disappears, then there's only one possibility. The demon beast has died. A demon beast egg that was priceless is now not worth a hair. Such a pity. The auction hall was in a complete uproar. Duan Ling Tian, the demon beast within that demon beast egg is really dead? Luo Zhan asked Duan Ling Tian curiously. He had blind confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. Subconsciously, he felt that Duan Ling Tian was capable of anything. Yes, it just died. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Just died. Su Li and Chun Xiao Shui couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Fortunately, it's dead now. Otherwise, if it died after someone bid and won it, then the person who bought it would have really been cheated. Chun Xiao Shui sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man on the auction platform became gloomy. After a short moment, 2 old men walked up from behind the platform. After they checked the demon beast egg, both of them couldn't help but shake their heads. The final auction of the imperial family's auction house is a dead egg. This matter would surely become the joke of the imperial family's auction house. A demon beast egg that was priceless has now become a useless thing. It's truly a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed within the auction hall, whereas the voices that sounded out from the various rooms had gone silent and didn't sound out again. Guests. The middle-aged man on the auction platform took a deep breath and said apologetically, "A slight accident has occurred on the last auction item for today. We never expected that the demon beast within it would be so weak. However, we've still decided to auction off this demon beast egg. This demon beast egg's original starting bid price was 10 million gold. Now, the starting bid will be 1 million gold. 1 million gold." The middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the auction hall to be unable to refrain from showing expressions of disdain. A dead egg, an egg of no use at all, was 1 million gold? Only an idiot would buy 2. If this demon beast egg wasn't dead, it would perhaps be able to sell for an astronomical figure. But the demon beast within it was dead now, and this demon beast egg was bound to become a useless thing. One would complain that holding on to it was cumbersome. So, would one spend 1 million gold to buy it? Presently, even Duan Ling Tian, who sat within the room, couldn't help but shake his head. He felt the imperial family's auction house wanted to earn money to the point they'd gone crazy. 1 million gold for a dead egg? Luo Zhan shook his head. Right when Su Li and Chun Xiao Shui felt that it was extremely unlikely that someone would bid. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse that stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder suddenly cried out, "Big brother Ling Tian." Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian heard the little gold mouse's voice. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Big brother Ling Tian, I want that demon beast egg. The little gold mouse's gaze shot out of the window onto the hand of the middle-aged man on the auction platform. It was exactly that the demon beast egg that had already completely lost all signs of life in the hand of the middle-aged man. Little gold. The demon beast within that demon beast egg is already dead. Duan Ling Tian feared that the little gold mouse didn't know of this fact. I know. The little gold mouse nodded like a human, then continued saying via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, I want it. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the little gold mouse sprang her jade green eyes wide opened as she stared at him. The little gold mouse's gaze was filled with anticipation. All right, I'll buy it for you. Duan Ling Tian rubbed the little gold mouse's small head and had a doting expression. It was only 1,000,000 gold. He would buy this demon beast egg and take it as buying a toy for the little fellow. 1,000,000 gold. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian directly spoke out under the gazes of disbelief from Luo Zhan and the others. Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded out within the auction hall, and it caused everyone in the hall to be dumbstruck. After a short while, they recovered from their shock. There's really someone that's willing to spend 1,000,000 gold to buy a demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life? Truly a rich idiot. The world of the rich isn't something we can imagine. The crowd of people whispered in discussion, and even more people couldn't help but shoot their gazes at the room Duan Ling Tian was in. But unfortunately, due to the problem of their angle, they weren't able to see anything. Is there any other guest that wants to bid? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man on the auction platform heaved a sigh of relief, and he asked in a loud voice. Someone spending 1,000,000 gold to buy this demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had exceeded his expectations as well. Now, he didn't think that anyone would continue bidding. He was only asking perfunctorily. If there's no guest bidding, then I'll start the count. 1,000,000 gold going once, 1,000,000 gold going twice, 1,000,000 gold going thrice. Sold. The middle-aged man spoke word by word. Congratulations guest in room number 7 for acquiring this demon beast egg for 1,000,000 gold. The middle-aged man looked at the room Duan Ling Tian was in and spoke with a loud voice. When they saw the demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had an owner, a wave of discussion once again arose in the auction hall. A demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life is utterly useless. I wonder who actually spent 1,000,000 gold to buy a useless thing like this. Exactly, this demon beast egg is probably no different to an ordinary chicken egg now. There's still a difference from a chicken egg. At least, I still dare to eat a chicken egg. But if this demon beast egg entered into my possession, I'd surely throw it away directly. No matter how the people outside discussed it, Duan Ling Tian had bid and acquired that demon beast egg. Duan Ling Tian, you? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Ling Tian, and they all had puzzled expressions. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was absolutely not a rich idiot. Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything, but instead looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder and thought to himself, what does little gold want that demon beast egg for? Knock! Knock! Right at this moment, the sound of the door being knocked sounded out. A member of the auction house had sent over the demon beast egg, whereas Duan Ling Tian passed over the 1,000,000 gold as well. Squeak, squeak! Duan Ling Tian had only just acquired the demon beast egg when the little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as she pounced over, and she swiftly seized away the demon beast egg like a thunderbolt. You little fellow, are you afraid I wouldn't give it to you? Duan Ling Tian spoke angrily as he looked at the little gold mouse that embraced the demon beast egg as if she'd obtained a precious treasure. Meanwhile, Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiao Shuai's gazes were slightly dazed as they shot at the little gold mouse. They were extremely curious why the demon beast by Duan Ling Tian's side wanted this demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life. Not only were they curious, even Duan Ling Tian was similarly curious. He'd bid for this demon beast egg because the little gold mouse wanted it. As for what the little gold mouse wanted to do with it, that was something he had completely zero knowledge about. After the worker from the auction house received the money and left while closing the door on his way out, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 saw to their shock. Whoosh! The little gold mouse's figure slightly enlarged, and at the same time, she grabbed onto the demon beast egg with her hand before directly shoving it into her mouth. The demon beast egg was just able to be swallowed by her. Gulp! At the instant that the little gold mouse swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 couldn't refrain from fiercely gulping down a mouthful of saliva. The questioning gazes of Luo Zhan's group of 3 had descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as he spread out his hands, and his expression was as if he didn't know anything beforehand. Little gold, you? Right when Duan Ling Tian was prepared to ask the little gold mouse why she swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Ling Tian saw the little gold mouse had shrunk down once again, and her fluffy and chubby figure fell down before falling asleep on the table. This state she was in was exactly similar to her state after consuming the nether soul fruit. Could it be that little gold has eaten that demon beast egg like a spirit fruit? Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression. Duan Ling Tian, this jade-eyed heavenly mouse by your side is truly bizarre. Luo Zhan shook his head as he sighed with emotion. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Chun Xiao Shuai's eyes lit up. What a domineering name. Duan Ling Tian, where did you find this little fellow? If I have the chance, I want to get one and raise it as well. I encountered her in an auction house all those years ago. Now that I speak about it, I even spent a few million gold on her. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall the scene of him bidding for the little gold mouse in the Black Wind City, Ma Clan auction house. Only a few million gold? Luo Zhan had an expression of jealousy and envy. Duan Ling Tian, your luck is really heaven-defying. He knew clearly of how terrifying the little gold mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side was. Although Chun Xiao Shuai didn't say anything, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze of envy. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Su Li pondered for a short while before his gaze abruptly lit up, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, this little gold mouse by your side is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Are you sure? At this instant, Su Li's breathing had become heavy. Su Li, you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse? It was the first time that Luo Zhan had seen Su Li lose his composure like this, and he asked curiously. Chun Xiao Shuai looked over as well. Su Li muttered, if this little gold mouse is really a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then Duan Ling Tian has really made a fortune, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse for a few million gold. Su Li, since you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then tell us about it. Luo Zhan and Chun Xiao Shuai both had curious expressions. Su Li's loss of composure allowed them to realize that the little gold mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side was extremely extraordinary. Su Li glanced at Duan Ling Tian as if he was confirming something. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Only now did Su Li look at the little gold mouse that lay on the table and had fallen asleep as he said, I once saw records related to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse in some ancient books. The jade-eyed heavenly mouse is a type of extremely formidable demon beast. When it matured, it's even able to transform into a demon and take human form. When he spoke up to hear, Su Li's voice was slightly trembling. Demon? Su Li's words caused the pupils of Chun Xiao Shuai and Luo Zhan to constrict. As long as it was able to be called a demon, then it was at least an existence at the void transformation stage. Even if it was a demon beast at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage, the demon beast didn't have the qualifications to be called a demon. Only a demon beast that has stepped into the void transformation stage and was able to take human form had the qualifications to be called a demon. The words demon had always been a synonym for expert. In Cloud Continent, every demon was an existence with shocking strength. Some formidable demons even had the chance to become a demon monarch and even a demon emperor. A demon monarch was equivalent to the martial monarch amongst human martial artists. A demon emperor was equivalent to the martial emperor amongst human martial artists. Their strengths were exceedingly high to the point it was difficult to imagine. Demon. The bloodline of a demon actually flows within the body of this jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Chun Xiao Shuai was dumbstruck. In other words, so long as it matures, It's extremely like to transform into a demon and possess a formidable strength at the void transformation stage. At this moment, Luo Zhan could almost hear his own heartbeat. Yes, Su Li nodded. For a time, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duanling Tian with eyes that had gone red. He bought a demon beast that could transform into a demon for a few million gold? Why don't we have such luck? It's all right if the two of you know this, but you must not tell anyone else. Su Li glanced at Chen Xiaoshui and Luo Zhan with a gaze of warning. Don't worry. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui hurriedly nodded. After they found out about the background of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, they knew that it was a hot potato. Outsiders didn't know of the background of the little gold mouse by Duanling Tian's side. Otherwise, they could imagine that experts from all over would come to seize the little gold mouse from Duanling Tian. At that time, even the top experts in the Darkhan dynasty would probably be interested in the little gold mouse by Duanling Tian's side. This little gold mouse was a future demon. Its potential was so great that it was shocking. Presently, they'd already decided to bury this secret in the depths of their hearts. They wouldn't sell Duanling Tian out. Not because of anything else, but because of Duanling Tian's acceptance. Earlier, they'd clearly seen the gaze Su Li specially shot at Duanling Tian to ask Duanling Tian's opinion before he spoke. They knew that if Duanling Tian didn't agree, it would be impossible for Su Li to speak about the background of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Whereas since Duanling Tian agreed, it was sufficient to show that Duanling Tian didn't take them as outsiders. Treat someone how he treats you. They weren't ungrateful bastards. Duanling Tian, not only is your natural talent heaven-defying, even you luck is difficult to imagine, buying a future demon for a few million gold, even I'm slightly envious. Chen Xiaoshui sighed. Luo Zhan nodded in deep agreement. Demon? Duanling Tian snickered in his heart. Actually, when he heard what Su Li said earlier, he knew that Su Li didn't understand a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. At least, his understanding was far inferior to the rebirth martial emperor. In the knowledge Su Li possessed, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse was only a void transformation stage demon when it matured, whereas, according to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, once a jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it wouldn't just simple as an ordinary demon. In the history of Cloud Continent, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse kind had no lack of existences at the demon emperor stage. Their strengths were exceedingly high, and they inspired awe in all directions. We ought to leave. Duanling Tian took the lead to stand up before grabbing the little gold mouse in his hand and placing her on his broad shoulder. And then he called out to Luo Zhan and the others. The three of them walked shoulder to shoulder with Duanling Tian as they left the room at the second floor of the auction house together. This time, besides Duanling Tian, who bought many materials, Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiaoshui had more or less bought some things. After their group of four left the auction house, they directly returned to the courtyard and returned to their rooms to cultivate. I wonder if any change will occur after Little Gold swallowed that demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life. I hope she'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duanling Tian glanced at the little gold mouse that was snored loudly as she slept, and he thought to himself, the stronger the little gold mouse's strength was, the greater help to him she would be. Once Little Gold awakens, I ought to go look for that ageless root. Duanling Tian thought to himself. If I'm able to refine the rebirth pill before the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, then I might have the chance to break through to the void initiation stage in a short period of time and even enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duanling Tian's mood surged, and he seemed as if he'd already seen his extremely bright future. Gradually, Duanling Tian calmed down his heart. Cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM form. Duanling Tian's mind was completely immersed into his cultivation, and he forgot the time and everything else. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the location of the former 7-star sword sect, in the sky above Dubhe Peak. Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the horizon roiled as an enormous figure plunged downwards. Whoosh! The enormous figure had an extremely swift speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had descended onto the vast platform on the peak of Dubhe Peak. Who is it? Right at this moment, 3 old men came out from the former trade hall at the side of Dubhe Peak. They were precisely the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Rock. The 7-star sword sect's rock. The 3 old men looked at the rock that stared fixedly at them, and their faces went pale. Damn it! Why has it appeared here? Flee! Their hearts trembled. They didn't dare arouse the thought of going against it, and they divided into 3 directions, soaring into the sky and intending to fly off into the distance. But would they be able to flee? Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock spread open its wings that covered the sky, and it abruptly flapped towards the ground. Instantly, the dust on the ground was completely swept away. Whoosh! The rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it swiftly flashed out to charge towards one of the old men. Even though the old man was a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist with shocking speed, yet that little bit of speed of his wasn't even worth mentioning before the rock. In the blink of an eye, the rock had caught up to him. The sharp claws of the rock swept out to grab onto the old man's head before directly twisting it off. A 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist. Dead. Whoosh! Whoosh! Subsequently, the rock repeated the same move, catching up to the other 2 old men in succession before killing them one by one. After killing the 3 old men, the rock looked at the empty Dubhe Peak with a pair of eyes that revealed a trace of grief. Whoosh! The rock spread open its wings before started to swiftly search through all over Dubhe Peak and even the surrounding 6 great sword peaks. As long as it saw an Azure Forest Trisect elder or disciples, the rock would kill all of them. The 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect were covered in blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock spread out its wings and directly flew to the peak of Migra's Peak as it seemed to have noticed something. The clouds and mist were shaken to dispersal everywhere the rock passed. In next to no time, a tilted tree behind the clouds and mist appeared before the eyes of the rock. Beside the tilted tree was a cave passageway that led within. The rock's eyes abruptly became fierce. Its pair of wings that were like clouds that covered the sky flickered with a frightful sheen, and wind concept raged and suffused within its origin energy. Right at this moment, light sounds of footsteps sounded out from within the cave passageway. In next to no time, a beautiful woman holding a sword walked out. Every step the beautiful woman took seemed to give rise to a wave of fierce sword energy that swept out ahead. 1 step, 2 steps. The beautiful woman had a serious expression, and the seriousness on her face only vanished into thin air when she walked out of the cave passageway, stood on the tilted tree, and saw the rock before her that circled around in the air. Elder Peng. The beautiful woman was precisely Xianxia, the peak master of the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak. Presently, as she looked at the rock before her, Xianxia's delicate figure trembled, and her eyes that were like water were filled with excitement. Little girl Xiang, you've returned. After the rock saw Xianxia's, the fierceness in his vanished completely, and replacing it was warmth. Presently, compared to the rock that carried out a bloody slaughter on the 7 great sword peaks earlier, was simply like a completely different rock. Elder Peng, I thought, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful face was extremely excited. Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of the former 7-star sword sect. An existence like this was still well and living now, and it caused Xianxia to see the hope for the 7-star sword sect to rise once again. Elder Peng. Meanwhile, another 2 figures walked shoulder to shoulder as they emerged from within the cave passageway. It was precisely Mou and Zhengsong. The rock nodded when he saw the 2 of them, and slight sadness was contained in the depths of his sharp eyes. Only these few people remained from the entire 7-star sword sect. Little girl Qin. It's good that all of you are alive. Presently, all the Azure Forest Trisect members on the 7 great sword sects have been completely annihilated by me. From today onwards, I'll guard the location of the 7-star sword sect and not allow an outsider to encroach on it. The rock's voice transmission was filled with domineering ruthlessness. Don't worry, Elder Peng. We'll sooner or later be able to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect and make the sect become prosperous once again. Xianxia said to Elder Peng. We have Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. A bright light flashed past the rock's sharp eyes when he heard this, and he nodded. He was similarly filled with confidence towards the young man that he'd taken out from the sect all those years ago. Time always flew by swiftly. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Squeak, squeak. Duan Ling Tian was jolted awake by a wave of cries at dawn. Little Gold? You've awoken? Duan Ling Tian woke up from his cultivation, and he opened up his eyes that dazzled like the stars to stare at the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse nodded, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a cunning sheen. Eh! Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop the little gold mouse's body, and at the first possible moment, he saw through the little gold mouse's cultivation. Little Gold, you didn't break through? Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed. He'd initially thought that after the little gold mouse swallowed the demon beast egg and fell into deep sleep, she ought to have a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse's cultivation still didn't step into the 8th level of the void prying stage, and there was no change in her. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse held up her head when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and she cried out complacently. What are you complacent about? You didn't break through. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes angrily at the little gold mouse. Looks like the demon beast egg I bought for you that day was of no use to you at all. But since it was useless to you, then why did you sleep for a month? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse made a move, and she flashed in circles around Duan Ling Tian. On the little gold mouse's body, strands of violet-colored energy suffused out. Whoosh! In the sky, an enormous silhouette spiraled downwards to reveal its true appearance. An ancient horned dragon silhouette. This, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned to shock when he saw the ancient horned dragon silhouette above the little gold mouse and the violet-colored energy on the little gold mouse's body. Little Gold, you comprehended 1st-level lightning concept? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise. Squeak! The little gold mouse replied with a squeak as she nodded her head like a chick pecking on grains. It's because of that demon beast egg? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that the demon beast egg he bid for in the Darkstone Empire's imperial family's auction house 1 month ago had emitted advanced lightning force before its vitality died out. 1 month later, Little Gold, who'd consumed that demon beast egg 1 month ago, had comprehended 1st-level lightning concept, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to have no choice but to link the two together. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse nodded when she heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Looks like that demon beast egg wasn't wasted. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air, slight pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The 1st-level lightning concept Little Gold had comprehended was an entire strength of 8,000 ancient mammoths, more than the advanced lightning force she comprehended before. It was more terrifying that her cultivation breaking through, as an 8th-level void-prying stage demon beast, when her origin energy completely exploded out, was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, when the 1st-level lightning concept was added on, without utilizing a spirit weapon, Little Gold was able to exert a strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 1,000 ancient mammoths. If she utilized a spirit weapon, the spirit weapon in the little gold mouse's possession was a grade 4 spirit weapon refined by Duan Ling Tian, and it was able to amplify strength by 60%. Although this amplification could only affect her own strength, but the little gold mouse's own strength was still the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the grade 4 spirit sword in her possession was able to amplify her strength by the strength of 6,600 ancient mammoth. Presently, once Little Gold went all out, she would be able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 7,600 ancient mammoths. There's practically no demon beast or martial artist beneath the void initiation stage that can defeat her. Even if there was one, it would be extremely rare. This was something that Duan Ling Tian firmly believed. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse transformed into a gold light and descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. and her pair of jade-green eyes were filled with complacency. "You little fellow. I truly never imagined that a dead egg bought for a mere 1 million gold was actually able to be transformed into such a great thing in your hands, and it assisted you in comprehending first-level lightning concept." Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh when he thought about what the little gold mouse went through. "Little gold. I intend to go on a long journey." Duanling Tian looked at the little gold mouse as he spoke. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse instantly became excited when she heard this. Okay. Big brother Ling Tian. Where are we going?" "We're going to 2 cities. One of them is a comparatively special city in the Darkstone Empire. The other is a city in the Darkhan Dynasty." Duanling Tian spoke of his plan. In next to no time, Duanling Tian had gone to look for Qi Ming. "Vice Dean Qi. I'll be temporarily leaving for a period of time." When he saw Qi Ming frown and seemed to want to say something, Duanling Tian said before him, "Don't worry, Vice Dean Qi. I'll surely return, and I'll absolutely not miss the young genius competition that's being held 7 months from now." Since Duanling Tian had made a guarantee, it wasn't good for Qi Ming to continue persuading Duanling Tian. "Take care," said Qi Ming. He was able to discern that Duanling Tian seemed to be in a hurry to leave, and Duanling Tian obviously had something urgent to do. "Okay." Duanling Tian nodded before bringing along the little gold mouse and leaving directly. He even didn't bid his farewells to Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chan Xiao Shui. Duanling Tian had only just left the courtyard when a person stealthily followed him. What does Duanling Tian want to do? A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes followed behind Duanling Tian, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold light. Prince Shang. But he hadn't walked out a few steps when he heard an aged voice sound out from behind him. Instantly, the body of the middle-aged man stiffened. "Revered Elder Qi." He knew that it was impossible for him to make a move against Duanling Tian, and at the same time that this caused him to feel slightly aggrieved, he was filled with helplessness. It's all because of that Azure Forest trisect not keeping their promises. Otherwise, Duanling Tian would have died long ago. When he thought of the Azure Forest trisect standing him up, he couldn't help but become infuriated. He was born of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and he possessed a high status. Who dared stand him up? What Azure Forest trisect? You even dare to play tricks on this prince? Prince Shang's expression was extremely gloomy. Qi Ming silently looked at Prince Shang's face that went gloomy, yet he didn't say anything. He naturally knew of Prince Shang's intentions. However, Prince Shang was the younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, after all. No matter how great of a crime Prince Shang committed, it wasn't his place to correct Prince Shang. What he could do was to keep his eyes on Prince Shang and protect Duanling Tian's safety. Whoosh! Presently, outside the imperial city of Darkstone Empire, a gold light shot into the sky and vanished in the horizon in the blink of an eye. Atop the layers of clouds, the gold light's speed doubled. Rumble! A wave of rumbling thunder that was deafening sounded out at practically the exact same moment, and the rumbling followed the gold light to head towards the northeast. The owner of the gold light was an enormous gold mouse. The gold mouse was completely fluffy and looked to be extremely cute, and on the back of this enormous gold mouse was a violet-clothed young man sitting cross-legged there. The violet-clothed young man sat there and cultivated silently. This pair of man and mouse was precisely Duanling Tian and the little gold mouse. After he'd notified Qi Ming, Duanling Tian had brought along the little gold mouse and left the Darkstone Empire's imperial city at the first possible moment. His time was limited. "I only hope that the time of half a year is sufficient to allow me to find the ageless root." Duanling Tian only had one goal when he left the imperial city of Darkstone Empire this time. It was to find the last secondary medicinal catalyst required to refine the rebirth pill, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to successfully refine the rebirth pill. Once he refined the rebirth pill, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention surpassing Su Li, it wasn't impossible for him to surpass even the little gold mouse. "Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going now?" The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and the immature voice of a young girl was graceful and pleasing to the ear. Flourishing Summer City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Flourishing Summer City? What is that place? The little gold mouse asked curiously. It's the largest trade city in the Darkstone Empire, and it's similar to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is even more chaotic than the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian continued. So, if there isn't a necessity, you must not cause trouble for me. Do you understand? As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his tone became slightly strict. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse cried out and agreed. The flourishing summer city was situated in the northeast area of the Darkstone Empire. The little gold mouse flew at full speed, and her speed wasn't inferior to a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian saw the outline of Flourishing Summer City. The city walls on all 4 sides of Flourishing Summer City were completely pitch black like ink. The buildings within the city were practically all made of black bricks. That day, the sky was dim as dark clouds had gathered on the horizon, and it enveloped the entire Flourishing Summer City within it. When coupled with the Flourishing Summer City that was completely pitch black, it gave people a feeling as if the city might crumble under the mass of dark clouds. Big Brother Ling Tian. This is the Flourishing Summer City? The little gold mouse asked. Exactly. Find a place to descend to the ground outside the city and we'll enter. Duan Ling Tian nodded before notifying the little gold mouse. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk back to her small size and stood on his shoulder, and he walked into Flourishing Summer City with large strides. The Flourishing Summer City was extremely big, and it wasn't inferior in the slightest towards the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. After he entered the city, a large road that was unusually wide entered into his eyes. Pedestrians came and went in continuous streams, and streams of carriages flowed without end. It gave others an extremely flourishing feeling. As expected of the trade city that's second to none in the Darkstone Empire, in terms of how flourishing it is, even the imperial city is unable to compare to it. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A wave of howls of the wind suddenly sounded out above Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked up and looked, and only now did he notice that there were many people flashing past low in the air, and their speeds were swift like a bolt of lightning. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force silently stretched out. After a short moment, he detected the cultivations of these people. Amongst these people, most of them were existences above the 7th level of the void prying stage, and there were many existences at the void initiation stage as well. An empire isn't something an imperial kingdom can compare to. Duan Ling Tian sighed slightly with emotion. But after Duan Ling Tian arrived here, he directly headed towards the center of the city. Big Brother Ling Tian, where are we going? The little gold mouse was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian was moving with a destination in mind. You'll know soon. Duan Ling Tian didn't specify it, and continued to walk forward with the little gold mouse. In the end, Duan Ling Tian stopped moving before a luxurious building at the center of Flourishing Summer City. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The luxurious building before Duan Ling Tian was beautifully decorated, and it occupied the best area of Flourishing Summer City. With just a look, one was able to know that it wasn't a business under a normal power. Duan Ling Tian walked in with large strides. This treasure-gathering pavilion was exactly his destination when he came to Flourishing Summer City this time. The treasure-gathering pavilion is a business under a formidable power in the Darkhan dynasty, and there are branches in every empire under the Darkhan dynasty. Besides gathering treasures in the entire world, the treasure-gathering pavilion sold many treasures as well. The treasure-gathering pavilion disdained to gather ordinary treasures. Only spirit weapons that were grade 5 or above had the qualifications to enter the treasure-gathering pavilions. The treasure-gathering pavilion utterly took no fancy towards spirit weapons at grade 6 or below. Besides gathering and selling various treasures, the treasure-gathering pavilion also provided services like sale consignments. Of course, one could offer a reward as well. Duan Tian had inquired about all this in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. He's come here precisely for the sake of offering a reward. Guest, may I know if you need something? Duan Tian had only just entered the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant moved over to greet him, and the attendant revealed a professional smile. Duan Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he glanced at the attendant. Heavens! What did I see? A mere attendant actually possesses a cultivation at the first level of the void-prying stage? This treasure-gathering pavilion deserves to be called a business under a formidable power in the Darkhan dynasty. What extravagance! Duan Tian's heart was greatly shocked. I want to offer a reward, said Duan Tian to the attendant. Offer a reward? The attendant nodded and brought Duan Tian to walk up to the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion and brought Duan Tian to stand before a counter. Guest, what are you offering a reward for? You can register it here. Before the counter stood a middle-aged man with a calm expression, and he had an expressionless face. Fourth level void-prying stage. When Duan Tian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the middle-aged man's cultivation at the first possible moment. He never imagined that a martial artist that looked after a counter in the treasure-gathering pavilion had a cultivation that was similar to him. Guest, may I know what you want to offer a reward for? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Tian and asked slowly. Ageless root. I need to offer a reward for the ageless root. Duan Tian's eyes squinted as he spoke resolute and decisively. Ageless root? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Tian. Guest, please describe the characteristics of the thing you want. Besides that, if it's convenient, I hope that guest can leave a drawing. Obviously, the middle-aged man didn't know what the ageless root was. All right. Duan Tian nodded, and after he casually spoke of the characteristics of the ageless root, he swung his hand to draw the ageless root on the white paper the middle-aged man had prepared. It's this thing. Duan Tian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. Guest, what are you offering as reward? Our treasure-gathering pavilion only accepts treasures and doesn't accept money when one offers a reward for something. The middle-aged man reminded. Slap. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that flickered with an azure light appeared in Duan Tian's hand, and he directly slapped it onto the counter. The reward is this. A spirit weapon? The middle-aged man frowned as he said, Guest, our treasure-gathering pavilion only accepts spirit weapons at grade 5 or above. How do you know it isn't a grade 5 spirit weapon? Duan Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. This person didn't even take a glance at the spirit weapon he took out, yet had hastily come to a conclusion. Wasn't he rather too hasty? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. When he looked at Duan Tian for the first time, he'd looked down on Duan Tian because of Duan Tian's age. After all, as far as he was concerned, a young man like this was probably unable to take out a spirit weapon that was grade 5 or above. But when he saw Duan Tian's calmness now, the middle-aged man realized that he might have underestimated the young man. The middle-aged man grabbed up the spirit sword Duan Tian placed on the table, and his origin energy fused into it. Instantly, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes first appeared in the sky above the middle-aged man, and then another 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared after it. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck when he saw this scene, and the attendant that brought Duan Tian in was dumbstruck as well. Heavens! What have we seen? An amplification of 59%. The attendant fiercely gulped a mouthful of saliva, and he had a shocked expression. Grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man gasped, and his gaze was completely different when he looked at Duan Tian once more. According to his knowledge, a grade 4 weapons craftsman seemed to not exist in the Darkstone Empire. In other words, the grade 4 spirit sword that the young man before him took out was very likely to have been refined by a grade 4 weapon craftsman from the Darkhan dynasty. In the Darkhan dynasty, people who were able to have a grade 4 weapons craftsman refine a grade 4 spirit weapon could be counted on one's fingers. All of those existences were the leaders of the various great powers of the Darkhan dynasty. This young man isn't simple. The middle-aged man's heart shook. How about it? Can this thing be the reward? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently, and he seemed as if he didn't notice the shock on the middle-aged man's face. Yes, yes, of course. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking on grains. Then he recalled how he underestimated the young man earlier, and he was slightly embarrassed. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Now, help me register it. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man didn't dare dally as he hurriedly withdrew a jade ornament. The middle of the jade ornament had an obvious crack. Right when Duan Ling Tian was wondering why the middle-aged man had withdrawn a broken jade ornament. Snap! The middle-aged man pulled the jade ornament apart, keeping one half while giving the other half to Duan Ling Tian. Guest, when you come to our treasure-gathering pavilion next, then no matter if it's to take back your grade 4 spirit sword or to take back the item you placed a reward for, you have to use this authentication token to exchange for it. The middle-aged man spoke to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Duan Ling Tian nodded and received the half of the jade token and asked, "When should I come to confirm it?" "At least 3 months of time. Guest can come take it after 3 months," said the middle-aged man. Because Duan Ling Tian took out a grade 4 spirit sword, a tremendous change had occurred to the attitude he had towards Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded and then he asked, "I heard that when I offer something up as reward, your treasure-gathering pavilion required me to pay a certain amount of administration fees. I wonder how much I have to pay." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Guest, our treasure gathering has a rule that if a guest offers a spirit weapon of grade 4 or above as a reward, then the administration fee is waived." Waived administration fee? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. There's even such a rule? With a quick thought, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, a grade 4 spirit weapon was an extremely rare item. The treasure-gathering pavilion taking care of a person that can take out a grade 4 spirit weapon to be offered up as a reward was understandable. After all, a grade 4 spirit weapon normally represented a grade 4 weapons craftsman, whereas in the entire Darkhan dynasty, a grade 4 weapons craftsman was an extremely rare existence, an existence that was even rarer than a void interpretation stage expert. "Then I'll be troubling you." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and after he put away the jade token, he brought along the little gold mouse and left hastily. After Duan Ling Tian left, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief, and as he looked at the grade 4 spirit weapon, he muttered. He was willing to take out a grade 4 spirit weapon to be offered up as a reward. Exactly what is that young man's background? Subsequently, the middle-aged man raised his head to look at the nearby attendant, and he said with a low voice, "Quickly go report this to the pavilion master. Big brother Ling Tian, you directly passed over a grade 4 spirit sword to him. Aren't you afraid he will pocket it himself?" After leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ear. "Pocket it." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. In the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, this treasure-gathering pavilion is known far and wide. They still have this little bit of trustworthiness. Not to mention, even if he wants to pocket it, he would need to have the courage to do so. A grade 4 spirit sword was able to make people associate it with a grade 4 weapons craftsman, whereas all the grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty were masters that were revered by all. There were very few people that dared offend them. So, Duan Ling Tian didn't think that the treasure-gathering pavilion dared to pocket his grade 4 spirit sword. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian glanced over and saw a large and burly man who was half naked had smashed a middle-aged man flying with a single punch. Subsequently, the burly man's arms stretched out and 2 morning stars appeared out of thin air before flashing out, and they seemed to have transformed into 2 shooting stars that smashed down towards the middle-aged man. Another loud bang sounded out, and the middle-aged man was completely devoid of any signs of life. His corpse was mangled and in an extremely tragic state. Ninth level of the void prying stage? The ancient horned dragon and thousands of ancient mammoth silhouettes above the burly man caused Duanling Tian to be unable to refrain from looking over. Everywhere he passed, Duanling Tian saw a great deal of similar bloody scenes. The rumors aren't fake. This Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is indeed more chaotic than the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On his way here, he'd moved all the way towards the treasure-gathering pavilion and didn't pay attention to the surroundings. Now that he intended to leave, he paid attention to the surroundings, and it allowed him to feel the brutality of flourishing Summer City. Kid, hand over the spatial ring on your hand and the gold fur mouse. Otherwise, I'll make you die a graveless death. The city gate was right before his eyes. Yet Duanling Tian heard an arrogant voice sound out by his ears. Subsequently, something flashed before Duanling Tian's eyes, and a tall and robust figure had appeared before him. This was a robust man with 3 hideous scars that were like 3 centipedes on his face, and it was extremely shocking. One of the scars even started from the left of his face, went past his nose and connected all the way to the right side of his face. The saber-scarred man held a large saber in his hand as he looked condescendingly at Duanling Tian, and his eyes that were large like copper gongs were filled with bloodiness and ruthlessness. Die a graveless death? Duanling Tian's brows raised, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Just you. At the instant the saber-scarred man appeared, Duanling Tian had used his acute spiritual force to detect the man's exact cultivation at the first possible moment. Ninth level of the void prying stage. Similar to the burly man who held morning stars that Duanling Tian had seen earlier. Kid, you've enraged me. The saber-scarred man went completely berserk when faced with Duanling Tian's disdain, and he swung up the large saber in his hand before slashing it down towards Duanling Tian. I'll slice you into mush. Little gold. Duanling Tian's face was covered in a layer of ice as he shouted out in a light voice. Instantly, a gold light flashed out from the shoulder of Duanling Tian, who stood there unmoving like a mountain. Swish! An ear-piercing and swift howl of the sword appeared out of thin air, and accompanying it was a light and ear-piercing thunderclap. In the next moment, the body of the saber-scarred man who was charging towards Duanling Tian in full fury had stopped halfway towards Duanling Tian, and then it staggered. You! The saber-scarred man stared at Duanling Tian as a wisp of terror suffused his eyes. Subsequently, a bloody hole abruptly appeared on his throat. Dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from the bloody hole, and it flowed ceaselessly as if it wasn't worth anything. Bang! Finally, the saber-scarred man couldn't hold on any longer, and his large eyes that were like copper eyes were sprung wide open as he crashed onto the ground without a sign of life. Dead. Squeak, squeak, right at this moment, accompanied by a wave of sharp cries. The gold light flashed past one more, and the little gold mouse had returned to Duanling Tian's shoulder. Let's go! Duanling Tian glanced indifferently at the surrounding people that were dumbstruck, and he brought the little gold mouse as he headed out of the city. Everywhere he passed, there wasn't a single person who dared go against him. Lightning. First-level lightning concept. Someone only recovered from their shock after Duanling Tian's figure vanished before their eyes, and the person exclaimed out with a low voice. That demon beast is so terrifying. It has actually comprehended lightning concept. The crowd of people nearby the city gate of flourishing Summer City were astounded. Saberscar is really unfortunate this time. He offended an existence he shouldn't. Yeah, Saberscar's strength can be considered to be not bad, but before that mouse-type demon beast, it wasn't worth mentioning, and he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Many people looked at the corpse of the saber-scarred man on the ground, and they shook their heads, whereas outside flourishing Summer City, Duanling Tian sat onto the back of the little gold mouse that had enlarged herself, and they continued forward. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse asked. The Dark Han Dynasty. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke word by word. Dark Han Dynasty. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes lit up when she heard this. The Darkhan dynasty surely has many tasty things. You little fellow, what else do you know besides eating? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Hee hee, big brother Ling Tian. Where's the Darkhan dynasty? The little gold mouse asked. North. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the north as he guided the little gold mouse. Whoosh! Instantly, the little gold mouse's figure flashed out while accompanied by a wave of deafening thunderclaps to head towards the north, whereas Duan Ling Tian instead sat silently on the back of the little gold mouse, closing his eyes to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM Force. Presently, my cultivation only lacks a bit before it's sufficient to break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as the origin energy in his body flowed tirelessly. 3 days later, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body roiled as they gathered together and flashed towards the final bottleneck of the 4th level of the void prying stage. Bang! The vast origin energy charged at the bottleneck, causing the bottleneck to loosen up. Still a little bit more. Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate to gather his origin energy once more, and then charge at the bottleneck a second time. Bang! He was still unable to charge through the bottleneck on his second try. Bang! The third. Time after time until the 9th time. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's origin energy instantly charged through the bottleneck, whereas, right at this instant, a tremendous qualitative change occurred in his origin energy. I've broken through. Duan Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes that flickered with a flowing light, and it was like a dazzling star in the night sky, causing everything in the surroundings to be cast into the shade. 5th level of the void prying stage. Under his excitement, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's body skyrocketed and seemed to have transformed into an enormous ball of flames. In the sky, 7,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Big brother Ling Tian, you've broken through? The little gold mouse's immature and naive voice that was like a young girl sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Little gold, you have to work hard. Otherwise, the day will come where I'll surpass you. Hee hee. I surely won't allow big brother Ling Tian to surpass me. I'm not far away from the 9th level of the void prying stage, said the little gold mouse via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with confidence. We'll see. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. He believed that so long as he was able to refine the rebirth pill, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass the little gold mouse. Unfortunately, there's only one rebirth pill and it can't be consumed in parts. Otherwise, its medicinal strength would be reduced greatly. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Otherwise, if he let the little gold mouse consume the rebirth pill as well, he would have a great assistance by his side. With the little gold mouse's current strength, once she consumed the rebirth pill, she would surely be even more terrifying. Never mind, no matter how strong little gold is, she's only an external source of strength for me in the end. There are many times when I can only rely on myself after all. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that only when he himself possessed an extremely formidable strength would he be able to be considered a true expert. Rebirth pill. Ageless root. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the direction of the Darkhan dynasty, and his mood surged. When Duan Ling Tian was heading towards the Darkhan dynasty, at the southwest area of the Darkstone Empire, a swift flowing light flashed past from the horizon and headed directly south. Above the clouds and mist, a young girl in yellow clothed who was extraordinary soared in the sky. The young girl's beautiful face that was like carved jade was sufficient to make anyone to feel tender and protective towards her. Hiss hiss, suddenly, restless sounds sounded out from beneath the young girl's sleeve. The young girl slowed down. She raised her delicate hand and grabbed out 2 little pythons from beneath her sleeve. The 2 little pythons were black and white respectively. On the body of the black-colored little python was bright gold striations that flickered with a dazzling sheen. On its head was a gold-colored horn that was extremely sharp, and it flickered with a frightful cold light. The white-colored little python, on the other hand, wasn't much different to the black-colored little python, and the only difference was that the striations on its body and horn on its head was silver in color. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons coiled around the young girl's white wrist. Their eyes stared ahead with concentration, and their eyes flickered with traces of human-like reminiscence. Little black, little white, the both of you are thinking about Big Brother Ling Tian again. The yellow-clothed young girl lightly rubbed the little heads of the two little pythons, and she asked with a light smile. The two little pythons lightly nodded, and their soft bodies were excited to the point they started trembling. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the two little pythons flashed out, transforming into two extremely swift bolts of lightning that headed straight towards the south. In the blink of an eye, they'd vanished before the yellow-clothed young girl. Little black, little white, wait for me! The young girl followed up, and her graceful figure chased up to the two little pythons in the blink of an eye. Hiss hiss, the sharp eyes of the two little pythons shone, and they were anxious to return home as soon as possible. It wasn't long before the yellow-clothed young girl and the two little pythons left the territory of the Darkstone Empire and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Qing Nu probably wouldn't notice that we've already left for some time. I must properly have fun outside this time. The yellow-clothed young girl brought along the two little pythons and directly headed to the south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not long after, 7 mountains that were like sharp sword that shot into the sky had appeared before the eyes of the young girl. Hiss hiss, meanwhile, the two little pythons seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and they were extremely excited. The young girl in yellow clothes stood in the sky above the 7 great sword peaks, and as she looked at the cloud and mist that roiled beneath her, her beautiful brows frowned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an enormous figure swept away the clouds and mist to appear before the eyes of the young girl and the two little pythons. It was an extremely enormous rock that circled up from below the clouds and mist. The rock's wings that were like clouds that covered the sky were spread out, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. The rock's fierce eyes were staring fixedly at the yellow-clothed young girl that was high above in the sky. Eh! The yellow-clothed young girl noticed the rock and was slightly surprised. I never expected that I would be able to meet a demon beast with the bloodline of the Goldwing Grand Rock. Goldwing Grand Rock. The rock's eyes squinted when he heard the yellow-clothed young girl, and he said via voice transmission, "Little girl, who are you? You're actually able to notice that I possess the bloodline of the Goldwing Grand Rock. You wouldn't know even if I tell you." The yellow-clothed young girl's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to descend onto a sword peak at the side of the 7 great sword peaks. All right, I'm not going to continue talking with you. I want to go look for Big Brother Ling Tian. As she spoke, the yellow-clothed young girl flashed down. Big Brother Ling Tian. The rock was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission, "Are you talking about Duan Ling Tian? You know Big Brother Ling Tian?" The young girl stopped moving and looked at the rock. "Of course I know him, but he isn't here anymore." When the rock saw that the person that had arrived was likely to be a friend of Duan Ling Tian's, the fierceness in his eyes vanished slightly. "He isn't here anymore?" The young girl was stunned. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, 2 little heads stuck out from beneath the young girl's sleeve, and they flicked their tongues as their eyes flickered with slight disappointment. "Do you know where Big Brother Ling Tian has gone?" the young girl asked. "I only know that he went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom more than 2 years ago," said the rock. All that he spoke of now was something he heard from Xianxia. As for where Duan Ling Tian had gone now, he knew nothing of it. Crimson Sky Kingdom. The young girl nodded, and then she raised her hand as she flashed out. "Little black, little white, we're going to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to look for Big Brother Ling Tian." Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons instantly became excited and joyful. The rock's pupils constricted as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl vanishing in the blink of an eye, and his feelings surged. A young girl around the age of 16 actually possesses such a terrifying cultivation? It caused him to be unable to help from arousing terror in his heart. What kind of people does that fellow, Duan Ling Tian, know? The rock muttered in his heart. The Darkhan dynasty was vast without bounds. Even if the little gold mouse was flying at full speed now. After they entered the Darkhan dynasty, Duanling Tian didn't see a trace of human habitation for a continuous 2 months of time. Everything that entered his eye was a boundless desert. We wouldn't have come to the Darkhan dynasty's southern desert, right? Duanling Tian sat on the back of the little gold mouse, and as he looked down at the boundless desert, he revealed a bitter smile on his face. He'd head of the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, the southern desert was a desolate place. Not only were signs of human habitation rare in the desert, even wild beasts, fierce beasts, and demon beasts were extremely rare. It could be said that the southern desert was an undeveloped region. Originally, even if it was undeveloped as the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, it ought to not be so desolate. However, in this region of the Darkhan dynasty, there was a thing that caused even nether interpretation stage experts to tremble upon hearing of it, and that was the sandstorm. A sandstorm came from nature, and its might was boundless. If it was a strong sandstorm, then even a void interpretation stage expert would be unable to flee death when encountering it. Although a void interpretation stage expert's strength wasn't weak, before the force of nature, it was instead like an ant that wasn't worth mentioning. I wouldn't have really arrived at the southern desert, right? Duanling Tian laughed bitterly and prayed secretly. I hope that I won't encounter the sandstorm that's specific to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty. Little Gold, continue flying towards this direction and will sooner or later be able to leave this desert, said Duanling Tian to the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse replied and continued flying forward swiftly. 3 days later, Duanling Tian originally had his eyes closed as he cultivated. Yet suddenly, a wave of unusually fierce winds assaulted his face. As a martial artist who'd comprehended half-step advanced wind force, Duanling Tian had extremely acute intuition towards wind. This was something that the little gold mouse was unable to compare to him. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Duanling Tian looked ahead as he muttered. Not long after, Duanling Tian's expression completely went grim. Because he saw at the end of the desert before him, sand had suddenly surged up to cover the sky, and it continued to flash towards the direction of him and Little Gold. The sand arrived nearby in a short moment. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was able to sense a wave of terrifying fierce winds blow over, and it caused the little gold mouse to be unable to move an inch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fierce winds blew in the distance, and the sand that covered the sky was accompanied by a terrifying tornado as it swept over. Everywhere it passed, the ground on the desert cracked open, and the airflow in the sky moved swiftly and emitted a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Little Gold, turn around. Flee! Duanling Tian recovered from his shock and hurriedly shouted out explosively. At practically the instant Duanling Tian spoke, the little gold mouse had turned around and flashed out towards where they came from. Flee! Flee! Duanling Tian felt the sandstorm behind him approaching, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. At this moment, the band that held Duanling Tian's hair behind him had broken. His hair fluttered lightly with the wind as the violet clothes on him were swept by the wind to the point they emitted flapping sounds. The fierce winds grew closer and closer. Even if the little gold mouse moved at full speed, it seemed that it would still be difficult for her to flee from the pursuit of the sandstorm. I really am a jinx. When he thought about what he prayed for 3 days ago, Duanling Tian wished for nothing more than to slap himself. The good didn't come true, yet the bad did. Presently, the sandstorm behind him was practically boundless. With the little gold mouse's speed, they utterly had no place to flee. The speed of this sandstorm is probably sufficient to compare to the speed of an ordinary 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Perhaps this level of sandstorm was nothing in the eyes of a void interpretation stage expert, but in the eyes of Duanling Tian, it was comparable to a dreadful monster that would swallow him at any moment. Little Gold, flee towards the left. Quickly, Duanling Tian turned around, and after he clearly saw the direction of the sandstorm with a focused gaze, he hurriedly urged the little gold mouse. Whoosh! The little gold mouse didn't hesitate in the slightest to flash towards the left. However, the speed of the sandstorm was truly too swift. The little gold mouse was utterly unable to leave the area the sandstorm swept through before it chased up to them. Big brother Ling Tian, I've tried my best. The immature voice of the little gold mouse was filled with helplessness. I never imagined that our luck would be so good that we'd encounter the sandstorm of the Darkhan Dynasty's southern desert the first time we came to the Darkhan Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Right at this moment, the sandstorm came closer and closer, and it was only a mile away from Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse. Whoosh! The little gold mouse flew desperately, yet in the end, they still were swallowed by the sandstorm. Little gold! Duan Ling Tian felt a fierce wind assault him from behind, and accompanying it was sand that covered the sky that completely covered his field of vision. Not only that, at this moment, he felt he'd lost control of his entire body, and he was brought along by an extremely strong fierce wind to revolve in midair, and it caused him to feel dizzy. Duan Ling Tian's body tensed as the origin energy on his body swept up, and the half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force suffused out after it. Even though he'd done this, Duan Ling Tian was still unable to withstand the fierce winds that enveloped him. His origin energy and force was shattered by the fierce winds swept out and hit him. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian abandoned resistance, and he allowed the sandstorm to bring him flying. Little gold! Little gold! Of course, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget about the little gold mouse. But no matter how he shouted, his voice was reversed back by the sandstorm and it entered into his ears. The little gold mouse had completely vanished. I hope little gold is fine, Duan Ling Tian said in his heart. Time slowly passed by. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how long had passed as he didn't have the mood to count the time. Presently, he was swept flying by the sandstorm, and he could only use his half-step advanced wind force and fuse it into the fierce winds of the sandstorm to search for a way to conform with the winds. The outcome of doing this was that it allowed Duan Ling Tian to escape disaster and not be minced by the sandstorm. Little Gold's strength far surpasses mine, and she has even comprehended first-level lightning concept. She ought to be fine. As he felt the sandstorm was ceaselessly weakening, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When he thought about this, Duan Ling Tian's heart stopped worrying, and he wasn't so irritable as before. After he stopped worrying, Duan Ling Tian started to observe the sandstorm. The sandstorm was mainly formed by the sweeping fierce winds that covered the sky, and the sand within it had only arisen along with the wind. Its essence was the wind. The fierce winds swept and slapped onto Duan Ling Tian's tattered clothes, and slapped onto his face. Duan Ling Tian's, whose eyes were closed and allowed the fierce winds to take him flying, had gradually seemed to have fused into the fierce winds. Wind! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension towards wind force transformed. Duan Ling Tian's mind had completely fused into wind force, and he's completely forgotten about the outside world. Wind is sufficient to sweep through everything, just like the fierce wind in the sandstorm that's strong to the extreme. Even a void interpretation stage expert or a void transformation stage expert wouldn't able to withstand it in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian silently thought in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian felt his entire body jolt, and his internal organs trembled. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that the sandstorm had already vanished, and only the slight breeze that blew ceaselessly remained. He didn't have the time to think about where he'd been blown to. He stood up and unclenched his fists. On the surface of his body, stands of azure energy suddenly condensed into form and suffused out. Wind force. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. My wind force has finally entered the advanced stage. Duan Ling Tian's feelings surged as he revealed an expression of wild joy. He was already extremely fortunate that he didn't die from encountering the sandstorm this time. Yet he never imagined that he would actually profit from this misfortune and comprehend advanced wind force from the fierce winds in the sandstorm. Comprehending advanced wind force also meant that Duan Ling Tian's strength had advanced a level higher. After his wild joy, Duan Ling Tian calmed down. Where's little gold? Only now did Duan Ling Tian think of the little gold mouse, and he started to search around everywhere. Whirlwind! Whirlwind! Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he searched all around. In the end, he noticed that there wasn't a trace of the little gold mouse, and this caused him to feel rather helpless. I wonder where little gold is? Duan Ling Tian was slightly worried. Although he could confirm that the little gold mouse ought to have no been harmed by the sandstorm, but the hearts of men were dangerous. If little gold encountered other martial artists, it would be a potential danger to her. It was fine if it was a weak martial artist, but he was afraid that little gold would encounter a formidable martial artist. Presently, I utterly don't know what place this is. Duan Ling Tian looked at his surroundings, and only a boundless desert entered his eyes, a desert whose bounds were too far for the eye to see. He didn't know from which direction did the sandstorm blow him from, nor did he know where the little gold mouse was blown to now. I'll extend the area and look around the surroundings to see if I can find little gold's tracks. If it's really not possible, then I can only first leave this desert myself. Duan Ling Tian had a plan in his heart. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian soared up into the sky with origin energy flashing beneath his legs, and his origin energy was accompanied by his advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force as he flew out. Even though his speed was inferior to the little gold mouse, it wasn't slow in the slightest. It wasn't long before Duan Ling Tian noticed there were people ahead. In the distance, 3 black dots had appeared in the desert before Duan Ling Tian. When he approached and took a look, it was a young girl that was a little over 20 and 2 middle-aged men. The woman wore beautiful clothes, and she obviously had an extraordinary background. As for the 2 middle-aged men, they wore similar clothes, and they were obviously the subordinates by the young girl's side. Presently, the 3 of them were fatigued from travel, and they were in an extremely sorry state. These 3 people were probably affected by the sandstorm as well. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. What do the both of you want to do? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard the sharp cry of the young girl. Subsequently, he saw that the middle-aged men who seemed to be subordinates had stopped the young girl from both front and back, and both of them revealed frenzied expressions. Both of you have gone mad. The young girl had a livid expression that was extremely unsightly. We haven't gone mad. One of the middle-aged men revealed a frenzied smile. Second young miss, the eldest young master usually doesn't take us to be people, although you never said it yourself. All of us know that you never took us to be people either. Exactly. Today, the sandstorm can be considered to have fulfilled our wishes. We'll kill you, second young miss, today and seize all the wealth within your spatial ring. And from today onwards, we'll go away to a faraway place. The other middle-aged man walked step by step towards the young girl, and his eyes revealed an unusual sheen. Perhaps we don't even have to go far away. We'll say that we never saw second young miss. The sandstorm broke us up from the eldest young master. Who would know that we were with second young miss? The middle-aged man before her spoke out again. You, both of you, don't act recklessly. I can give both of you anything you want. So long as the both of you send me back, I can make my father and older brother reward both of you properly. The wealth within my spatial ring is limited. I can make my father and older brother reward the both of you with even more, the young girl said in panic. Second young miss, we aren't 3-year-old kids. We know that once we send you back, we're dead for sure. Second young miss, although we're greedy, we wouldn't joke around with our lives. The 2 middle-aged men obviously didn't believe the young girl, and they walked step by step closer to the young girl, and a saber appeared in their hands. Origin energy flickered on their sabers as 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above them. 2 9th-level void prying stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian looked down at the 3 people beneath his feet, and his brows raised. As for that young girl, although she didn't reveal her cultivation, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out, and it still detected her cultivation at the first possible moment. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Before these 2 middle-aged men, she didn't have the slightest ability to resist. OM! OM! Saber lights flashed out from the sabers in the hands of both the middle-aged men, and they attacked the young girl in unison. Under the pincer attack of these two ninth-level nascent soul stage martial artists, the young girl's expression went ghastly pale, and she even forgot to resist. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from the horizon. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out. The two middle-aged men were directly blasted flying, and they had ghastly pale expressions as they spat out blood violently before falling to the ground in a sorry state. They struggled to stand up, and their expressions were gloomy as they looked at the violet-clothed youth that stood before the young girl. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in our business?" one of the middle-aged men asked in a low voice. Scram! The person that lent a hand to the young girl was naturally Duan Ling Tian. Although the young girl was unrelated to Duan Ling Tian, those two ruthless subordinates by her side aroused disgust in Duan Ling Tian. So he lent a hand. Moreover, according to his guess, the young girl ought to be someone from the surroundings of the desert. After all, it was impossible for a nascent soul stage martial artist to rashly enter into the Darkhan dynasty's southern desert. Presumable, the young girl knew the way in the desert, and she knew how to walk out of the desert in the shortest amount of time. Walking out of the desert was the thing that Duan Ling Tian wanted to do the most right now. When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Ling Tian's stern shout, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with terror. They didn't dare hesitate, and they fled away in panic. "Why didn't you kill them?" Right at this moment, the questioning voice of the young girl sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. The young girl's voice was filled with unwillingness. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the young girl. "I don't have the duty to kill them for you. Besides that, this is the attitude you have towards the person that saved your life." Although the young girl's appearance wasn't bad, she was still quite inferior when compared with his fiancés, Ku Er and Li Fei. The young girl's face froze when she heard this. "Thank you, benefactor." The young girl took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude. Yet a grim light was contained in the depths of her eyes. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed this. "Looks like there was a reason why those two people wanted to kill young girl. I saved her. Yet she's still displeased towards me in her heart. Just because I didn't kill those two subordinates." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian didn't have a favorable impression towards the young girl at all. If it wasn't for him wanting the young girl to bring him out of the desert, he would have probably left since long ago. "Benefactor, I hope that you can protect me to leave the southern desert. So long as I return to my clan, I'll surely give you a generous reward as thanks." The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke slowly. She was obviously afraid that the two middle-aged men would return. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently and didn't refuse. The young girl's request just happened to conform with his intentions. As for the generous reward she spoke of, he didn't care about it. When she saw Duan Ling Tian agreeing so readily, a wisp of disdain flashed imperceptibly in the depths of the young girl's eyes. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian followed behind the young girl and headed forward with her. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian found out about the young girl's earlier experience from her. So it turned that the young girl was returning with her older brother from a city that was at the side of the southern desert a few days ago. They had to pass through a corner of the southern desert to return home. Unexpectedly, they'd encountered a sandstorm on the way, and it broke them up. Duan Ling Tian had seen what had happened after that. "Those two servants are ungrateful bastards. They eat from our Zhu clan, yet dare arouse malicious intentions towards me. They truly deserve death." When mentioning the two middle-aged men, the young girl's pretty face was filled with rage. Duan Ling Tian listened silently, and his expression remained unchanged. 5 days later, under the lead of the young girl, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. An oasis appeared before Duan Ling Tian. The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, our Zhu clan is an abundant city that's up ahead." Duan Ling Tian nodded. During these past few days, he'd found out about the young girl's identity. She was the daughter from a well-known family, Zhu Qing. "Our Zhu clan is a famous great clan of Abundance City. This time, although you let those two servants go, but you saved me after all. My father and older brought ought to not blame you." Zhu Qing said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Won't blame me? And it's only an ought to? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Looks like this Zhu Qing had really taken the matter of him lending a hand to save her as a matter of course. It wasn't long before a medium-sized city appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The reason this city was medium to him was that it was bigger than many of the cities that Duan Ling Tian had seen, yet it was smaller than many cities. Abundance City. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Zhu Qing and walked into Abundance City. In next to no time, the two of them arrived before an estate that occupied a vast area. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was sharp and with a glance. He'd seen the plaque that hung on the door to the estate. Zhu Clan. Second young miss. Meanwhile, the two guards outside the Zhu Clan estate's door revealed a pleasantly surprised expression when they saw Zhu Qing. Second young miss, you're finally returned. The patriarch and eldest young master almost went mad with anxiety during these past 2 days, said one of the guards. Zhu Qing nodded and brought Duan Ling Tian along to walk into the Zhu Clan estate. At the audience hall of the Zhu Clan estate, Duan Ling Tian saw the Zhu Clan's patriarch and the Zhu Clan's eldest young master. Father! Zhu Qing threw herself into the Zhu Clan patriarch's embrace, and her tears dropped down like the rain. Your daughter was almost unable to see father again. Zhu Qing emitted sobbing sounds as she spoke. The Zhu Clan patriarch's face went gloomy. Qing. Exactly what happened? Qing. Was it this kid that bullied you? The Zhu Clan's eldest young master looked at Duan Ling Tian instead, and his gaze revealed a cold light as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned. If he wanted to harm Zhu Qing, then at the instant he walked out of the desert and Zhu Qing had lost any value to him, he would have already killed Zhu Qing. Father, it was Wang Zhu and Li Gong. After the sandstorm broke me and Big Brother up, that Wang Zhu and Li Gong were at my side. They wanted to kill me and seize my spatial ring. As she finished speaking, Zhu Qing's tears dripped down to the ground. What? Those two servants were so audacious. The Zhu Clan's patriarch and eldest young master had enraged expression. The Zhu Clan's eldest young master's eyes even shot out ghastly cold lights. Damnable servants! So in this way, it was he who saved you? The Zhu Clan patriarch looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm gaze, and it was as if he wasn't facing the person that had saved his daughter's life, but more like he was facing a stranger. Yes. Zhu Qing nodded. Did he kill that Wang Zhu and Li Gong for you? The Zhu Clan eldest young master asked. Zhu Qing shook her head. No. The Zhu Clan's patriarch and eldest young master's expressions became grim in unison. After they found out about the sequence of events, they wished for nothing more than to tear two Zhu Clan servants into pieces. Now, when they heard someone had let those two servants go, boundless flames of rage arose in both of their hearts. Why did you let them go? The Zhu Clan's eldest young master looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked with a low voice. His words had no lack of a questioning tone. Although the Zhu Clan's patriarch didn't speak, the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian had become slightly colder. At this moment, this pair of father and son seemed to have completely forgotten that if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian lending a hand, the Zhu Clan's young miss, Zhu Qing, would have already become a soul under the sabers of those two Zhu Clan servants. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard the questioning tone in the Zhu Clan's eldest young master's words, and he said indifferently, Who I let go doesn't seem to be your business, right? It's naturally none of my business if you let any other person off. But you let off two servants that wanted to kill my sister, and it's undoubtedly an act of looking down on my Zhu Clan. The Zhu Clan's eldest young master shouted with a grim voice. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the words of the Zhu Clan's eldest young master. When he saved Zhu Qing, he seemed to have utterly not know of the existence of the Zhu Clan, right? Moreover, even if he knew of the existence of the Zhu Clan, then so what about it? Is it the place of the Zhu Clan to dictate how he does things? Zhu Clan's eldest young master, right? Duan Ling Tian looked calmly at the Zhu Clan's eldest young master, and he said in a clear voice, Don't you forget that if I didn't lend a hand, this sister of yours would have already died in the desert now. Yet now, you're denouncing my crimes. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the expression of the Zhu clan's eldest young master to freeze. Yet the rage in his eyes didn't show any signs of dispersing. Not to mention, I didn't know of the existence of your Zhu clan before this. Even if I did, then so what if I look down on your Zhu clan? Duan Ling Tian continued. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian has an expression of ridicule. Could it be that a clan that treats a benefactor like this wants others to respect them? Laughable. Laughable. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the Zhu clan's patriarch and the others to be dumbstruck. You're courting death. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the first to recover from his shock. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow as he charged towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Third level of the void prying stage? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth revealed a wisp of disdain. Enough! It was at this moment that an indifferent voice sounded out. It was the Zhu clan's patriarch that had stopped his son. He's right. He saved your sister's life, after all, and our Zhu clan can't treat a benefactor like this. Although the Zhu clan's patriarch said this, the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was icy cold and indifferent to the extreme, and he had an overbearing expression. Humph! The Zhu clan's eldest young master snorted coldly, and then he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Count yourself lucky. I thank you for saving my daughter's life. The Zhu clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and then he said indifferently, but we still have some business to attend to. I'm afraid we can't entertain you any longer. Please show yourself out. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Initially, he'd indeed intended to turn around and leave. But the attitude of the Zhu clan father and son had caused him to feel extreme displeasure. Saving a person, yet it caused a problem for me? If the Zhu clan's patriarch had politely asked him to leave, he wouldn't say a single word and leave, and he'd absolutely not stay for a single moment longer. After all, he'd never thought of getting any benefit from the Zhu clan. But the Zhu clan's current attitude caused him to feel that if he didn't take some benefits from them, then it would seem to be unworthy of the Zhu clan's warm reception. Zhu clan's young Mississippi. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhu Qing, who stood nearby with a cold and indifferent expression, and he grinned. If memory serves, after I saved you that day, you'd once promised me that after I send you back to the Zhu clan, you'd surely give me a generous reward. Now I've sent you home. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and give me a generous reward? Duan Ling Tian spoke word by word. I presume that Zhu clan's young miss wouldn't go back on her promise, right? You. Zhu Qing's pretty face flushed red, yet she was at a loss for words. She seemed to have indeed promised this, yet all this was only the polite words she'd spoken at that time. She had an extremely complicated feeling towards the benefactor that led off the two servants that wanted to kill her, and she'd never thought of generously rewarding this benefactor. Now, the young man had raised this matter himself, and it caused her to be both angry and irritated. There's actually such a thick-skinned person in this world? Duan Ling Tian's words caused the faces of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master to sink. Kid, you arbitrarily let off those two filthy servants that wanted to kill my sister. Yet you still want my Zhu clan to generously reward you? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low voice. His tone contained explosive rage. Zhu clan eldest young master, your words are mistake. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Zhu clan eldest young master. Think about it properly. Saving your sister is already an extremely great favor to your Zhu clan. As for if I killed those two people or not, that isn't my duty. Of course, if your Zhu clan feels that the life of your young miss isn't worth anything and don't reward me generously, it's fine as well. I'll leave right away. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he turned around and intended to leave. Wait! Right at this moment, the Zhu clan's patriarch had a gloomy expression as he stopped Duan Ling Tian. Zhu clan's patriarch? Is there anything you need? Duan Ling Tian turned around and asked indifferently. Although my Zhu clan isn't a famous clan in the Darkhan dynasty, it isn't a clan that doesn't know how to repay another's kindness. Speak. How do you want my Zhu clan to thank you? The Zhu clan's patriarch spoke word by word with a low voice. Zhu clan's patriarch? You're straightforward as expected. Duan Ling Tian smiled. How about this? I won't be greedy. Just give me 100 million gold. Duan Ling Tian's voice entered the ears of the 3 Zhu clan members, causing them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they were stunned on the spot. 100 million gold? He said he won't be greedy? Kid, don't push your luck. The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted out angrily. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the Zhu clan's eldest young master. He looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch instead and smiled lightly. What? Patriarch Zhu, you think your daughter's life isn't worth 100 million gold? Never mind. Since the Zhu clan's young miss is so cheap in your eyes, Patriarch Zhu, then take it as I never said anything. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he casually waved his hand before walking out. The Zhu clan's patriarch's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Zhu Qing stood at the side with an extremely unsightly expression. Never had she imagined that the violet-clothed young man that saved her would actually demand such an exorbitant price. 100 million gold. Although it wouldn't be to the extent of injuring the Zhu clan greatly, it was still an extremely large amount of wealth that was sufficient to make their hearts ache. Wait! Finally, the Zhu clan's patriarch spoke out with an extremely low and deep voice. Father! The Zhu clan eldest young master went gloomy. Although this kid saved Zhu Qing, he let go those 2 damnable slaves. It at most is considered as his merits offset his faults. There's no need for you to give him so much money. Merits offset faults? At the instant that the Zhu clan's patriarch spoke out, Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving, and now that he heard the words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master, his face instantly seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Now, he suddenly felt that his actions earlier might have been slight wishful thinking of his own. At that time, even if he watched idly by as Zhu Qing was killed, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. It wasn't only Zhu Qing that he could rely on to leave the desert. So long as he coerced those 2 Zhu clan servants, they would similarly bring him out of the desert. Enough! If it wasn't for him, your sister would have died long ago. The Zhu clan's patriarch raised his hand to stop his son, and then he withdrew a thick stack of gold bills from his spatial ring. This is 100 million gold. Our Zhu clan doesn't owe you anything from today onwards. Thank you, Patriarch Zhu. The ice of Duan Ling Tian's face instantly melted when he saw the gold passed over by the Zhu clan's patriarch, and he bluntly received it and put it away in the spatial ring. This caused the nearby Zhu clan's eldest young master to gnash his teeth with hatred, whereas Zhu Qing's pretty face was unsightly to the extreme as well. That was 100 million gold. Eldest young master and young miss of the Zhu clan, goodbye. Before Duan Ling Tian left, he intentionally bid his farewells to the 2 people before walking off with large strides. For a time, only the 3 Zhu clan members who each had thoughts of their own in their hearts remained on the spot. After Duan Ling Tian left the Zhu clan, he breathed out a breath of air as his face revealed a brilliant smile. I truly never imagined that just lifting a finger allowed me to earn 100 million gold. I wonder where exactly in the Darkhan dynasty is this abundance city. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he started to ask for information all around the city. In the end, he finally confirmed that the abundant city was situated at the southwest area of the Darkhan dynasty, and it was neighboring to the southern desert. After Little Gold and I entered the Darkhan dynasty, we entered the southern area of the Darkhan dynasty. Looks like that sandstorm forcefully blew me to the southwest area. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although the Darkstone Empire has the map of the Darkhan dynasty, but it isn't very detailed, this place is within the Darkhan dynasty, and I ought to be able to buy a more reliable map. After searching for some time, Duan Ling Tian finally bought a map of the Darkhan dynasty from a bookshop in Abundant City. The map even contained the symbol of the Abundant City that he was in now. In the entire territory of the Darkhan dynasty, The abundant city was only an existence that was smaller than an ant. My destination this time is the most luxurious trade city of the Darkhan dynasty, Milky Way City. This is something that Little Gold knows as well. Perhaps I'll be able to encounter Little Gold there. Duanling Tian put away the map in his hand and intended to leave Abundant City to head towards Milky Way City. But he hadn't even walked out of the city gate when Duanling Tian noticed that he was being followed. Zhu clan members? Duanling Tian frowned. Besides the Zhu clan, he couldn't think of anyone that would want to target him. They probably aren't sent over by the Zhu clan's patriarch. If the Zhu clan's patriarch wanted to deal with me, he would have made a move in the Zhu clan estate earlier, and it would have been impossible for him to give me the 100 million gold. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. It ought to be that Zhu clan's eldest young master, or perhaps the Zhu clan's young miss, Zhu Qing, that sent them. The possibility that it's the Zhu clan's eldest young master is greater. Duanling Tian paid no attention to the people that followed behind him, and he directly headed out of the city. In next to no time he'd left the city, and he only just soared into the sky. Whoosh! 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 3 exceedingly swift howls of the wind sounded out from behind Duanling Tian. The 3 figures stood in the sky and were divided into a triangular position as they surrounded Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian wasn't surprised by the appearance of the 3 people, and his gaze flashed past the 3 of them. These were 3 middle-aged men that stared at him with icy cold gazes. Duanling Tian's spiritual force stretched out, and the cultivations of the 3 people were unable to hide from him. 2 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists, and 1 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist. They didn't pose that slightest threat to Duanling Tian. Your eldest young master sent all of you? Duanling Tian spoke indifferently, and at practically this instant, Duanling Tian's gaze that never left these 3 people observed the minute changes in their expressions. In the end, Duanling Tian noticed an inkling. At almost the exact same instant he spoke, the expressions of the 3 people had slight changes. Looks like I was right. Duanling Tian's gaze gradually went cold. But your Zhu clan's patriarch didn't say anything, yet all of you have impatiently made a move against me with only the order from your Zhu clan's eldest young master. Aren't all of you afraid that your Zhu clan's patriarch would blame you? After we kill you, the dead can't bear witness. One of the 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists spoke word by word with a voice that was cold like ice. Kill! The other 4th-level void-prying stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice, and he pounced towards Duanling Tian. Instantly, the other 2 of them attacked out at the same time. 3 people divided into 3 directions had launched an attack at Duanling Tian at the same time. 3 strands of raging origin energy combined with 3 spirit weapons and elementary force approached menacingly, sweeping towards Duanling Tian, and it seemed as if they wanted to kill Duanling Tian with a single strike. Humph! Duanling Tian's gaze abruptly went cold. In the next moment, Duanling Tian made a move. Sword-drawing arts. The violet myrtle flexible sword had only just arrived in Duanling Tian's hand when it transformed into a sword light that was swift to the extreme as it flashed out. 2 strands of fresh blood shot out violently. The origin energy on the bodies of the 2 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists dispersed completely as they crashed to the ground. Bang! Bang! Because they fell from a low position in the sky, Duanling Tian and the remaining 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist were able to hear the sound of the 2 corpses dropping to the ground. The expression of the 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist went completely ghastly pale to the extreme at the instant his 2 4th-level void-prying stage companions were killed, and his expression was filled with despair. Presently, he put away the spirit weapon in his hand and stood in the sky with a shivering figure. You! He looked at Duanling Tian as he shuddered in terror. Earlier, although he didn't see how many ancient mammoth silhouettes were above Duanling Tian clearly, but he'd clearly seen that enormous silhouette that circled down. Ancient horned dragon silhouette. At this moment, his heart was filled with coldness. The young man was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette, and the young man's strength could be easily imagined. The young man was at least at the 6th level of the void prying stage, and it was even possible that he was at the 7th level of the void prying stage. A 6th level void prying stage martial artist was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient horned dragon silhouette when utilizing a spirit weapon, where a 7th level void prying stage martial artist didn't have to utilize a spirit weapon to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon. 6th level void prying stage, 7th level void prying stage. Even the strongest in their Zhu clan, the Grand Elder, had a cultivation that was only at the 7th level of the void prying stage. Do you still want to continue? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man before him. No, no. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. What a joke. Although the young man looked to be young, the young man's strength was something that was difficult for him to reach. If the young man willed it, he would have died long ago. Speak of the person who's pulling the strings, and then scram. Duan Ling Tian's sword-shaped brows tilted up. Although he'd already guessed that the Zhu clan's eldest young master was the person pulling the strings, he still wanted to confirm it. It's the eldest young master. It's the eldest young master. The middle-aged man spoke hurriedly. After he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure flash to vanish before his eyes. I can't stay in the Zhu clan any longer, the middle-aged man sighed as he decided in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a flowing light that shot out of the city before concealing itself high in the clouds and vanishing. Zhu clan estate. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew by, a violet-clothed figure had appeared out of thin air. Zhu clan's eldest young master. The owner of the violet-colored figure was precisely Duan Ling Tian, who had returned. Presently, Duan Ling Tian looked down at the Zhu clan estate beneath his face and spoke with a clear and cold voice. His voice contained origin energy and spread out throughout the entire Zhu clan estate. Instantly, the entire Zhu clan was stirred. Someone is looking for the eldest young master? He has come with bad intentions. Many Zhu clan members looked up into the sky. It's him. Why has he come back again? The Zhu clan's patriarch was silently drinking tea in the courtyard when he heard this familiar voice, and his face sank as he stepped up into the sky. He hasn't died? In the Zhu clan's martial practice arena, the Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he soared into the sky. Subsequently, another 3 figures soared into the sky. Who's making noise in my Zhu clan? An aged figure was the first to arrive high above in the sky where Duan Ling Tian was, and his figure hadn't arrived yet, but his voice had already sounded out. Duan Ling Tian looked over when he heard the voice. An old man with white brows was the first to appear before him. 7th level of the void prying stage? His spiritual force detected the old man's cultivation at the first possible moment. Looks like this person ought to be the strongest in the Zhu clan, the Grand Elder. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A few days ago, on the way when he was led towards Abundant City by Zhu Qing had proudly commended her Zhu clan many times. Amongst these, she'd mentioned that the strongest person in the Zhu clan, the Grand Elder, was in existence at the 7th level of the void prying stage. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder was slightly dazed when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He obviously never imagined that the person who came to provoke the Zhu clan would be such a young man. Young man, do you know that your actions are already provoking the dignity of my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's voice was like muffled thunder, and slight rage was contained within. Zhu clan's dignity? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Your Zhu clan has dignity to speak about? Truly laughable. Audacious. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's voice and another voice sounded out at almost the exact same time. Subsequently, the Zhu clan's patriarch was the second person to make an appearance, and he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Elder as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian. I said before that my Zhu clan doesn't owe you anything anymore. Now, what exactly do you desire by publicly provoking my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder frowned. Obviously, he never expected that the Zhu clan's patriarch knew this young man. What I desire? Duan Ling Tian smiled as his eyes narrowed. Patriarch Zhu, your Zhu clan had indeed not owed me anything anymore, but that son of yours seems to not think in this way. The Zhu clan's patriarch went grim when he heard this. What do you mean by this? Patriarch, Grand Elder. Right at this moment, another two figures soared into the sky to stand by the side of the Grand Elder and Patriarch of the Zhu clan. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force swept out. The people that arrived now were two old men, and their cultivations were similar to the Zhu clan patriarch. They were both at the 6th level of the void prying stage, and they were probably Zhu clan elders. What do I mean? Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly turned to converge onto the final figure that slowly soared into the sky. I'm afraid Patriarch Zhu has to ask your precious son about this. Ask him what good deed he has gone. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he intentionally emphasized the words good deed. Whoosh! The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the last to make an appearance. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as soon as he made an appearance, and he glared angrily. Kid, you took my Zhu clan's 100 million gold. Yet you still dare behave rudely at my Zhu clan? Looks like you really think your life is too long. 100 million gold? The Zhu clan eldest young master's words had caused all the 3 Zhu clan elders, including the Grand Elder, so be stunned. Patriarch, what exactly is going on? The 3 of them asked the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch sighed and spoke of the sequence of events. The 3 of them came to a sudden understanding. Young man, since my Zhu clan doesn't owe you anything anymore, why are you still endlessly making trouble for my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan Grand Elder's brows raised as he emitted a dignified bearing. Endlessly making trouble? Duan Ling Tian laughed in ridicule, and then he looked towards the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Who exactly is endlessly making trouble is something all of you ought to ask this Zhu clan's eldest young master. Duan Ling Tian words successfully moved the attention of the 4 higher-ups of the Zhu clan. Including the Zhu clan's patriarch, 4 sets of gazes had shot onto the Zhu clan's eldest young master in unison. Kid, what do you mean by this? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he asked with a shout. But in his heart he felt slightly uncomfortable. Could it be that he has already found out about me sending people to kill him? Wait, unless they failed, otherwise, it's impossible for him to know. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was extremely confident towards the 3 people he sent, and he didn't think that the violet-clothed young man was able to kill those 3 people. So he chose to feign ignorance. What do I mean? Duan Ling Tian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of thin ice. Zhu clan eldest young master. I'd taken the 100 million gold from Patriarch Zhu, and the Zhu clan and I were even. But you actually sent out 2 4th-level void prying stage martial artists and 1 3rd-level void prying stage martial artist with intent to kill me when I left. Do you really think I'm easily bullied? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's voice was icy cold to the extreme, and it seemed as if it sounded out from an icy pit. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, the expression of the 5 members of the Zhu clan went gloomy. Especially the Zhu clan's eldest young master. His pupils constricted as his mood surged. No, impossible. How could he possibly know? Could it be that they failed? A bad premonition arose in the Zhu clan's eldest young master's heart. What did you do to the 3 revered elders of my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke in a low and deep voice as he asked with a shout. They followed your orders and wanted to kill me, yet now I'm standing all fine and well here. How do you think they are now? Duan Ling Tian laughed in disdain as he spoke incisively. You killed them? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's expression became gloomy. What? You can send them to kill me, yet I can't kill them? Duan Ling Tian sneered. Originally, it didn't matter that all of you were ungrateful after I saved your Zhu clan's young miss, but you actually wanted to kill me and wanted to stir up trouble. Then I'll accompany you and play this game. Let's see if you can afford to play, or I can. Kid, do you think our Zhu clan's 100 million gold is so easy to take away? When the Zhu clan's eldest young master saw that what he did was exposed, He directly stopped hiding it and shed all pretenses. But you actually dared kill 3 revered elders of my Zhu clan. You're dead. At almost the exact same instant he finished speaking, the origin energy on the body of the Zhu clan's eldest young master skyrocketed. Whereas, the origin energy on the bodies of the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups became restless as their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. What? Your Zhu clan doesn't feel that you're in the wrong. Duanling Tian looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the 2 elders as he spoke with a low voice. In the wrong. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face was extremely gloomy, and his gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Perhaps my son has indeed gone too far, but he didn't succeed in the end. You have instead killed 3 revered elders of my Zhu clan. So, you must die today. The origin energy on the Zhu clan's patriarch raged like fire, and there were even strands of fiery red energy leaping about within it. In the sky above him, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside them. 6th level void prying stage. Half-step advanced fire force. He didn't succeed? What a notion! Duanling Tian laughed instead from extreme anger. Today, if his strength was inferior to those 3 Zhu clan revered elders, then he would have already been killed. But now, the Zhu clan's patriarch actually dismissed this matter so lightly. Of course, Duanling Tian knew that the Zhu clan's patriarch and Grand Elders group of 3 had more of an intention to protect the Zhu clan's eldest young master now. You must pay with your blood for killing members of my Zhu clan. Leave your life behind today. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's white brows raised as he glared angrily at Duanling Tian and spoke with a low voice. Leave my life behind? Duanling Tian started laughing brilliantly. Go on and laugh. You're bound to only be able to laugh at this moment for your entire lifetime. The Zhu clan's eldest young master sneered. Duanling Tian restrained the smile on his face in an instant. Then his gaze descended onto the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups. I came to you Zhu clan today to only get even with your Zhu clan's eldest young master. Do all of you really want to get involved in this matter? Have all of you thought it through? Sometimes, a single choice is sufficient to ruin your entire lives. Duanling Tian's voice was cold like ice, and his words had no lack of a warning intention. Although the 4 Zhu clan's higher-ups' actions of blindly protecting the eldest young master caused him to feel detest, he still gave them a chance. As for if these 4 people valued this chance, it wasn't something he was able to intervene in. Duanling Tian's words caused the expressions of the Zhu clan higher-ups to be gloomy. Kid, don't be arrogant. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder was the first to return to his senses, and then his figure flashed out like the wind to pounce towards Duanling Tian. In his hand, a narrow saber appeared out of thin air. Then his origin energy fused into it, and it carried along strands of azure energy as it slashed towards Duanling Tian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He seemed as if he wanted to slash Duanling Tian into 2. In the sky above him, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down before sweeping out with him. Behind the ancient horned dragon silhouette was another 4,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes following it. It was as if they were moving forward as they attended to the Supreme Emperor. 7th level void prying stage. Grade 6 spirit saber. Half-step advanced wind force. This was the strength of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Since all of you don't value this chance, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duanling Tian's voice was calm yet was filled with bloody killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a dim light started to flash into appearance in the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes. Thousand illusion. Instantly, Duanling Tian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand, and he executed the soul skill that belonged exclusively to him. An illusory space was instantly constructed and enveloped the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder had a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage. However, he wasn't an inscription master, nor had he comprehended advanced force. So, The soul skill, Thousand Illusions, that Duanling Tian executed with his spiritual force at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage was something that the Zhu clan's Grand Elder was utterly unable to withstand. Instantly, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder was sealed within the illusory space, and he was like a headless fly that moved about randomly. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder turned around abruptly, and his gaze stared fixedly at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. That icy cold gaze caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master to feel panicked. Grand Elder! He felt the killing intent in the old man's eyes, and his body couldn't refrain from trembling. OM! Suddenly, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder attacked. He slashed his saber that carried the might to split mountains down onto the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand Elder! The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went pale as he flashed out. He wanted to save the eldest young master, yet he was too late. The Zhu clan's eldest young master's eyes stared wide open as he was slashed into 2 halves by the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Blood sprayed into the air as the corpse that was slashed into 2 halves fell down to the ground. Ah! Instantly, a wave of terrified exclaims of the Zhu clan disciples sounded out in the Zhu clan estate. Obviously, they were terrified by the Zhu clan eldest young master's corpse. Grand Elder, why did you kill my son? High above in the sky, the Zhu clan's patriarch's eyes were crimson red as he glared angrily at the Zhu clan Grand Elder. On the other side, the 2 Zhu clan elders had stunned expression as they looked at the Grand Elder. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten of Duanling Tian's existence, whereas Duanling Tian was happy to watch the scene. Humph! The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into an evil arc. Only he knew what had happened earlier. Within the illusory space that he'd constructed, he'd merged the place where he stood in the illusory space with the place the Zhu clan's eldest young master stood outside the illusory space. So, when the Zhu clan's Grand Elder killed him in the illusory space, it was equivalent to the Zhu clan's Grand Elder killing the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. Humph! You can't even withstand a single strike of mine, yet you dare provoke our Zhu clan? Utterly courting death. Meanwhile, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder grunted coldly, and he put away the spirit saber in his hand. Obviously, he was still within the illusory space constructed by Duanling Tian's 1,000 illusions, and he thought that the person he killed was Duanling Tian. This scene caused the Zhu clan's patriarch, who was extremely infuriated, to be dumbstruck. An absurd thought arose in his heart. Grand Elder killed the wrong person? The other 2 Zhu clan elders looked at each other and didn't dare believe that all this was real. The show ought to begin. With a command in his heart, Duanling Tian instantly withdrew his 1,000 illusions. The illusory space shattered into bit, and the Zhu clan's Grand Elder instantly came back to his senses. But when he saw Duanling Tian standing before him completely unharmed, he had a shocked expression as if he'd seen a ghost. How can you have not died? Earlier, I obviously have already. Grand Elder Zhu. Duanling Tian couldn't help but laugh. You wouldn't be thinking that the person that was killed by you earlier was me, right? Duanling Tian's words caused the Zhu clan's Grand Elder's face to go gloomy. Who was it? If it wasn't you? Look around and see who's gone. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth lightly curled into an arc, and the evil arc appeared once more. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder looked around into the surroundings, and he noticed that only the patriarch and the 2 elders remained. The eldest young master that originally stood within them had vanished without a trace. Most importantly, he noticed that the patriarch's expression was extremely unsightly, and the patriarch's eyes were suffused with a crimson red color. Could it be? His heart trembled as he spoke with a trembling voice. I killed Chong. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was called Zhu Chong. Since a young age, the Grand Elder had taken Zhu Chong as his own grandson. But now, Zhu Chong had actually died at his hands? No. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's eyes was crimson red as he ceaselessly shook his head. In the end, he looked at Duanling Tian and roared. It's surely because of you. It's surely because of you. Although he didn't know what had happened earlier, The Grand Elder subconsciously firmly believed that what happened earlier was related to this violet-clothed young man. OM. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder attacked Duanling Tian once more, and his imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. Humph! Duanling Tian revealed an expression of disdain. Thousand Illusion. Duanling Tian executed his soul skill once more. The illusory space appeared once more and enveloped the Zhu clan's Grand Elder within it. In the next moment, Zhu clan's Grand Elder seemed as if he was possessed once again, and he swung his saber to slash towards the Patriarch and two elders. At the beginning, the Zhu clan's Patriarch's group of 3 were barely able to withstand the attacks of the Grand Elder. Gradually, they lacked the strength to continue. OM. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder slashed down to kill one of the Zhu clan elders. Elder Liang. The Patriarch and the other elder went gloomy. What exactly have you done? Now, the Zhu clan's Patriarch had realized as well that the bizarre happenings before his eyes was related to Duanling Tian, and he roared with a grim voice. Patriarch Zhu, don't say that I didn't warn you. I told you, sometimes, a choice is sufficient to ruin your entire life. Duanling Tian smiled lightly, but in the eyes of the Zhu clan Patriarch, Duanling Tian's smile was like the smile of a devil. OM. The Grand Elder swung down his saber once more and killed the other elder as well. Grand Elder! It's me, it's me! Only the Zhu clan Patriarch remained, and he roared endlessly in an effort to stop the Grand Elder. But the Zhu clan Grand Elder was currently within the illusory space that was created by Duanling Tian's Thousand Illusion. He seemed as if he was possessed, and it was utterly impossible for him to be awakened. In the end, the Zhu clan's Patriarch followed in the footsteps of the 2 Zhu clan elders. I'll give you a swift death. Duanling Tian's figure flashed to arrive behind the Grand Elder. Swish! He pointed out with his finger and took the life of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The Zhu clan's eldest young master and all the 4 higher-ups of the Zhu clan had died. Spatial ring. Duanling Tian remembered after a short moment that he hadn't gathered the spatial rings of the Zhu clan members, and he instantly descended from the sky. The entire martial practice arena was covered in blood. Amongst the 5 corpses, only one was a complete corpse. In the surroundings of the martial practice arena, the crowd of Zhu clan disciples had ghastly pale faces, and some who had weak psychological endurance almost vomited. What exactly happened? Why have the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the others been killed? The Zhu clan disciples completely didn't know what had happened. There's someone in the sky! Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Subsequently, all the Zhu clan disciples saw a violet-colored figure descend from the sky and stand in the martial practice arena. This was a violet-clothed young man with graceful bearing. But the violet-clothed young man's current actions didn't conform to his bearing in the slightest. The violet-clothed young man was putting away the spatial rings of the Zhu clan's deceased Patriarch and the others in a practiced manner. He killed the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the others? The Zhu clan disciples were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian, and they only recovered from their shock when Duanling Tian's figure flashed and vanished before their eyes. Such a young man actually possesses the strength to kill the Patriarch and the others. Who exactly is he? He's surely a member of those great powers. I wonder how the Patriarch and the others offended him. Fortunately, he didn't have the intention to make a move against our Zhu clan. Otherwise, our Zhu clan would surely be annihilated. The Zhu clan disciples discussed animatedly, and many of them even felt a slight lingering fear in their hearts. They felt fortunate that they'd escaped this calamity. Duanling Tian left the Zhu clan and left Abundance City. To him, the incident that occurred in Abundance City was only a small matter that wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't long before he tossed it to the back of his head. Milky Way City was the most flourishing trade city in the Darkhan dynasty, and it was also the final destination of Duanling Tian when he came to the Darkhan dynasty. My time is limited, and I'm unable to head over to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. If I'm unable to find the ageless root in the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way City and the Darkstone Empire's flourishing Summer City, Then I can only wait for when I advance in the Darkstone Empire and head over to the Darkhan Dynasty's capital to continue searching. Duanling Tian headed all the way to Milky Way City according to the map in his possession. Along the way, he'd found a forest with dense amounts of demon beasts to tame a 7th-level void-prying stage flying beast with his soul skill to carry him. Although the speed of this demon beast was slower to the little gold mouse, it wasn't much inferior. Duanling Tian calmed his heart and cultivated while sitting cross-legged on the back of the demon beast. In his cultivating, Duanling Tian forgot the time, and he only awoke from his cultivating when the demon beast woke him up. I'm still a small distance away from the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Presently, another 2 months had passed. Duanling Tian's cultivation had obtained swift improvement and was approaching the 6th level of the void-prying stage already. That's Milky Way City. Duanling Tian sat on the back of the demon beast and was brought plunging downwards, and a city appeared in his eyes. This city was absolutely the largest city that Duanling Tian had seen in this world. In terms of the area it occupied, even the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City and flourishing Summer City combined together wasn't even half of the size of this city. After he came near to the city, Duanling Tian was able to see numerous swift figures either flashing past from high above in the air or dashing past on the ground, and they ceaselessly gushed into the Milky Way City before him. There were both human martial artists and demon beasts amongst these figures. The latter were all ridden by human martial artists. Duanling Tian slowly stood up, and he stood on the demon beast while allowing it to bring him into the city. In the Milky Way City, people that were conspicuous like Duanling Tian were too innumerable to be counted. So Duanling Tian's arrival didn't draw the attention of others. I should first look for the treasure-gathering pavilion to issue a task, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Subsequently, he descended down from the sky and stopped a middle-aged man that passed by, and then he asked politely, "Big brother, may I ask?" "Don't bother me. I have an important matter to attend to." The middle-aged man spoke impatiently. "Big brother, I want to ask where the treasure-gathering pavilion." Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled, and a gold bill with a 10,000 denomination appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Walk ahead, then turn right when you arrive at the end, and the treasure-gathering pavilion is there." A tremendous change occurred in the middle-aged man's attitude after he received the gold bill, and then he left. "He's truly realistic." Duanling Tian shook his head and soared up into the sky once again to stand onto the back of the demon beast before urging it to head forward. In next to no time, Duanling Tian arrived at the end of the road. After he turned right, Duanling Tian saw the large plaque with gold words on the faraway standalone building. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Duanling Tian had only just arrived at the door to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion when an attendant moved over to greet him. "Guest, please come inside." One of the attendants respectfully greeted Duanling Tian into the pavilion. On the way, the attendant asked Duanling Tian about his reason for arrival. When he found out Duanling Tian came here to offer a reward for a task, he didn't dare-dally and brought Duanling Tian to the 3rd floor. "Guest, may I know what you want to offer a reward for? And what will you use as a reward?" The old man behind the counter looked at Duanling Tian with an expressionless face. "Ageless root." After Duanling Tian described the characteristics of the ageless root like he did in the flourishing Summer City, he specially drew a picture of the ageless root. Subsequently, Duanling Tian withdrew a grade 4 spirit sword and passed it to the old man. The old man seemed rather suspicious as he held the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand. Whoosh! Along with origin energy gushing out from the old man's hand, beside the 2 ancient dragon silhouettes in the sky above him, another 1 ancient horned dragon and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. First level of the Void Initiation stage. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. When he entered, he didn't use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation. Now, it had shocked him when he saw the old man reveal a cultivation at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. As expected of the treasure-gathering pavilion in the most flourishing city of Darkhan Dynasty, an old man that was merely in charge of registering behind the counter was in existence at the Void Initiation stage. Duanling Tian was shocked, yet the old man was even more shocked than him. An amplification of 60%? The old man's stiff face revealed a shocked expression, and bright lights flickered in his muddy eyes. The old man looked over and Duan Tian lightly nodded. Senior, please register it for me. The old man nodded and spoke in a slight dull manner. A grade 4 spirit weapon can waive the administration fee. 3 months later, no matter if the thing you require is found, you can rely on this jade ornament half to exchange for your spirit weapon. As he finished speaking, the old man passed a half of a jade ornament to Duan Tian. The rules here was exactly the same to the treasure-gathering pavilion in the Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city. A grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%? The attendant that brought Duan Tian in was completely stunned on the spot, and he assumed a petrified state. According to his knowledge, there seemed to not be a single grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Darkhan dynasty that was able to refine a grade 4 spirit sword with a 60% amplification. Because of this, the value of this grade 4 spirit sword could be easily imagined. Thank you, Senior. Duan Tian lightly smiled and nodded to the old man, and then he urged the demon beast and left. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provides a 60% amplification. Could it be that he's related to that person? Wait, even that person exhausted a lifetime of effort and was only able to refine 2 grade 4 spirit weapons with a 59% amplification, yet none of them were grade 4 spirit weapons with a 60% amplification. The thought that had just emerged in the old man's heart was shattered by himself. In his eyes, the violet figure that moved into the distance was that much more mysterious. You, quickly take this picture to the main hall on the first floor and stick it on the bulletin board. Then, announce that no matter who it is, so long as they're able to produce the medicinal material on the picture, they'll be able to obtain a grade 4 spirit sword that provides a 60% amplification. The old man looked at the attendant and spoke with a serious expression. Yes. The attendant left after replying. The old man left the counter as well, and he headed towards the stairs that lead to the higher floors. After a short moment, he arrived before a room on the 5th floor. Pavilion Master. The old man stood outside as he bowed. The treasure-gathering pavilion was a business under a formidable power of the Darkhan dynasty. It was distributed all over the Darkhan dynasty. Even if it was the various empires under the Darkhan dynasty, all of them had branches of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Every branch pavilion had a pavilion master, and Milky Way City was no exception. Not only that, because Milky Way City was the most flourishing trade city in the Darkhan dynasty, the pavilion master of the Milky Way City branch was even an expert with shocking strength, and no one knew how strong this pavilion master was. However, although the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion branch had numerous treasures, there was rarely anyone that dared look for trouble with it, and the deterrent force of the pavilion master could be seen from this. Enter. In the room, a sonorous voice sounded out. Along with the old man entering, a middle-aged man appeared within the old man's field of vision, and he had his back towards the old man. Do you need something? The middle-aged man turned around, his gaze like lightning, and he stared at the old man as he asked, Pavilion Master, look at this. Although just from appearance, the old man was enough to be the middle-aged man's father. When he faced the middle-aged man, he was instead respectful and reverent, and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand, a spirit sword. This is. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and he didn't seem to make any further movement, yet the spirit sword in the old man's hand instantly flew out to firmly descend in his hand. It was just like it was dragged over by a shapeless force. If Duan Tian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be extremely shocked. Because what the middle-aged man used now was an ability of taking something from a distance. Taking something from a distance seemed to be simple, yet it was actually extremely difficult. If it wasn't a martial artist with a formidable strength, it was utterly impossible to achieve this. But when faced with the middle-aged man taking the spirit sword from his hand from a distance, the old man seemed to not be shocked in the slightest, and it was as if he was accustomed to it. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the spirit sword on his hand. After a short while, his eyes abruptly squinted. What a profound weapons refinement technique! This grade 4 spirit sword is at least able to amplify strength by 59%. Could it be that it's a masterpiece of that old fellow? As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man muttered. The old man who stood respectfully at the side wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man was able to see how extraordinary the spirit sword was by just looking at it. Because he knew that the pavilion master was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. And he was one of the only 5 grade 4 weapons craftsmen that were known of in the Darkhan dynasty. Wait! In next to no time, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered. I've seen both of the top grade 4 spirit weapons that old fellow refined, and there wasn't a spirit sword amongst them. Could it be that this is his recent work? As he finished muttering, the middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked with a low voice, "Who placed this sword in our treasure-gathering pavilion?" It was a young man. The old man said respectfully, "This is the reward for the task he issued. So long as someone is able to find the thing he requires, he'll give this grade 4 spirit sword to that person. Besides that, Pavilion Master, this grade 4 spirit sword doesn't provide an amplification of 59%. The old man looked at the middle-aged man, and he seemed to have thought of something. It doesn't provide an amplification of 59%? The middle-aged man frowned, and then he sized up the spirit sword in his hand once more. Could it be that I'm mistaken? This spirit sword has a deceptive appearance. No. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Pavilion Master, this spirit sword doesn't only provide an amplification of 59%, it is able to provide an amplification of 60%. 60%. The old man's words entered into the middle-aged man, and it seemed like a thunderclap that caused the middle-aged man to be dazed. A 60% amplification? In next to no time, the middle-aged man had a serious expression as he held the sword and tested it. Along with his origin energy surging on the sword in his hand, ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. In the end, he finally confirmed it. It really provides a 60% amplification. Instantly, the middle-aged man's face flushed red, and his eyes that looked at the spirit sword in his hand flickered with a dazzling bright light. His chest rose and fell like a bellow, and it was difficult for him to calm down even after a long time. The old man wasn't surprised by the middle-aged man's loss of composure. As far as he was concerned, the Pavilion Master was a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and when the Pavilion Master saw a grade 4 spirit weapon with such a terrifying amplification, it was natural for the Pavilion Master to be burning with eagerness. What has that young man offered this spirit sword as reward for? The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a burning gaze as he asked. If it was possible, he wanted to obtain this grade 4 spirit sword. If a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% fell into his hands, then after he carefully studied it, he would perhaps be able to improve his attainment in the Tao of weapons refinement. Perhaps he would be able to refine a spirit weapon with a 59% amplification because of this, or even refine a grade 4 spirit weapon with a 60% amplification. Pavilion Master, the thing that young man is looking for is a type of medicinal material. He called that medicinal material as ageless root. The old man replied, Ageless root. The middle-aged man frowned. What's that? I've never heard of it. Even Pavilion Master hasn't heard of it? The old man was stunned. As far as he was concerned, this was an extremely unbelievable thing. The Pavilion Master was a top figure that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty. Logically speaking, there were few things that the Pavilion Master didn't know. Did he say what characteristics the medicinal material possesses? The middle-aged man continued asking. Yes. The old man nodded, and then he passed on everything the violet-clothed young man said earlier. Not only that, the old man even copied Duan Ling Tian's actions and drew out the ageless root. The ageless root's characteristics were extremely obvious, and it was formed entirely naturally. An ordinary root-state medicinal material was utterly unable to grow into this appearance. What a peculiar medicinal material! The middle-aged man's eyes squinted and he was slightly shocked. With just a glance, he discerned that this medicinal material was extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know what happened in the treasure-gathering pavilion after he left. Presently, he was sitting by the window in a restaurant in Milky Way City, and he looked at the people on the busy streets and the void-prying stage martial artists and demon beasts that flashed past in the sky. I wonder where that little fellow, Little Gold, is now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes contained slight worry. The little gold mouse had always been bad with directions and was even swept away by the sandstorm, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely worried. In next to no time, fragrant dishes had arrived. But Duan Ling Tian instead didn't have the appetite. In next to no time, the guests in the restaurant grew more and more, and at the same time it became bustling. Hey, have you heard? A task issued by the treasure-gathering pavilion half an hour ago is offering a reward for a rare medicinal material. A middle-aged man had just sat down before saying to his companion at the same table, "Don't people frequently offer a reward for medicinal materials in the treasure-gathering pavilion? What's so strange about that?" His companion regarded it as beneath his notice. "Hee, you don't know something." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Do you know what the reward is for the medicinal material?" "What is it?" The latter's curiosity was aroused. "A grade 4 spirit sword." The middle-aged man spoke clearly with words that was extremely shocking. "What?" Instantly, the packed restaurant was in a complete uproar. A grade 4 spirit sword as reward for a medicinal material? Is this really true? Many customers in the restaurant slightly didn't believe it. As far as they were concerned, how rare was a grade 4 spirit weapon? How could a mere medicinal material compare to it? Even if it was the most valuable medicinal material they knew of, its worth in their eyes was far inferior to a grade 4 spirit weapon. If all of you don't believe me, feel free to go take a look at the main hall at the first floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion after you finish eating. That task is presently hung on the most conspicuous bulletin board in the main hall. The middle-aged man was instantly unhappy when he saw people doubting him. When they heard the middle-aged man, the customers in the restaurant slightly believe him. Who's so generous to actually want to exchange a grade 4 spirit weapon for a medicinal material? After I finish eating, I'll surely go take a look at what medicinal material he wants to exchange for it. Yeah, if we have that medicinal material in our possessions, that will make a fortune. Quickly finish eating so we can go take a look. Many people started gulping down their food, and they swept through the food on their tables. Hee, all of you should go quickly. If you're later, then it's very likely that someone would beat you to the punch. The middle-aged man laughed when he saw this scene, and he spoke with a desire to stir up trouble. Right, I forget to tell of all you something. The grade 4 spirit weapon in the treasure-gathering pavilion that's provided as the reward is a grade 4 spirit weapon that is able to provide an amplification of 60%. Silence. Along with the middle-aged man finishing, the interior of the restaurant was completely deathly silent. Numerous gazes shot onto the middle-aged man in unison. After a short moment, crash, 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 crash. A wave of sounds of bowls and plates falling to the ground and shattering sounded out. Some of the customers had become dazed, and the bowls and plates in their hands fell down accidentally. 60% amplification? Are you sure? In next to no time, someone gasped and looked at the middle-aged man as he asked in confirmation. The treasure-gathering pavilion said this. As for the credibility of the treasure-gathering pavilion, I presume all of you are clear about it. They've never made an overstatement for anything, said the middle-aged man. Motherfucker, I'm not fucking eating anymore. Waiter, the bill. Instantly, there were people that paid their bills and left. After a short moment, only 2 tables of people didn't leave in the entire restaurant. Besides the middle-aged man's table, only Duan Ling Tian's table remained. Presently, these 2 tables seemed to stand out. Eh? The middle-aged man was instantly slightly surprised when he saw someone so composed. Little brother, you're not going to go join in the fun? Perhaps you have that medicinal material in your possession. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and smiled lightly. Perhaps. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he started to immerse himself in eating and drinking. Join in the fun? If this middle-aged man knew that the Grade 4 spirit sword was placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion by him, the middle-aged man would probably not say this. Looks like my plan is correct. The influence of the treasure-gathering pavilion is extremely large. I presume it won't be long before the news of a Grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60% is being provided in exchange for the ageless root would spread out extremely far. After eating his fill, Duan Tian paid his bill and left before looking for an inn to stay in. 3 months later, no matter if there's an outcome, I must leave the Darkhan dynasty and return to the Darkstone Empire. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it for the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. Duan Tian thought to himself after he found a place to stay. Duan Tian closed his eyes and rested his mind after lying in the bath barrel that had steam rising from it. I hope Little Gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Tian thought in his heart. He was always unable to stop worrying about the little gold mouse in his heart. Although the little gold mouse was a demon beast that followed by his side after Little Black and Little White, during these few years Little Black and Little White weren't by his side, and it had always been Little Gold that followed by his side. He'd long since had deep feelings towards Little Gold, and he'd taken Little Gold to be a loved one in his heart. After he finished bathing, Duan Tian changed into a set of dry clothes before sitting cross-legged on the bed, intending to cultivate. After he consumed a void-strengthening pill, Duan Tian closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. During this period of time, Duan Tian planned to stay in Milky Way City and not go out anymore. Firstly, he wanted to quietly cultivate. Secondly, he was worried that Little Gold would appear in Milky Way City. Milky Way City was too chaotic. During these few days, Duan Tian had walked around Milky Way City, and he was able to see many martial artists losing their lives. In Milky Way City, the definition of the law of the jungle was explained extremely perfectly. 2 months passed. Duan Tian underwent the final breakthrough. So long as he charged through the bottleneck, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the void prying stage in one go. This time, Duan Tian spent 3 days and 3 nights before finally smoothly breaking through. Whoosh! The origin energy on Duan Tian's body surged and roared. Swoosh! As he looked at the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had condensed into form in the sky above him after the energy of heaven and earth roiled, Duan Tian revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally broken through. Duan Tian's mood was elated. The next 7th level of the void prying stage will be another critical threshold. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to break through before the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire begins. This was something that Duan Tian knew extremely well in his heart. I hope there will be some leads to the ageless root. The rebirth pill was a turning point for him, but unfortunately, he must first find the ageless root to refine the rebirth pill. Otherwise, all this would only be a dream. I have to leave in a month from now. I'll go around during this month and see if Little Gold has come to Milky Way City. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Tian moved about all around Milky Way City. Of course, he didn't cause trouble himself, and he intentionally avoided those martial artists at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above. If a martial artist below the 9th level of the void prying stage offended him, then he wouldn't hold back and directly killed the martial artist swiftly. Presently, Duan Tian's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the void prying stage, and his spiritual force had been pushed to the 8th level of the void prying stage. So long as they weren't inscription masters, then he was able to kill all martial artists below the 9th level of the void prying stage. Bang! A corpse fell down before Duan Tian. This was an 8th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force. After my spiritual force broke through, the illusory space constructed by 1,000 illusions is sufficient to disregard advanced force. Duan Tian thought in his heart as he looked at the corpse that fell before his feet, and he was slightly delighted. Now, even if I go against Su Li, I won't be afraid of his advanced sword force. Duan Tian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Tian turned around and left, leaving behind the surrounding crowd of void-prying stage martial artists that looked at Duanling Tian with terror. This young man looked to be around the age of 25, yet his strength is actually so terrifying. With his natural talent and strength, he ought to not be someone with no reputation in the Darkhan dynasty. The surrounding people whispered in discussion. Duanling Tian, who had just taken a few steps, frowned, and then he looked towards the sky as if he noticed something. After he noticed that no one was high above in the sky, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. After Duanling Tian left, a tall figure appeared from behind the clouds and missed high above in the sky. This little fellow has such a cute intuition. I was actually almost noticed by him. The tall figure was a middle-aged man who had a surprised expression now. Even an 8th-level void-prying stage martial artist that has comprehended advanced force died at his hands. Possessing such strength at an age like his is truly difficult to come by. The middle-aged man's brows raised. Yet I wonder which one of the young geniuses that possesses the greatest reputation in the Darkhan dynasty he is. A month of time passed by extremely quickly. During this month, even though Duanling Tian had deliberately looked all around for the little gold mouse, yet he returned empty-handed. Looks like little gold didn't come to Milky Way City. Dawn. Duanling Tian, who walked out of the inn, shook his head and sighed. Now, I can only hope that little gold has already returned to the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire. Duanling Tian walked towards the treasure-gathering pavilion as he worried about the little gold mouse. After he arrived at the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duanling Tian felt slightly perturbed. I wonder if there's any leads to the ageless route. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. After he walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duanling Tian saw the task that hung on the bulletin board in the main hall, and there was even a picture on it that had the ageless route drawn upon it. Who? Duanling Tian let out a breath of air, and a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He'd come back empty-handed in the end. He knew clearly in his heart that if someone had found the ageless route, then his task would have surely been removed long ago. The task still hanging there meant that during these 3 months, no one had found the ageless route. Guest! In next to no time, an attendant moved over to greet him. Duanling Tian recognized that this attendant was precisely the attendant that brought him to the 3rd floor to issue the task 3 months ago. Bring me to that senior. I want to remove my reward. Duanling Tian spoke to the attendant via voice transmission. The attendant nodded and respectfully led the way. Since 3 months ago, after he witnessed the might of the spirit sword that Duanling Tian placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he knew that Duanling Tian's identity was extraordinary. Otherwise, how would he possess such a heaven-defying grade for spirit sword? At the 3rd level of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duanling Tian met that old man once again. Senior. Duanling Tian looked at the old man. You intend to remove the reward task? The old man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duanling Tian taking out the half of the broken jade ornament. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. It's probably impossible to find the thing I want in a short amount of time. I intend to think of a way in the future. Subsequently, Duanling Tian saw to his shock that the old man glanced at the nearby attendant, and the attendant left sensibly. Senior. Duanling Tian revealed a puzzled expression. Young man, our pavilion master said that so long as you come to remove the reward task, then I should take you to see him. Please follow me. The old man left the counter and called out to Duanling Tian before walking off. Pavilion master? Duanling Tian's brows raised. Could it be because of that grade 4 spirit sword? Duanling Tian quickly guessed the reason. When he thought of the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duanling Tian wasn't worried that the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion would do anything to him. Duanling Tian followed behind the old man to head upstairs along the staircase. Senior, why does the pavilion master want to see me? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Young man, I'll be honest with you. The pavilion master wants to see you because he's interested in the grade 4 spirit sword you placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion. The old man spoke straightforwardly. As expected. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart before saying, Senior, if the Pavilion Master is able to find the ageless root, I'll naturally give him the grade 4 spirit sword. The old man shook his head and smiled, but he didn't say anything. In next to no time, the old man brought Duan Ling Tian to the 5th floor. The old man stood outside and spoke respectfully. Pavilion Master, the guest that placed that grade 4 spirit sword has arrived. Please come in. A sonorous voice sounded out. Although it didn't contain any origin energy, it still caused Duan Ling Tian's mind to shake. What a deep cultivation! Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Young man, please enter, said the old man to Duan Ling Tian, whereas he himself instead stood at the side like a guardian. Duan Ling Tian walked in with large strides. A tall middle-aged man in blue clothes stood there like a statue. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop the middle-aged man. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He noticed that his spiritual force melted into the middle-aged man's body as if it went into a ball of cotton and had no place to exert force on. It gave him a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Could it be? Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his head, and after a thought emerged in his mind, it was difficult to suppress it any longer. I'm afraid only a void interpretation stage expert is able to cause my spiritual force to lose effect. Duan Ling Tian gasped secretly. A void interpretation stage expert. You placed that grade 4 spirit sword in my treasure-gathering pavilion? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man turned around, and his stiff face faced Duan Ling Tian as he asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Whoosh! The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that the spirit sword was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword he'd placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion. I'll go straight to the point. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke frankly. I'm rather interested in this spirit sword, but I'm temporarily unable to find the ageless root you want. Duan Ling Tian frowned. This void interpretation stage expert wouldn't be thinking of using might to oppress him and forcefully seize his grade 4 spirit sword, right? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian found out that he'd overthought things. How about this? Lend this grade 4 spirit sword to me for 3 years. For the sake of making up for your loss, I can refine another ordinary grade 4 spirit sword for you and another 2 spirit fruits. The middle-aged man didn't mince his words. Lend for 3 years? Make up with a grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits? You're a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian reacted to the meaning behind the middle-aged man's words and spoke with slight surprise. Hiss! Practically at the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a strand of blue flames arose in the hand of the middle-aged man with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged and were restless. It was precisely a grade 4 weapon flame, the weapon flame that was specific to a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Yes, I'm a grade 4 weapons craftsman. The middle-aged man nodded. So in this way, Pavilion Master wants to borrow my grade 4 spirit sword to study it? Duan Ling Tian went straight to the heart of the matter. He'd guessed the Pavilion Master's intentions. It was none other than because the grade 4 spirit sword he placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion possessed an amplification of 60%. So the Pavilion Master wanted to study the profundity within it and improve his own level of weapons refinement ability. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded, and then he asked, Do you agree to my conditions? So long as you agree, I'll give you the compensation right now. Besides that, during this period of 3 years, I'll do my best to help you search for that ageless root. Needless to say, the conditions of the treasure-gathering pavilion's Pavilion Master was filled with temptation, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to find it difficult to resist. Pavilion Master, I want to know what spirit fruit you want to give me? Duan Ling Tian asked. Void reserve fruit, spirit void fruit. The Pavilion Master spoke slowly. Duan Ling Tian's eyes abruptly lit up when he heard this. The void reserve fruit was a precious spirit fruit that was able to improve the cultivation of a void prying stage martial artist, and it wasn't inferior when compared to the void refining fruit he consumed in the past. As for the spirit void fruit, it was even more shocking. It was a spirit fruit that void initiation stage martial artists used to improve their cultivation, and there was a possibility that a void prying stage martial artist would explode from the pent-up energy if the martial artist forcefully consumed it. Duanling Tian had never consumed both the spirit fruits in the past, and to Duanling Tian, they were undoubtedly precious treasures. Borrow my grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years, and in return, he'll give me an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits? Besides that, he'll also help me look for the ageless root. At this moment, Duanling Tian exploded out with joy in his heart. To him, this was an extremely great thing. If it was only a grade 4 spirit weapon, and so long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. But that void reserve fruit and spirit void fruit were precious treasures that could only be acquired by luck but not sought after. How about it? With a raise of his hand, 2 spirit fruits had appeared in the hand of the pavilion master. Besides that, there was also another spirit sword. Pavilion master. Duanling Tian looked at the pavilion master. I agree to your conditions. The pavilion master was originally slightly perturbed. After all, although he compensated Duanling Tian with a grade 4 spirit weapon and 2 spirit fruits. But as far as he was concerned, the value of a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was far higher than the value of the things he gave Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's agreement caused him to heave a sigh of relief. Pavilion master, I'll trouble you with searching for the ageless root. Duanling Tian smiled lightly, and then casually put away the grade 4 spirit sword and spirit fruits that the pavilion master passed to him. This spirit weapon's materials are not bad. If I refine it once more, it will similarly be able to possess an amplification of 60%. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. To him, the grade 4 spirit sword that the pavilion master compensated to him only required him spending 2 hours of time before it could transform into a spirit weapon that was at the top grade amongst the top grade. At that time, the value of the spirit sword wouldn't be inferior to the grade 4 spirit sword he refined earlier and was in the hands of the pavilion master. It could be said that not only did he not suffer any losses, he even used a short 2 hours of time to earn 2 spirit fruits. Most importantly, with this pavilion master of the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion helping him search for the ageless root, the efficiency of the search would undoubtedly increase greatly. When all was said and done, this time he'd made a fortune. Don't worry. Although I don't dare guarantee I can find the ageless root, I will try my best. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion promised Duanling Tian. Thank you, pavilion master. Duanling Tian hurriedly thanked him. In all the various dynasties, I can be considered to have great knowledge, yet I've never heard of the ageless root that you're looking for. The pavilion master looked at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me what type of medicinal material the ageless root is, and what use does it have? Of course. Duanling Tian smiled lightly and said casually, the ageless root is a medicinal material that's slightly similar to the sharp claws of the phoenix from the legends. Although it's a medicinal material, the ageless root is instead able to be used as a weapons refinement material. Weapons refinement material? The pavilion master's pupils constricted. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. I know a grade 3 weapons craftsman. He's able to use this ageless root as the main material to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Grade 3 weapons craftsman. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Waves of shock arose on the calm face of the pavilion master. You know a grade 3 weapons craftsman. The pavilion master's breathing became hurried. He was a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and in the entire Darkhan dynasty or the various dynasties, he was an existence that stood at the peak of the Tao of weapons refinement. An appearance of a grade 3 weapons craftsman in the various dynasties has never been heard of. To the people of the various dynasties, a grade 3 weapons craftsman was an existence of legend that was far beyond their reach. Supposedly, weapons craftsmen at grade 3 of above existed in the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. But in the various dynasties, there were few who left the foreign lands and returned. So to the people of the various dynasties, a weapons craftsman at grade 3 or above was an extremely mysterious existence. As grade 4 weapons craftsman, All of them were filled with yearning towards becoming a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, and the Pavilion Master was no exception. Pavilion Master, the Grade 4 spirit sword in your hands was refined by that Grade 3 weapons craftsman, said Duanling Tian. Although all this was casually made up by Duanling Tian, he spoke convincingly, and it caused the Pavilion Master to deeply believe him. No wonder. I was wondering how could a Grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 60% possible appear in the Darkhan dynasty. So it turns out that it's from a Grade 3 weapons craftsman senior. The Pavilion Master gasped, and the gaze he shot at Duanling Tian was completely different. If it was said that he didn't really take this young man seriously in the past, then now, he'd instead taken this young man to be an existence that was on the same level as him, and he didn't dare be discourteous to the young man in the slightest. Only because this was a young man that knew a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. As far as he was concerned, since this young man was able to make a Grade 3 weapons craftsman refine a weapon for him, then this young man surely had a deep relationship with the weapons craftsman. Little brother, what's the relationship between you and the Grade 3 weapons craftsman? The Pavilion Master looked at Duanling Tian and asked with slight excitement. He's my master. Duanling Tian spoke straightforwardly. Master. Little brother, so you're that senior's disciple? I've been impolite earlier. The Pavilion Master gasped secretly, and he spoke once more with a serious tone. The person that stood before him was the disciple of a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. Pavilion Master, don't mention it. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. The tremendous change of the attitude of the Pavilion Master before him wasn't surprising to Duanling Tian. A Grade 3 weapons craftsman was sufficient to make many thoughts gush within the Pavilion Master's mind. Little brother, I'm called Xianxia. Besides being the Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion in the Darkhan Dynasty's Milky Way City, I'm also the Vice Guild Master of the Darkhan Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The Pavilion Master, Xianxia, looked at Duanling Tian. May I know your name, little brother? Duanling Tian was secretly shocked in his heart when he heard Xianxia. He never expected that besides being the Pavilion Master of this treasure-gathering pavilion, Xianxia actually had another respected identity. Pavilion Master, I'm called Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian introduced himself. Duanling Tian? A wisp of astonishment flashed imperceptibly in the eyes of Xianxia. He'd never heard of this name. Could it be that he isn't from the Darkhan dynasty? Xianxia thought in his heart. Otherwise, with this person's shocking strength, it would logically be impossible for him to be a person that isn't well known. How about I call you Brother Ling Tian? Xianxia lightly smiled as he asked. I'm overwhelmed by Pavilion Master's favor of addressing me like that. Duanling Tian smiled. Brother Ling Tian, may I know where your master is now? If it's possible, I hope to be able to personally pay a visit to him. After he found out that Duanling Tian was the disciple of a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Xianxia was more and more courteous towards Duanling Tian. Pavilion Master, I'm afraid that's not possible. That master of mine usually doesn't like meeting unfamiliar people. Of course, if Pavilion Master is able to find that ageless root, perhaps my master will be happy and be willing to meet Pavilion Master. Duanling Tian shook his head, and then he added an extra sentence at the end. The reason Duanling Tian added these words was naturally because he wanted Xianxia to do his very best to find the ageless root. As expected, after he heard Duanling Tian's words, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he had a serious expression. Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian. I'll surely do my utmost to find the ageless root. Xianxia already had a plan in his heart. He would utilize his enormous network of relationships to find that ageless root. Just for the sake of meeting that Grade 3 weapons craftsman and properly seeking guidance. Then I'll be troubling Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, it's getting later and I ought to leave. Duanling Tian bid his farewells to Xianxia before leaving the 5th floor and leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion. My gains this time aren't bad. After he left the treasure-gathering pavilion and walked out of Milky Way City, a joyful smile hung on the face of Duanling Tian, who sat on the back of the 7th-level void-prying stage demon beast and left. With a raise of his hand, A completely glittering and translucent spirit fruit had appeared in his hand. It was precisely the void reserve fruit. A spirit fruit that was comparable to a void refining fruit. When Duanling Tian was at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duanling Tian had gone deep into Blackwind Ridge during the first experience mission to wipe out the bandits, and he'd obtained the additional reward of a void refining fruit at that time. After he consumed the void refining fruit, his strength had swiftly improved. Be obedient. Duanling Tian noticed that after he took out the void reserve fruit, the demon beast beneath him became slightly restless. Obviously, it was drawn by the void reserve fruit. Duanling Tian swallowed the void reserve fruit with a few bites, and then he consumed a void-strengthening pill before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM form. After he consumed the void reserve fruit, the origin energy in Duanling Tian's body was vast and powerful, and it wasn't long before it arrived at the breakthrough point. The final charge to the 7th level of the void prying stage was completed 10 days later. Bang! Within the tough meridians in Duanling Tian's body, his vast origin energy gushed out and easily charged through the final bottleneck. At the same time, a tremendous change occurred in Duanling Tian's origin energy. I've broken through. Duanling Tian abruptly opened his eyes as a bright light flashed within, and slight delight appeared on his face. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before lightly clenching his fists. Origin energy suffused his fists and raged atop it. At the same time, an enormous lifelike silhouette coiled down from the sky above him. It was precisely an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duanling Tian's cultivation had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Not much of the medicinal strength of that void reserve fruit still remains. I still have to rely on myself for my future cultivation. Duanling Tian thought to himself. As for the other spirit void fruit that Pavilion Master Xiang gave me, I can only consume it after I break through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it would be too risky. Presently, Su Li's cultivation has probably already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. As for Luo Zhan and the others, it would probably be slightly inferior. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian had thought of Su Li and the others again. The changes in me after going out this time is probably sufficient to shock them, right? Duanling Tian revealed a brilliant smile. In next to no time, the smile on Duanling Tian's face was restrained. Little Gold, where exactly are you now? Duanling Tian couldn't help but feel a wave of worry when he thought of the little gold mouse. In his eyes, the little gold mouse didn't have the slightest sense of direction, and wanting her to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city by herself seemed to be slightly difficult. I hope she knows how to ask a human martial artist for the way. Duanling Tian could only console himself in this way. In the following journey, Duanling Tian was laden with worry, and he was slightly dispirited to cultivate. I'll almost be able to arrive at the imperial city in another half a month. After a few months, Duanling Tian, who'd entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire, thought in his heart. On the way back, Duanling Tian took a straight path, so it was extremely efficient. The Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition is in a month from now. I'll be just in time to make it. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Currently, Duanling Tian was situated at the northern area of the Darkstone Empire, whereas an unexpected guest had arrived at the southern area of the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! A figure in yellow clothes flashed past in the sky with an extremely swift speed. Everywhere the figure passed, the clouds and mist were shaken apart and seemed to have transformed into a heavenly road. The person that way hurrying on was a yellow-clothed young girl that looked to be around the age of 16. Her appearance was like carved jade, and she was extremely beautiful. From the young girl's young face, one could discern that when she matured in the future, she would surely become a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Hiss hiss, suddenly, 2 light sounds sounded out from beneath the yellow-clothed young girl's sleeve. Subsequently, 2 little heads stuck out from there. It was precisely 2 little pythons. The 2 little pythons were black and white respectively. The former had a golden single horn on its head. The latter had a silver single horn on its head. Little black, little white. We'll be able to see Big Brother Ling Tian really soon. The young girl rubbed the little heads of the two little pythons as she smiled lightly. Hiss hiss suddenly. The little white python raised its head to look at the young girl, and its eyes emitted slight worry. Don't worry. The young girl lightly shook her head. Qing Nu ought to not come looking for us for the time being, but after she deals with her business here, she's probably be coming to look for us. At that time, we'll have to leave again. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons dropped their little heads, and they were slightly dejected. Don't worry, I'll surely sneak out again in the future, and I'll bring the two of you to look for Big Brother Ling Tian. When they heard the young girl's promise, the two little pythons quieted down once again. Darkstone Empire, Imperial City. Because the young genius competition was approaching, there were many unfamiliar faces in the Imperial City. These unfamiliar faces were either from the various powers of the Darkstone Empire or from the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. In the past few days, the Imperial City's guards had started to become busy, because battles frequently erupted all over the Imperial City. These battles were mostly caused by the young geniuses from the various powers that were gathered in the Imperial City. Every single young genius that could come to the Imperial City to participate in the young genius competition was a proud son of the heavens with extreme arrogance, and no one was convinced of the other's supremacy. Along with the young genius competition coming closer and closer, the Imperial City once again returned to calmness. Supposedly, the young genius competition that starts 3 days from now will be held in the square at the center of the Imperial City. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then I must surely join in to watch the excitement. It's already confirmed. This news is true. Presently, the city guard have already started building combat rings at the square in the center of the Imperial City. Along with the young genius competition coming closer, the Imperial City of the Darkstone Empire became more and more bustling with noise and excitement. At a spacious courtyard in the Imperial City, the group from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were all gathered together. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian returned? The young genius competition is going to start in 3 days. Qi Ming frowned. Humph. Duan Ling Tian has entirely no awareness that he has to bring glory to our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'll absolutely not forgive him if he misses the young genius competition this time. Prince Xiang's expression was gloomy as his eyes emitted a cold and indifferent light. Revered Elder Qi, if Duan Ling Tian misses the young genius competition, then I hope you don't interfere when I punish him. Prince Xiang's words caused Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Qian Xiao Shui to become gloomy. They were able to perceive the killing intent contained in Prince Xiang's words. Prince Xiang had aroused killing intent towards Duan Ling Tian. 3 days later, 9 combat rings stood at the center square of the Imperial City, and a spacious high platform stood around the 9 combat rings. On this high platform, tables and chairs were neatly placed on it, and it was obviously a spectating area. It could be imagined that this spectating area was prepared for the various representatives and the various powers of the Darkstone Empire. Outside the 9 combat rings, streams of people surged and were bubbling with noise. Presently, at the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform, there were many young geniuses scattered about. In terms of age, the eldest amongst this group of young geniuses was at the age of 36 or 37. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian arrived? Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Qian Xiao Shui stood together as they looked all around. Yet they didn't find a trace of Duan Ling Tian. As for Qi Ming and Prince Xiang, they were now seated on the seat on the high platform. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has really not taken this young genius competition seriously. I'll surely make him feel miserable once he returns. Killing intent shot out from Prince Xiang's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Prince Xiang, I believe Duan Ling Tian won't break his promise. It's surely because he encountered something that he hasn't made an appearance yet. Qi Ming's eyes contained slight worry mixed within. Humph! Prince Xin grunted coldly, and he thought to himself, it's best if he's dead. Presently, the people on the high platform grew more and more numerous. These people were all the higher-ups that were from the various powers of the Darkstone Empire, and the members of the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Isn't this revered elder Qi Ming? An old man wearing azure-clothed acted surprised after noticed Qi Ming. Qi Ming looked at the azure-clothed old man, and his face sank. Wei Kuan, I thought you people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom wouldn't come. According to my knowledge, the whatever 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only have ordinary natural talent. The corners of Wei Kuan's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. No matter how ordinary they are, they wouldn't be inferior to your grandson. Qi Ming spoke indifferently. Qi Ming you? Qi Ming's words caused Wei Kuan to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body leaped up as he instantly wanted to attack. Revered Elder Wei. The middle-aged man standing by Wei Kuan's side restrained the old man, and he reminded, "This is the Darkstone Empire's imperial city." Wei Kuan took a deep breath when he heard this, and the origin energy on his body that hadn't completely risen up gradually died down. But the gaze he shot at Qi Ming was filled with provocation. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds and mist high above in the distant sky roiled. Subsequently, a luxurious palanquin appeared. There was a total of 8 martial artists at the void prying stage or above at the front and back of the palanquin, and they carried it on their shoulders as they filled to role of a bearer. At the side of the palanquin was a large word written with exquisite writing. Yong. After a short moment, the 8 void prying stage martial artists carried the palanquin to the side of the high platform. This scene caused many young geniuses from all over to be dumbstruck. What a parade! Luo Zhan's pupils constricted and he spoke with astonishment. Could it be that the person in the palanquin is the Darkstone Empire's emperor? The emperor probably won't be coming. It ought to be some great figure in the Darkstone Empire. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. It's King Yong. Right at this moment Su Li spoke. King Yong? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were stunned. The King Yong that's said to be the closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire? Luo Zhan was shocked. Darkstone Empire, King Yong. He'd heard of King Yong long ago. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's King Yong was the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. Early on when we were still young, King Yong had already been publicly acknowledged as the expert that was closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire. According to me, it's extremely like that he had already stepped into the void interpretation stage, said Chen Xiaoshui. It's possible. Luo Zhan nodded. When King Yong became famous, he was only a youth. Now, over 10 years had passed, and King Yong's strength would surely be extremely terrifying. Although they're both princes, our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Shang is far from able to compare with King Yong. Chen Xiaoshui's gaze stared fixedly at the palanquin in the sky, making 8 void prying stage martial artists willingly be a bearer of his palanquin. Such a parade wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. Greetings, King Yong. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform stood up and respectfully bowed towards the palanquin. Qi Ming and Prince Shang were amongst them as well. Prince Shang, whose face was covered in killing intent when he mentioned Duan Ling Tian earlier, now had a humble expression when facing this palanquin. Meanwhile, the palanquin's curtain was pulled open, and a tall figure slowly walked out. This was a middle-aged man in a white robe with golden edges, his expression firm, and he emitted a dignified aura from between his brows. There was a conspicuous red mole between his brows. It was precisely the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong. After King Yong left the palanquin. Long live King Yong. Meanwhile, the people that stood outside the 9 combat rings bowed respectfully to King Yong. King Yong looked around the surroundings and nodded indifferently, and then he descended onto the high platform with a calm expression before sitting on the seat at the absolute center. The young geniuses brought by the various representatives ought to have already arrived, right? King Yong's gaze flashed past the various representatives on the high platform. For a time, besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Qi Ming and Prince Shang, the others had all nodded. In next to no time, the 2 of them had become the center of attention. What? The young genius the both of you brought hasn't arrived yet. King Yong looked at Qi Ming and Prince Shang as he asked indifferently, although his tone was calm, but the people present were able to feel a trace of pressure from it. King Yong, Before King Yong, Qi Ming felt extremely pressure, and he took a deep breath before intending to explain. But he hadn't finished speaking when he shut his mouth. Whoosh! High above in the sky, a violet-colored figure seemed to have transformed into a violet-colored bolt of lightning that instantly flashed over and descended onto the empty space between the high platform and the 9 combat rings. Duan Ling Tian. Qi Ming's gaze lit up, and then he looked at King Yong and said respectfully, King Yong, all the young geniuses of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have arrived. King Yong nodded indifferently and withdrew his gaze from Qi Ming. Meanwhile, the numerous gazes of the people present descended onto the violet-colored young man that had just arrived, and even more of them were shocked by the violet-clothed young man's age. This young man, that only looks to be around 25 years old, is one of the young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that came to participate in the Young Genius competition. The various Imperial Kingdoms under our Darkstone Empire only possess 5 positions each. 2 young men that aren't over 30 have actually come from this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really does lack talented people. Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of allowing 2 young men to seize the positions to participate in the Empire's Young Genius competition. No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform, or the people in the distance that were watching the show, they were all discussing animatedly now. Qi Ming, looks like your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really lacks people with talent. According to my knowledge, any one of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters seems to be over 30 years of age, right? These 2 people ought to not be figures amongst the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The azure-clothed old man that had conflict with Qi Ming earlier spoke with a ridiculing smile. Wei Kuan, talk after the young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are able to defeat the both of them. Now! Keep your stinking mouth shut. Qi Ming replied extremely bluntly. Humph. Looks like you're extremely confident of the 2 of them. Wei Kuan snorted coldly, and disdain was mixed within between his brows. 2 little kids that weren't above 30 years old. As far as he was concerned, the 2 of them were unable to pose any threat to the young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian, why have you only arrived now? Luo Zhan looked at the violet-clothed young man that had just descended by his side, and he asked curiously. I encountered some matter to deal with on the way and was delayed. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Ling Tian, who was worn out from his journey. Originally, according to Duan Ling Tian's estimations, he ought to have been able to return to the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire a few days ago. However, he was instead delayed by something on the way. 7 days ago, when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the mountains at the northern part of the Darkstone Empire, he unexpectedly noticed 2 9th-level void, prying stage demon beasts battling each other to their heart's content. He originally thought that the 2 demon beasts were fighting for some treasure. So, Duan Ling Tian had killed both of them when they fought to the point of exhaustion, and then he started searching the surroundings. But after searching for a few days, he was still unable to find anything, and he could only leave with disappointment in the end. Actually, it was understandable that Duan Ling Tian would be mistaken. Those 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts had strengths that were on par. According to the law of survival of demon beasts, unless it was a battle that was caused for the sake of a treasure, otherwise 2 demon beasts with equal strength would normally not fight to the death. I can only wait until I have time in the future to go there and take a look once more, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Fortunately, you've arrived on time. Chun Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out under his curiosity, and it detected the cultivations of the 3 people by his side. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian shook as he looked at Su Li with astonishment. Heavens! What have I seen? Su Li has actually broken through to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. I originally thought that after I broke through to the 7th level of the void prying stage this time, I'd be able to chase up to Su Li's cultivation, but I never expected that he's actually similar to me and has broken through 3 levels. Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. The advancement of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shuai's cultivation caused him to be surprised as well. 6th level of the void prying stage, they'd both broken through 2 stages. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past Saber Young Master, Long Yun. 8th level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun's improvement was actually equal to Su Li's. Looks like their improvement is certainly related to the master supporting them from behind. Duan Ling Tian was easily able to guess this. Who's that person? Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot towards the high platform as he noticed the old man that was standing in opposition with Qi Ming. I don't know. Luo Zhan and the others shook their heads. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed a gaze that contained killing intent locking onto him. He didn't need to look, yet was able to guess. The owner of this gaze was surely that Prince Shang. Duan Ling Tian disregarded Prince Shang and instead looked at the white-robed middle-aged man that sat at the center seat. This middle-aged man wore white robes with golden edges. His appearance was imposing, and with just a look, one was able to know that he wasn't an ordinary person. Especially the red mole between his brows that seemed as if it was invaded with blood. It even caused one to be unable to forget him. He's King Yong. Luo Zhan introduced him to Duan Ling Tian. King Yong. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and asked curiously, "Who is this King Yong?" King Yong is the 2nd brother of the current emperor of the Darkstone Empire and the #1 expert in the empire. Over 10 years ago, there were rumors that said he was approaching the Nether interpretation stage, said Luo Zhan. 10 years ago, he was approaching the Nether interpretation stage? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Wouldn't that mean that it's very like that he has already broken through to the void interpretation stage now? He has most probably broken through to the void interpretation stage. Chen Xiao Shuai nodded. Void interpretation stage, huh? Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot onto King Yong. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop King Yong, intending to pry into King Yong's cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when his spiritual force touched King Yong, it seemed as if it had touched a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force upon. This feeling was no different from when he checked the cultivation of Xianxia, the pavilion master of the Darkhan Dynasty Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion. He really is an expert that has stepped into the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped as he confirmed it. He was certain that his current spiritual force was even able to check the cultivation of a 9th-level void initiation stage expert, and he was only helpless against a martial artist at the void interpretation stage and above. His current spiritual force had been pushed to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage along with the breakthrough of his cultivation to the 7th level of the void prying stage, and it was always 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his spiritual force in a timely manner. If Duan Ling Tian were to let it go on, then as a void interpretation stage expert, even if King Yong wasn't an inscription master, he would still be able to notice that someone was prying into his cultivation. A void interpretation stage expert wasn't as simple as only possessing shocking strength. Everyone, King Yong, who was on the high platform, stood up suddenly, and then he looked all around the surroundings as he spoke with a voice that was like a thunderclap as it entered into the ears of everyone present. Firstly, I sincerely represent the Darkstone Empire's imperial family to welcome everyone to the Darkstone Empire and to the Imperial City. I hope your trips weren't too arduous. King Yong's words were obviously spoken towards the representatives and young geniuses from the various imperial kingdoms. Thank you for your concern, King Yong. Instantly, the representatives of the various imperial kingdoms stood up and were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. King Yong nodded, and then he continued. Today, the young geniuses of the various sects of my Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms have gathered here together with a single objective, That is to decide on the 10 people with the strongest strength to head to the Darkhan dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty and the various empires. King Yong spoke clearly with a resounding voice, and it was like a thunderclap piercing the ear. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Along with King Yong finishing his speech, the gazes of the crowd of young geniuses, including Duan Tian, lit up. They were all standing here today for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The rules for the young genius competition today is extremely simple: to decide 9 great masters of the combat ring, and a number 1 young genius of the empire that's able to stand above all the 9 great combat ring masters. King Yong continued. The number 1 young genius of the empire? King Yong's words caused the breathing of most of the young geniuses present to become hurried. What an honor it was! Amongst the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only Duan Tian and Su Li were comparatively composed. Duan Tian, will the number 1 young genius of the empire have any real rewards? Su Li asked Duan Tian via voice transmission. Probably. After all, this young genius competition is held by the Darkstone Empire. Duan Tian guessed. King Yong. Suddenly, a young genius whose affiliation was unknown looked at King Yong and asked respectfully, "May I know if the person that obtains the honor of being the number 1 young genius in the empire will obtain any real reward?" Duan Tian and Su Li looked at each other before smiling. Looks like they weren't the only ones concerned about this. For a time, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms and all the representatives looked at King Yong. Even if it was the spectators that came to watch the battles, they'd looked at King Yong as well. Obviously, they were all curious. Of course, when faced with a myriad of gazes, King Yong's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. Subsequently, under numerous burning and concentrated gazes, King Yong continued. The person that becomes eminent and seizes the honor of being the number 1 genius in the empire during the young genius competition held by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family today will be able to obtain a void fuse fruit prepared for him by the empire's imperial family. Void fuse fruit. Everyone present was moved when King Yong said this. Void fuse fruit. Duan Tian's heart shook, and his gaze burned with extreme yearning. No matter if it was the void refining fruit or the void reserve fruit that Duan Tian had consumed before, or this void fuse fruit, they were all spirit fruits consumed by void prying stage martial artist. The medicinal strength of the void refining fruit and void reserve fruit were equal, and the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit was the total of the 2 previous spirit fruits. Moreover, its medicinal strength wouldn't conflict with the medicinal strength of the 2 previous fruits. In other words, even if Duan Tian had consumed the void refining fruit and void reserve fruit previously, the condition of its medicinal strength reducing wouldn't occur after he consumed the void fuse fruit. A void fuse fruit is able to allow a martial artist that has just broken through to the 9th level of the void prying stage to break through to the void initiation stage in one go, within a short period of time. Someone exclaimed out in surprise. Instantly, the atmosphere in the surroundings was lit ablaze. Void fuse fruit. I'm determined to obtain it. Humph. You're dreaming. This void fuse fruit is surely mine. I think both of you are dreaming. The void fuse fruit is surely mine. The crowd of young geniuses started arguing. Every single one of them was filled with confidence towards themselves. Void fuse fruit. A bright light flickered in Duan Tian's eyes, and he had a resolute expression. With the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit, it will even be possible for me to break through 2 levels in one go and step into the 9th level of the void prying stage once I consume it. In this way, then even if I'm unable to obtain the ageless root before the martial competition of the Darkhan dynasty and am unable to refine the rebirth pill, I'll similarly have the chance to break through to the void initiation stage. As long as I break through to the void initiation stage, I'll work together with the other 8 people and open up the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Tian's mood surged extremely. The ageless root was too difficult to come by. He didn't dare completely place his hope on it. Now, the void fuse fruit would be another turning point for him. I wonder if there's a void initiation stage existence amongst the young geniuses present. If there is, then I'll surely not be the person's match. And even if that person obtains the void fuse fruit, it wouldn't have much use to the person. At that time, if I use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for it, I presume he wouldn't refuse. If there's no existence at the void initiation stage martial artist, then I wonder if there's a 9th level void prying stage inscription master present. An existence like this is the most troublesome for me. The soul skill, 1000 illusions, would be useless against him, and he would probably not give up the void fuse fruit for a grade 4 spirit weapon. As Duan Tian finished thinking, he felt slightly worried, and when he thought up to hear, Duan Tian's spiritual force swept out with intent to detect the cultivations of the young geniuses present. But his spiritual force had only just stretched out when he noticed 3 spiritual forces that were even stronger than him sweeping over, and they alarmed him to the point he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. Spiritual force at the void initiation stage? Duan Tian's pupils constricted, and then he looked up at the high platform. Looks like there are 3 inscription masters on the high platform. Earlier, when I used my spiritual force to scan King Yong, the reason they didn't react to it was probably because of King Yong's dignity. Their spiritual force appeared when I wanted to scan the cultivations of the young geniuses from the various powers just now. Duan Tian quickly guessed this. Of course, even if those 3 inscription masters noticed Duan Tian's spiritual force, they wouldn't know who exactly was the owner of the spiritual force. After all, Duan Tian had withdrawn his spiritual force at the first possible moment, whereas because Duan Tian didn't pursue those 3 spiritual forces, he was also unable to discover who the owners of those 3 spiritual forces were. Looks like I can only proceed with caution, Duan Tian thought to himself. Presently, if he used his spiritual force to scan the cultivations of the young geniuses present, then it was very likely that he would be obstructed by those 3 inscription masters. Duan Tian's spiritual force was currently far inferior to them. In next to no time, Duan Tian noticed that when faced with the temptation of the void fuse fruit, most of the young geniuses, including him, were filled with yearning. Only 2 people seemed to not mind in the slightest. Su Li, Long Yun. Both of them have masters from the foreign lands. Perhaps they've already consumed a void fuse fruit. Duan Tian guessed. The effect of the void fuse fruit would decrease greatly when consumed the second time, and its benefit was extremely insignificant. Under his curiosity, Duan Tian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Su Li nodded when he heard Duan Tian and replied via voice transmission. Not long ago, Master granted me a void fuse fruit, and its medicinal strength hasn't been completely absorbed. So long as I completely absorb the void fuse fruit's medicinal strength, then it would be sufficient for me to break through to the void initiation stage. Void initiation stage. Duan Tian's pupils constricted, and he looked at Su Li with slight astonishment. Su Li, you comprehended sword concept. Su Li said that so long as he finished absorbing the spirit fruit's medicinal strength, he would be able to directly break through to the void initiation stage. These words were sufficient for Duan Tian to have many thoughts flash through his mind. Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. I just comprehended it 2 months ago. The facts proved that Duan Tian's guess was correct. He comprehended sword concept 2 months ago? Duan Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Li's comprehension ability caused him to feel shock. Duan Tian recalled all those years ago when Su Li appeared before him as a sword cultivator. At that time, the red-clothed young man that stood out in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had grown to such an extent now. Duan Tian knew clearly in his heart that even though Su Li's cultivation was pushed up to this level with various treasures from his master from the foreign lands, but Su Li's comprehension of concept was entirely obtained by relying on his own comprehension ability. Su Li's comprehension ability could be said to be shocking. Su Li was simply a sword cultivator that was born to the sword. Duan Tian, I'll try my best during the young genius competition this time. If I obtain the first, then I'll give you the void fuse fruit. Su Li's voice transmission entered into Duan Tian's ears once more. and it caused Duan Tian's body to imperceptibly tremble. He was able to discern that Su Li has spoke this promise with sincerity, and warmth arose in his heart. Su Li, don't look down on me. You might not be a match for me now. Duan Tian smiled as he sent a voice transmission, and his tone was filled with confidence. I'll wait and see. Su Li's gaze lit up abruptly and he was filled with yearning. Right at this moment, King Yong, who stood on the high platform, spoke once again. Now, I'll give all of you 15 minutes to get ready. The young genius competition this time will begin after 15 minutes. 15 minutes. The group of young geniuses that were originally mentally tense heaved a sigh of relief when they heard King Yong. Some of the people started stretching their bodies. The young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms were ready to jump at each other's throats. Duan Tian, I'll defeat you today. A voice filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Tian's ear. Even though Duan Tian didn't turn around, yet he was still able to discern that this was Long Yun's voice. I anticipated extremely. Duan Tian spoke indifferently, and he seemed to not take Long Yun's words seriously. TSK. Looks like it's just as revered Elder Wei said. Your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really doesn't have any talented people left. An extremely mocking voice sounded out by the ears of Duan Tian and the others. Duan Tian was the first to frown and look over. He saw a young man around the age of 35 walking over shoulder to shoulder with another 4 young men around the age of 30, and they revealed expressions of ridicule as they looked at Duan Tian's group. The person that spoke out in ridicule was precisely the young man around the age of 35. 2 little kids that I've never heard of have actually occupied 2 positions from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Looks like they're just a fucking joke. Another young man ridiculed. Expressions of ridicule arose on the faces of the other 3 young men as well. Right when Luo Zhan, Chen Xiaoshui, and Long Yun's expressions went grim. Idiots! Duan Tian glanced indifferently at the 5 of them as he slowly spat out a word. Right at the earlier instant, Duan Tian received Qi Ming's voice transmission, and he found out of the identity of these 5 people. The 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, whereas the old fellow that was standing in sharp opposition with Qi Ming was precisely the revered elder of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and one of the 2 representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. That old fellow's name was Wei Kuan. So, Duan Tian wasn't courteous in the slightest towards these 5 people that came to provoke them. What did you call us? The 5 young men of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom went gloomy. Ha! Luo Zhan started laughing loudly, and he spoke with a sonorous voice that was filled with arrogance and was without restraint. Is there something wrong with the ears of you idiots? I've heard since long ago that the Bazo Imperial Kingdom abounded with idiots. Now that I've met all of you, it really deserves its reputation. Chen Xiaoshui ridiculed as well, and his words were extremely blunt. Obviously, Chen Xiaoshui and the others had received Qi Ming's voice transmission reminder, and they knew of the identities of these people. Trash! Long Yun glanced at the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with contempt, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Long Yun stood on the same united front as Duan Tian's group. They represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They shared both weal and woe when facing outsiders. Idiot? Trash? The expressions of the 5 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom were livid, and their bodies even trembled from anger. What had they been humiliated like this by another? All of you are courting death. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that was around 35 had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. I'll surely trample on all of you beneath my feet when the young genius competition begins. I'll let all of you know who's the true trash. All of you have infuriated me, you're dead. Another young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom licked his dry lips as he emitted awe-inspiring killing intent from his eyes. You 2 little kids, you haven't even grown hair yet you dare participate in the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire? I'll properly teach the 2 of you a lesson today. Another young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked towards Duanling Tian and Su Li with a gaze filled with ruthlessness. The two remaining young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom both had killing intent leaping about within their eyes. "We'll see," Luo Zhan sneered. Along with the departure of the 5 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the area where Duanling Tian's group of 5 had returned to calm. This was only a small incident, and it didn't even draw the attention of many people. Only the 4 representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom paid slight attention to this. 15 minutes quickly passed by. Now, a combat ringmaster should ascend onto each of the 9 combat rings, and the others may ascend the combat ring to issue a challenge. In the end, the 9 great combat ringmasters and the number 1 young genius of the Empire that's able to defeat all the 9 great combat ringmasters will be decided on. King Yong stood up once more and his extremely sonorous voice sounded out. "You're only able to utilize spirit weapons and no other external source of strength during the young genius competition today." King Yong continued. Other external sources of strength included inscriptions and any other strength that didn't belong to them. "Duanling Tian, where's little gold?" Luo Zhan looked at Duanling Tian's shoulder and asked curiously. In the past, he'd already become accustomed to a little gold mouse always standing on Duanling Tian's shoulder. Earlier, he felt that something was lacking on Duanling Tian, and after King Yong's reminder, he finally recalled the little gold mouse. "I don't know where she is now. She got lost." Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. "Got lost?" Luo Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. "How did she get lost?" Chen Xiaoshui asked. Although Su Li didn't ask, but he looked curiously at Duanling Tian. "It was the sandstorm." Duanling Tian sighed. "Sandstorm?" Luo Zhan and the others were first stunned. Then they seemed to have recalled something, and their expressions went pale. Duanling Tian, you went to the Darkhan Dynasty's southern desert." Chen Xiaoshui took a deep breath and asked. In the Darkhan Dynasty, only the southern desert of the Darkhan Dynasty had sandstorms. This was something that anyone who knew general knowledge would know. Luo Zhan and Su Li were no exception. "You encountered a sandstorm, yet didn't die. Duanling Tian, you're really lucky." Long Yun looked at Duanling Tian with battle intent surging in his eyes. "Looks like even the heavens want you to suffer defeat at my hands." "Long Yun, you seem to be extremely confident of yourself now." Duanling Tian glanced deeply at Long Yun. Long Yun raised his hand and had an expression filled with arrogance. "Duanling Tian, why did you head to the Darkhan Dynasty's southern desert?" Su Li asked via voice transmission. His tone was filled with bewilderment. "I originally intended to go look around in the Darkhan Dynasty, but I unexpectedly accidentally entered into the southern desert." Duanling Tian replied via voice transmission. He didn't speak the truth. After all, the rebirth pill was his secret. Perhaps Su Li wouldn't covet his rebirth pill. But the temptation of the rebirth pill was too great. Even if it was Su Li's master that came from the foreign lands, he would probably be unable to refuse the temptation of the rebirth pill. So, Duanling Tian would absolutely not reveal the rebirth pill. For the sake of protecting himself, and for the sake of protecting the people by his side. Su Li nodded with sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, there were already 9 young geniuses that had taken the lead to ascend to the 9 combat rings and had become the initial combat ringmasters of the various combat rings. Besides the 9 young geniuses that followed them up, the remaining young geniuses stood outside the combat rings and spectated. In next to no time, 9 fierce battles started. Numerous figures fluttered like the wind on the 9 combat rings, sword and saber moving back and forth, and they fought like a raging fire. 12 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists and 6 5th-level void-prying stage martial artists. Duanling Tian's eyesight was sharp, and he discerned their cultivations by looking at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above the 18 people. In next to no time, the outcome of the battles on the 9 combat rites had been decided one after the other. 6 5th-level void-prying stage young geniuses accomplished their wish and obtained victory. On the other 3 combat rings, Amongst the 3/4 level void prying stage martial artists, one had defeated his opponent by relying on the might of the spirit weapon in his hand, and the other two relied on their force that surpassed their opponent. Good! Good! Instantly, the streams of spectators outside the combat ring cheered. Bang! 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 Numerous deafening sounds resounded out from the 9 combat rings. It was the numerous figures that either stood on the combat ring or floated in the air above that were fighting each other until a victor was decided. Occasionally, there would be people who weren't able to admit defeat in time and were killed. Every time this happened, the representative that the young genius who was killed belonged to would have extremely gloomy expressions. But they didn't dare do anything. The Darkstone Empire's young genius competition had a rule. Once a person ascends one of the 9 combat rings, they either had to leave the combat ring as a form of admitting defeat, or speak out that they admitted defeat. Otherwise, even if they died, they would have died for nothing. It's that person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshuai's voice caused Duanling Tian to return to his senses. Duanling Tian followed Chen Xiaoshuai's gaze. One of the 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had already ascended onto the combat ring now. His opponent was a 5th level void prying stage young genius that had comprehended half-step advanced force. Both of them had similar ages. You aren't a match for me. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke indifferently with a voice as cold as ice. We'll only know after I try. His opponent naturally hated to see his arrogance, and had directly made a move. Whoosh! The figure of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom fluttered like the wind, and his origin energy that skyrocketed flowed beneath his feet, and strands of azure-colored energy suffused on his legs. Half-step advanced wind force. The strength of this Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young genius was on par with his opponent. But because of the advantage of wind force in terms of speed, his opponent was unable to follow his speed. Don't flee if you have the balls. His opponent's face went gloomy and shouted out with rage. As you wish. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had only just finished speaking when he turned around and pounced towards his opponent. Swish! A swift 3-foot-long blade was filled with raging origin energy as it whistled out to fiercely stab towards his opponent. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out. The spirit sword in the hands of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young man easily blasted away the spirit saber in the hand of his opponent. Swish! Subsequently, the spirit sword in his hand entered into his opponent's chest and came out the other side. His opponent was killed by him. Ping! Instantly, on the high platform, an aged old man's body trembled, and his voice was extremely miserable. The gaze he shot at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was filled with killing intent. Sit down! A dignified voice sounded out, causing the old man to be unable to help but shake, and he sat back down obediently. The owner of the dignified voice was precisely King Yong. In next to no time, there was someone to drag away the dead young genius's corpse. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. Duanling Tian had seen the battle earlier from the beginning until the end. The reason the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was able to be victorious was because he relied on the Grade 5 Spirit Sword in his possession. His opponent only possessed a Grade 6 Spirit Weapon. After the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom killed his opponent and achieved victory, he looked at Duanling Tian's group with a provocative gaze, and then he ridiculed with a loud voice. Trash from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Does any of you dare battle me? Trash from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The words of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young man caused the gazes of most people present to become strange. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duanling Tian's group of 5. Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold, and then his figure moved slightly as he intended to ascend the combat ring. Slap! Unexpectedly, a hand had descended onto his shoulder before he could move out and had restrained him. Let me! The person that stopped him was precisely Chen Xiaoshuai. Whoosh! Chen Xiaoshuai's figure flashed out to descend onto the combat ring. Not bad. At least you have some courage. I was still thinking that all the members of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are chickens. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Chen Xiaoshui with eyes filled with killing intent. But, since you've ascended the combat ring, then don't hope of leaving with your life. As soon as the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom finished speaking, the surroundings burst into an uproar. This young man wants to kill the young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? He attacked extremely ruthlessly and without holding back in the slightest earlier. This young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will probably be struck with disaster. I don't think so, since this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dared to ascend to the combat ring. I presume he's extremely confident of himself. I think so too. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Some of them looked favorably upon the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and some of them looked favorably upon Chen Xiaoshui. How's your strength amongst the 5 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom? Chen Xiaoshui looked indifferently at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he asked indifferently. My strength can only be considered to be at the bottom amongst the 5 people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. But it's more than enough to deal with you. The Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young genius grunted coldly and spoke in disdain. Really? Chen Xiaoshui smiled extremely brilliantly. Remember on the path of hell, that the one who killed you was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you looked down upon, sword young master. Chen Xiaoshui's words were practically spoken word by word. Whoosh! After he finished speaking, Chen Xiaoshui moved, and he instantly approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. In the sky above him, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 5th level of the void prying stage. Many people present couldn't help but be stunned as they never expected that Chen Xiaoshui was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. He's actually at the 5th level of the void prying stage as well? Many people broke out in cold sweat for Chen Xiaoshui. This fellow is actually still acting weak. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. He'd seen through Chen Xiaoshui's cultivation since long ago. Presently, Chen Xiaoshui was already in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. When that young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom saw Chen Xiaoshui flash over and reveal a strength at the 5th level of the void prying stage, the disdain in his eyes grew deeper. When he saw Chen Xiaoshui arrive nearby him, he raised his hand and condensed a sword with his origin energy, and he didn't even utilize the spirit weapon. Since you want to seek death, then I'll let you die. The young man shouted out coldly, and the sword in his hand casually swung out. He even couldn't be bothered to use his full strength in this strike. He's only used the strength of 9,000 plus ancient mammoths. As far as he was concerned, a careless 5th level void prying stage martial artist that didn't even utilize a spirit sword utterly didn't require him to utilize his full strength. Qi Ming, this sword young master of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is probably going to die at the hands of the young geniuses of my Bazo Imperial Kingdom today. Ha ha ha. On the high platform, an arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Qi Ming's ears. Wei Kuan, aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Qi Ming was reluctant to show weakness, and he sneered in reply via voice transmission. Practically at the instant the revered elder Wei Kuan of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom was stunned by Qi Ming's reply. A tremendous change occurred in the situation on the combat ring. On the sword condensed from origin energy that was in the hands of Chen Xiaoshui, who approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, origin energy had suddenly skyrocketed. The 7,000 ancient mammoths in the sky instantly increased to 8,000. 6th level of the void prying stage. He was concealing his strength. At this instant, the same thought emerged in the minds of everyone. Wei Kuan's face went grim, and then he consoled himself. So what if he possesses the strength of 8,000 ancient mammoths? He already doesn't have enough time to utilize a spirit weapon now, unless he has comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, he's dead. Swish. As with the spirit sword condensed from origin energy in Chen Xiaoshui's hand flashed out, it transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved to intercept the spirit sword in the hands of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Strands of peerlessly sharp aura started to leap about on the bolt of lightning on Qian Shaoshuai's hand. Whoosh! Another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared by the side of the 8,000 existing ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes converged into an ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Advanced force. Instantly, many people shouted out in surprise from the surroundings of the combat ring. How can this be possible? Wei Kuan had even left his seat as his face went gloomy. He was just consoling himself that it was probably impossible for this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Sword Young Master to have comprehended advanced force. Yet in this instant Sword Young Master had played an extremely great joke on him. He'd really exerted advanced force. Qian Shaoshuai's sword strike that contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon whistled out and shook the spirit sword in the hands of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young man to dispersal. And at the instant that the young man's face went pale and intended to utilize an even stronger strength. Swish! The sword formed from origin energy in Qian Shaoshuai's hand went straight into the young man's throat, along with the origin energy dispersing. A savage bloody hole had appeared on the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and fresh blood gushed out without end as if it was worth nothing. No! No! The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom held tightly onto his throat, and his figure trembled as he struggled to look towards Qian Shaoshuai. After a short moment, fresh blood tainted his hands red. Bang! Finally, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom crashed onto the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The scene before him was slightly unexpected to Duanling Tian. Of course, he wasn't surprised that Qian Shaoshuai was able to kill this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, whereas he was surprised that Qian Shaoshuai had killed him without utilizing a spirit sword. Carelessness caused him to die in an instant, but even if he wasn't careless, and even if he exerted his full strength, so long as Sword Young Master utilized his spirit sword, he would similarly be able to instantly kill the young man. Duanling Tian knew clearly in his heart that at the instant Qian Shaoshuai ascended to the combat ring, the fate of this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was sealed. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Advanced Sword Force. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. It was too easy for an existence like this to kill a martial artist that merely comprehended half-step advanced force and was only at the 5th level of the Void Prying stage. I never expected that he'd comprehended advanced sword force. Duanling Tian looked at Qian Shaoshuai as he sighed in his heart. Although he'd used his spiritual force to detect Qian Shaoshuai's cultivation since long ago, he knew nothing of Qian Shaoshuai's comprehension of sword force. There's actually a person with such comprehension ability in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He looked to be a little over 30. It's shocking that he has comprehended advanced sword force. I've heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. This sword young master seems to only be ranked at the 4th. What? He's only ranked at the 4th? Then doesn't that mean there are still 3 people stronger than him? On the high platform, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms discussed animatedly. Amongst them were some Imperial Kingdom representatives that had heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Imperial Kingdoms these representatives came from were all neighboring to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and they'd heard of the matters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Along with Sword Young Master revealing his shocking strength, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was known by the people present. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the numerous imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Many people of the Darkstone Empire had even never heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before today. Ranked number 4 in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters? Now, many people were slightly anticipating it. They were anticipating the person ranked in the top 3 of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters to enter the ring. Humph! Wei Kuan and the other representative from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that sat on the high platform had extremely unsightly expressions. Especially Wei Kuan. He was being complacent in front of Qi Ming earlier, and in this short moment of time he'd slapped his own face. This caused him to be unable to help from feeling humiliated to the extreme. Revered Elder Wei, it was a good fight. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan, who had an unsightly expression and spoke via voice transmission, and his tone had no lack of taking pleasure for Wei Kuan's misfortune. Wei Kuan's figure trembled slightly as his eyes flickered with ghastly and cold-killing intent. His gaze quickly descended onto the remaining 4 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and then onto the young man around the age of 35. Chang Xian, go up and kill him. The person Wei Kuan called out to was the strongest person of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young geniuses. All of the 4 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, including Chang Xian, felt extremely embarrassed the instant they saw their companion being killed. Now, when Chang Xian heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, his eyes revealed frightful cold lights as he nodded lightly. Whoosh! Chang Xian's figure flashed out to stand onto the combat ring and stand in confrontation with Chan Xiao Shuai, Sword Young Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Today, I, Chang Xian, the number 1 of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, will fight you. Chang Xian spoke in a low voice. His pair of icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Chan Xiao Shuai. He was looking for an opportunity that would make Chan Xiao Shuai not be on guard and allow him to kill Chan Xiao Shuai in one go. Sword Young Master. Outside the combat ring, Duanling Tian withdrew his spiritual force that swept onto Chang Xian, and then he frowned as he sent a voice transmission into Chan Xiao Shuai's ears. He's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. 7th level of the void prying stage? Chan Xiao Shuai's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard this. When Chang Xian dared come out at this moment, he knew that Chang Xian's strength was stronger by that person he just killed. But he never expected that this Chang Xian was actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Duanling Tian, how do you know? Chen Xiao Shuai was shocked. Don't ask so many questions now. Hurry up and admit defeat. When Duanling Tian saw the origin energy on Chang Xian's body start to pulsate, his face went slightly grim as he urged Chan Xiao Shuai via voice transmission. I admit defeat. Chan Xiao Shuai perceived the urgency in Duanling Tian's words, and he didn't dare hesitate to hurriedly admit defeat in a loud voice. Admit defeat? This scene caused everyone present to be astounded. They were originally anticipating a fierce struggle, yet they never expected that it would end like this. You actually admitted defeat. Chang Xian looked at Chan Xiao Shuai with a gloomy expression, and the origin energy on his body gradually started rising. You're at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and you ought to possess a grade 5 spirit sword as well. Even if you haven't comprehended advanced force, I'm still not a match for you. Chan Xiao Shuai smiled as he left the combat ring in a natural and poised manner. The expression of Chang Xian, who remained on the combat ring, changed to an expression of shock. How did you know? The instant Chang Xian's expression turned to shock, the origin energy on his body surged to the extreme. Whoosh! In the sky above him, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. He's really at the 7th level of the void prying stage. Many people exclaimed in shock. Damn it! On the high platform, Wei Kuan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How did this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master know Chang Xian's cultivation? Qi Ming instead started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Duanling Tian, thank you. After he left the combat ring, Chan Xiao Shuai stood by Duanling Tian's side, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart as he looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette over Chang Xian's head. When did you become so courteous? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled as he replied via voice transmission. If it wasn't for your warning, and I wasn't prepared, it would be difficult for me to escape death. Chan Xiao Shuai had a serious expression. Sword young master, how did you know he's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist? Luo Zhan looked at Chan Xiao Shuai and asked curiously. Chan Xiao Shuai shrugged and smiled, yet said no more. Luo Zhan thought that Chan Xiao Shuai had something that made him unable to disclose the answer, so Luo Zhan didn't continue asking. Perhaps Luo Zhan had never imagined that it was utterly not Chan Xiao Shuai who discerned Chang Xian's cultivation earlier. Duanling Tian, how did you do it? Chun Xiaoshui asked Duanling Tian via voice transmission. It's a secret. Duanling Tian glanced deeply at Chun Xiaoshui, and he received an eye roll from Chun Xiaoshui in return. But Chun Xiaoshui perceived that Duanling Tian didn't want to speak of it, so he didn't continue asking to get to the bottom of it. Do the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only know how to run away in the face of battle? You don't even have the courage to have a battle with me, Xianxia? Pitiable. Suddenly, an irritating voice of ridicule sounded out. The expressions of Duanling Tian and the others became gloomy, and they glared angrily at Xianxia, who was on the combat ring. What are all of you glaring at? Could it be that I said something wrong? Does anyone from your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dare fight me? Xianxia ridiculed. The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are trash as expected. Exactly a group of trash. The other three young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's group had become the center of attraction for everyone present, and it was even to the point that no one watched the battles on the other 8 combat rings. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold grunt suddenly sounded out. Subsequently, a swift figure flashed out like the wind and flew onto the combat ring in the blink of an eye to stand in confrontation with Xianxia. Long Yun. Duanling Tian was originally already intending to ascend to the combat ring and crush the airs Xianxia was putting on. Yet he never expected that Saber Young Master, Long Yun, would be a step ahead of him. Is Saber Young Master a match for him? Luo Zhan and Chun Xiaoshui were both slightly worried. Don't worry. Duanling Tian and Su Li practically spoke at the same time, and it was as if their hearts were linked. Subsequently, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. When they saw that Duanling Tian and Su Li were so confident of Long Yun, Luo Zhan and Chun Xiaoshui both heaved a sigh of relief. Although they couldn't be considered to be familiar with Long Yun was representing the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now, and he shared weal or woe with them. They naturally hoped that Long Yun was able to win. Looks like there really isn't anyone talented in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Your age seems to be even younger than Sword Young Master, right? Xianxia looked at Long Yun and said in disdain, Xianxia, don't kill nameless people. Who are you? Speak your name. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that all of you look down upon, Saber Young Master. Long Yun's tone was calm and didn't contain any feelings. Saber Young Master. As soon as Long Yun finished speaking, it caused another wave of shocked exclaims to rise. Saber Young Master? Looks like he's another one of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. I wonder what's this Saber Young Master's rank amongst the 5 great young master. Many people wondered. I've heard of Saber Young Master. This Saber Young Master is the person that's ranked last amongst the 5 great young masters. Some people that knew about it spoke out. What? The person that's ranked last? Is there really no one talented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. Saber Young Master? Courting death. On the high platform, Wei Kuan revealed a frenzied smile. As far as he was concerned, a figure that was ranked last amongst the 5 great young masters would have a strength that was even inferior to Sword Young Master. Yet he'd actually dared to ascend to the ring? It was simply courting death. But when he saw Qi Ming sitting over there with a calm expression, his heart couldn't help but jerk as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Chang! Right when he intended to stop Xianxia, he noticed that Xianxia had already made a move. Saber Young Master? The last amongst the 5 great young masters. At the same time that Xianxia laughed in ridicule, his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning that shot out. If you are reborn, properly remember not to forcefully stand out. Xianxia's words had obviously taken Long Yun to be a dead man. Xianxia's body flashed out and a spirit saber that was thin as a cicada's wings appeared out of thin air in his hand. Origin energy suffused onto the spirit saber before it tore through the sky and swept towards Long Yun. In the sky, another 4,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form at the side of the ancient horned dragon silhouette, Obviously, it was a grade 5 spirit saber in Xianxia's hand. Hiss! Along with the origin energy leaping about on the spirit saber in Xianxia's hand, strands of fiery red-colored energy gradually condensed into form. Instantly, the spirit saber in Xianxia's hand transformed into a flaming saber that slashed towards Long Yun, and another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Advanced Fire Force. An ancient horned dragon silhouette took the lead, and it dragged along another 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes behind it, as all of them charged towards Long Yun together. Advanced Fire Force. Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shuai's faces became grim, as they never expected that Xianxia had actually comprehended Advanced Fire Force. For a time, they broke out in cold sweat for Long Yun, whereas on the high platform, a serious expression appeared on Qi Ming's face as well. As for Wei Kuan, when he noticed Qi Ming's serious expression, he instead started laughing, and his gaze once again returned onto the combat ring. He seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Long Yun being killed by Xianxia. At that time, he would be able to feel proud and flaunt before his old rival, Qi Ming. Not bad. At this moment, even King Yong couldn't refrain from speaking, and he nodded in praise. This caused Wei Kuan to be even more delighted, and it was as if he'd taken some stimulants. Do you think that only you've comprehended Advanced Force? Right when most people thought that Long Yun would be killed by Xianxia, Long Yun had finally made a move. The origin energy on Long Yun's body skyrocketed as a spirit saber swept out from his hand, and the swift saber was accompanied by origin energy and saber force, as it condensed into a demonic lotus that moved to intercept the flame sword in Xianxia's hand. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out. The demonic lotus that the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand had transformed into had easily destroyed the flame saber. A miserable shrill cry resounded in the surroundings, and it caused most people to be unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines. In next to no time, the shrill cry stopped abruptly. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia fell to the ground. Eighth level of the void prying stage. On the jade platform, one of the representatives looked at the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun and exclaimed in shock. For a time, Long Yun, who was in the combat ring, had become the absolute center of attention. Long Yun, Saber Young Master, the person that was ranked at the last amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He'd relied on his cultivation at the 8th level of the void prying stage, advanced saber force, and a grade 5 spirit saber to instantly kill the number 1 young genius in the younger generation of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with a single saber strike. No, impossible. On the jade platform, Wei Kuan and the other representative stood up. Both of them stared blankly at Long Yun on the combat ring, and they were unwilling to believe that all this was true. Amongst the 5 young geniuses that had come from their Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time, Xianxia was undoubtedly the strongest. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the void prying stage, had comprehended advanced fire force, and he even possessed a grade 5 spirit saber to rely on. However, even then, he was still killed. Most importantly, Xianxia was killed by the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This caused it to be difficult for him to endure it in his heart. Because of a rare mineral vein at the common border between their Bazo Imperial Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they had already been at odds with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since long ago. It was even to the extent that every 20 years, the 2 imperial kingdoms would hold a martial competition amongst the young geniuses of the 2 imperial kingdoms. The winner of the competition would obtain the rights to mine the mineral vein. For many years, it had always been the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that obtained the rights. So, in the eyes of the members of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had always been trampled by them beneath their feet. Today, a young genius of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had killed the number 1 young genius of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom with a single sword strike, and it caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. How could this be possible? Xianxia was killed by a single saber strike. 8th level of the void prying stage. An 8th-level void-prying stage martial artist has actually been born in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The 3 remaining young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had extremely unsightly expressions. When they looked at Long Yun, who was in the combat ring, their eyes were filled with terror. Advanced Saber Force. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he focused his gaze onto Long Yun, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Although he was mentally prepared since long ago, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Besides that, he used a grade 5 spirit saber this time. Looks like he hid his strength during the Young Genius competition in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a year ago. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He still remembered that the spirit saber Long Yun used that day was only a grade 6 spirit saber. Looks like we've already been thrown off far behind by Long Yun. Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui with a bitter smile on his face. Crazy young master, has your fire force broken through to the advanced stage? Chen Xiaoshui asked. Not yet. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed. Presently, amongst all of us, I have instead become the person at the bottom. Luo Zhan's tone was filled with a sigh. He, crazy young master, was the person ranked at the lead amongst the 5 great young masters that were widely known in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But now, his strength had already been surpassed by Chen Xiaoshui and Long Yun, who were ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters, and this caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. All of you 3, come up the ring together. Long Yun stood on the combat ring with his saber laying horizontally before him, and his fierce gaze shot onto the remaining 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he spoke indifferently. 3 against 1. Instantly, the surroundings burst into an uproar. This Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's saber young master is so arrogant. He's arrogant because he has the qualifications to be arrogant. If it was another person, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to defeat that Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Xianxia. TSK. These 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have all gone pale. Looks like they don't dare ascend to the combat ring. Didn't you hear what Xianxia, who was killed by Saber Young Master, said earlier? Xianxia was the number 1 genius in the younger generation of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Even the number 1 genius was killed, and you're still counting on them. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. These words entered into the ears of the 3 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. It caused them to tremble as if struck by lightning, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. But when faced with Long Yun's challenge, they had instead tacitly chosen to not take action at all. Their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and it was difficult for them to move a single step. If someone were to carefully observe them, the person would surely be able to notice that the bodies of those 3 were shivering at this moment. What a joke! Even Xianxia was killed, so wouldn't they be looking for a beating if they ascended to the ring? All 3 of them were only martial artists at the 6th level of the void-prying stage, and they'd only comprehended half-step advanced force. Although all of them had grade 5 spirit weapons to rely on, they felt that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to be a match for Long Yun. Trash! Long Yun grunted coldly and spoke in disdain. Haha, Wei Kuan. Looks like the members of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are only a group of cowards. They don't even dare to fight a battle that's 3 of them against 1 enemy. On the Jade platform, Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan, and his voice transmission was filled with complacency. Wei Kuan's face sank, yet he had nothing to say in reply. This time, their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had lost face extremely greatly. All 3 of you ascend a different combat ring later and try your best to provoke those 2 people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that are the youngest. As for that person with the slightly older age, don't go offend him. Wei Kuan's voice transmission entered into the ears of the remaining 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian was chatting idly with Su Li when he suddenly felt 3 burning gazes lock onto him and Su Li, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Duan Ling Tian, looks like the members of Bazo Imperial Kingdom have taken us to be ripe persimmons that are easy to squash, said Su Li with a smile. That will depend on if they have the ability to squash us. Duan Ling Tian started smiling as well. Since the trash of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't dare to ascend to the ring, then is there anyone else that will come battle me? Long Yun's voice was like a large bell as it sounded out. Allow me. Right at this moment, a figure that was like the wind flashed out to ascend the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35. His face as beautiful as a jade ornament. His eyes like an array of stars, and as he stood there, he revealed a graceful bearing. The young man wore a scholar's robes and he held a fan in his hand. This fan was no ordinary fan, and it only had the framework of the fan but no actual fan covering. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he discerned the grade of the fan in the young man's hand. Darkstone Empire's Imperial City's Gao clan, Gao Yuhai. The young man dressed in a scholar's attire looked at Long Yun and lightly smiled. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Long Yun. Long Yun replied indifferently. Please. Gao Yuhai had an elegant bearing, and even when he was facing Long Yun in battle, he still revealed his bearing. It's young Master Yuhai. Young Master Yuhai is so handsome. Young Master Yuhai, I love you. The surrounding crowd of people resounded with waves of sharp cries. The owners of these voices were all women, and there was even no lack of some widows. This Gao Yuhai's appearance is really fake. Chun Xiao Shui grunted. Sword Young Master, why do I feel your words are slightly sour? Luo Zhan smiled. Sword Young Master is probably jealous of him. Duan Ling Tian pierced the truth with a single remark. I'm jealous of him? Chun Xiao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. In the combat ring. Whoosh! Long Yun chose to strike first and gain the advantage. His body flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger that pounced towards Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai dared to enter the ring, and it was undoubtedly because he was extremely confident of his own strength. So Long Yun didn't dare be careless. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The origin energy on the Grade 5 Spirit Saber in Long Yun's hands first skyrocketed, then converged to transform into a demonic lotus that was like a fierce tiger's open bloody mouth that bit towards Gao Yuhai. Long Yun had utilized his full strength in the first move. His origin energy at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage had exploded out completely, the amplification of the Grade 5 Spirit Saber was completely revealed, and his advanced saber force blasted out. In the sky above him, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was escorted by over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes, as it flew out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. On the other side, the smile on Gao Yuhai's face had been completely restrained as well. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gao Yuhai made his move. He actually chose to move up to intercept Long Yun, and the origin energy on the fan in his hand rose sharply and was mixed with strands of fierce aura as the fan swept towards the demonic lotus that moved over with Long Yun. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared as well. Advanced Saber Force. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Gao Yuhai revealed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised was the force that Gao Yuhai revealed. It was actually Advanced Saber Force. Gao Yuhai's saber force had flawlessly fused into the fan in his hand as it swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into a crescent that collided with the demonic lotus. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding sounded out abruptly, and it was incomparably jarring to the ear. Amongst the crowd of spectators, some of them with comparatively lower cultivations felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, and their faces flushed red as their bodies trembled. Bang! The boundless origin energy and saber forces fiercely collided together. Instantly, the air seemed as if it was completely sucked out. Vast amounts of airflow swept out with the point of collision as its center, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that gave rise to waves of violent winds. The clothes worn by the people present were successively blown up, yet it didn't draw the attention of others in the slightest. The gazes of everyone had descended onto the combat ring, and they were all curious about the outcome of the battle. In the combat ring, The two people that collided together had separated right after the collision. Long Yun had moved back 2 steps, whereas Gao Yuhai had instead taken 5 steps back. On Long Yun's body, strands of faint saber energy could be vaguely seen to be gradually being withdrawn back into his body. Earth rank defensive martial skill. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. I admit defeat. Meanwhile, Gao Yuhai admitted defeat. He admitted defeat? Weren't they evenly matched? The surrounding crowd of spectators went into an uproar, and they all felt disbelief. In their eyes, Long Yun and Gao Yuhai had similar strength. Gao Yuhao had admitted defeat after only a single move? What's going on? Yuhai is sincerely convinced of Saber Young Master's strength. Yet I wonder, what Earth rank defensive martial skill did you execute earlier? Gao Yuhai looked at Long Yun as he asked sincerely. Earth rank defensive martial skill? Gao Yuhai's words caused the surroundings to become deathly silent. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Long Yun. Earth rank defensive martial skill. Normally, an Earth rank defensive martial skill was something that only a martial artist that had comprehended Earth force or Earth concept was able to execute. Of course, there were a small amount of Earth rank defensive martial skills that were able to be executed when combined with other types of force and concept. This type of martial skill was extremely rare. Although it was inferior to the defensive martial skill executed using Earth force and Earth concept, yet it was sufficient to occupy a position of advantage against an opponent of equal strength. Just like the current Long Yun. Saber barrier. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Saber barrier. I've remembered it. Gao Yuhao nodded, and then he descended from the combat ring in an elegant manner. Although he'd lost with poise, and it caused others to be unable to refrain from feeling admiration. Saber barrier? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he thought to himself. It's slightly similar to the Iron Wall sword body Jifeng executed that day, but Jifeng's Iron Wall sword body is at most only a low-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill. This Long Yun's saber barrier ought to be a high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill. I never imagined that this Saber Young Master had actually cultivated an Earth rank defensive martial skill. It seems to not be an ordinary Earth rank defensive martial skill. If it's a low-grade Earth rank martial skill, then even if it's cultivated to the perfection stage, it might not be able to resist young Master Gao's attack. Cultivating an Earth rank defensive martial skill with Earth force or Earth concept is the way of kings. Using other force or concept to cultivate an Earth rank defensive martial skill is lacking in the end. The Earth rank defensive martial skill cultivated by this Saber Young Master is very likely a middle grade or high grade Earth rank defensive martial skill. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Even if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, their expressions had become serious. Although low-grade Earth rank defensive martial skills that were executed by other forces and concepts besides the Earth force or Earth concept were rare, if they wanted one, they had methods of obtaining it. But this level of defensive martial skill wasn't of any use towards martial artists whose strength was approaching the Void Initiation stage or at the Void Initiation stage and above. Even if they executed it, it would be like a piece of paper before an opponent of similar strength as them. A middle-grade or high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill was different. A middle-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill had an extremely great use towards Void Initiation stage martial artists. Of course, if a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above used his full strength, the martial artist was practically able to disregard a middle-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill. As for a high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill, it had a great use until one stepped into the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. For a time, many people looked at Long Yun with gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. All this was because Long Yun had executed that Earth rank defensive martial skill earlier. The other 8 combat rings were filled with noise and excitement as well. The 8 combat ring masters changed unceasingly, and the strength of the master became stronger and stronger, whereas on the combat ring that Long Yun stood on, there was temporarily no one that challenged him. Duan Ling Tian. Long Yun's burning gaze stared at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. But from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian utterly had no intention of paying attention to him. Meanwhile, one of the 3 remaining Bazo Imperial Kingdom young geniuses had defeated the combat ring master of another combat ring to become the new master. You and you, do you 2 dare battle me? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at Duan Ling Tian before glancing at Su Li and asking with a deep voice. Instantly, a wave of booing sounded out in the surroundings as expected. Do members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom specialize in choosing ripe persimmons to squash? Amongst the 5 young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides that saber young master who's already on another combat ring and that sword young master, only the other 3 people haven't fought yet. One of them has the oldest age, and he's probably a figure that's ranked at the top portion of the 5 great young masters. As for the other 2 people, they ought to not be figures from the 5 great young masters. Between these 2 people, the one with an older age seems to only be 27 or 28, and the younger one looks to be around 25. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Many people sneered at the choice of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Su Li, he wants to challenge you and me? Will you go first, or shall I? Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li and asked with a smile. I'll go first. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he leaped up onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You're a figure from the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom seemed to want to confirm Su Li's identity. No, Su Li spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief, and a bloody sheen arose in his eyes. Then don't hope of returning with your life this time. You want to kill me? A strand of killing intent was faintly brewing in the depths of Su Li's eyes. Of course. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke as a matter of course. When Duan Ling Tian heard the words spoken by the young man, he couldn't help but glance at the young man in pity. This fellow, a mere 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, wanted to kill Su Li? That'll depend on if you have the ability. Su Li didn't get angry, but instead started laughing. But the killing intent in the depths of his eyes had already been brewed to the point of appearing in his eyes. Humph! The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly, and then his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning to shoot towards Su Li. In his hand, origin energy skyrocketed on a grade 5 spirit weapon, and it carried along strands of gentle blue-colored energy. Half-step advanced water force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was escorted by 2,300+ ancient mammoth silhouettes as they gushed towards Su Li. 6th-level void-prying stage. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Die! The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Su Li, and he actually intended to kill Su Li with a single strike. When the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom an extremely short distance away, Su Li made a move. Origin energy gradually pulsated in Su Li's hand to instantly form a 3-foot-long blade. Origin energy flickered on the tip of the sword, and it was extremely sharp. Along with Su Li's origin energy roiling, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes that was escorted by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above him. Ninth level of the void-prying stage. Instantly, someone exclaimed out in shock. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Only now did the people present realize that Su Li's current movements didn't utilize force or a spirit weapon. He'd only used pure origin energy to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was obviously the symbol of a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. How strong! Presently, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, including the young geniuses that were in fierce battle on the other 8 combat rings, had stopped fighting, and they stared blankly at the phenomenon in the sky above Su Li. 9th level of the void-prying stage. This Su Li, Qi Ming and Prince Shang couldn't help but be moved. Bang! The representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan's hand clenched slightly and broke the armrest of the chair, yet he wasn't aware of it. He's a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Admit defeat quickly. At the same time, Wei Kuan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to pierce into the ears of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that pounced towards Su Li. But would he be in time? Swish! On the combat ring, after Su Li condensed his origin energy into a 3-foot-long blade, he swiftly stabbed towards the combat ring beneath him. Right at this instant, strands of aura that was sharp to the extreme stretched out abruptly on the 3-foot-long blade in Su Li's hand. Whoosh! At this instant, another ancient horned dragon appeared in the sky. Bang! At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade in Su Li's hand that was condensed from origin energy descended onto the combat ring, and he was instead brought flying by the repulsive force to easily dodge the attack from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's young man that approached menacingly. In the next moment, Su Li had dodged behind the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. I admit. Meanwhile, the young man received Wei Kuan's voice transmission and opened his mouth, intending to admit defeat. But he didn't have the chance to say the word defeat. Swish! A 3-foot-long blade that was like a stroke of the gods pierced through from his back, and along with the 3-foot-long blade that was condensed from origin energy dispersing. Bang! Fresh blood shot out violently from the chest and back of the young man, and his entire body fell into a pool of blood. After twitching for a few times, he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead. But besides the few people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, no one had the time to pay attention to his life or death now. The gazes of most people had simultaneously descended onto the combat ring, and descended onto the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above the red-clothed young man that were accumulating force while waiting to be deployed. First-level sword concept. A 9th-level void-prying stage martial that isn't using a spirit weapon obtained an extra strength of 1 ancient horned dragon. This red-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has comprehended first-level sword concept. This red-clothed young man is already halfway into the void initiation stage. He's completely capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage before the martial competition of the dynasty starts. He'll surely occupy one of the 10 positions today. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Su Li's strength had shocked them. Not yet 30 yet at the 9th level of the void-prying stage and has comprehended first-level sword concept. King Yong's sonorous voice slowly sounded out. You, what's your name? King Yong's gaze descended onto the red-clothed young man and asked. Instantly, many of the young geniuses present looked at Su Li with envy. After all, not everyone was able to make King Yong take the initiative to ask for their name. Su Li. On the combat ring, Su Li nodded to King Yong and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Su Li, I've remembered you. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was extremely amiable to Su Li. Alas, revered Elder Wei, I'm truly sorry. These little fellows are too impetuous and don't know how to hold back. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan and shook his head as she sighed, and then he said via voice transmission, why not you take the remaining 2 young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom and leave? So as to avoid that in the end, you'd have come with 7 yet go home as 2. Qi Ming. Wei Kuan's body trembled. He was angered to the point his face flushed red. His eyeballs seemed about to split, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The remaining 2 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at each other and could see the terror in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, no one ascended the combat ring Su Li was on to battle him. The 2 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had both occupied a combat ring each. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be said to be in the limelight this time. Yeah. 2 monsters have actually come from such a small imperial kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, both of these 2 people ought to be able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Darkhan dynasty. Many people looked favorably upon Su Li and Long Yun. Time silently passed by. Luo Zhan and Chun Xiaoshui had successively ascended to the other combat rings. But unfortunately, with their strengths, they weren't able to become a combat ringmaster that no one challenged. Duan Ling Tian, the 2 of us probably have no fate with those 10 positions. Everything will depend on you, Su Li and Long Yun. Luo Zhan sighed. No wonder they say that experts are numerous like the clouds in the empire. I originally thought that after I broke through to the 6th level of the void prying stage, my strength could already be considered to be not bad. But now, if one doesn't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, it's extremely difficult to become one of the final combat ring masters. Chen Xiaoshui deeply agreed. Both of you shouldn't feel dejected. Besides Su Li and Long Yun, all these martial artists at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above are older than both of you. When both of you are of the same age as them, you too might not be inferior to them. Duan Ling Tian consoled. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui both nodded when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words of consolation, but the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a wisp of a bitter expression. Duan Ling Tian noticed the dejected feelings of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air when he saw his consolation was of no effect, and he sent a voice transmission into the ears of Chen Xiaoshui and Luo Zhan. Both of you don't have to belittle yourselves. No matter if it was Su Li, Long Yun, or me, it's all because we wander about outside and obtain fortuitous encounters that we possess these accomplishments today. If we didn't have any fortuitous encounters, then we might not be able to compare to the two of you. Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. When Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui heard Duan Ling Tian's words, their originally dim eyes abruptly lit up at this moment. Fortuitous encounters. Both of them looked at each other and saw tacit understanding within the eyes of each other. This was something that Duan Ling Tian didn't quite notice. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had descended onto one of the remaining two young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This person had ascended onto a combat ring and was battling a 6th-level void prying stage martial artist. In the end, he'd obtained victory, and his abilities were completely revealed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. 6th level of the void prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, amongst the 5 of you, it seems that only you haven't ascended to the combat ring. You wouldn't have occupied a position from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom just for the sake of watching the show, right? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom stood on the combat ring as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a provocative gaze. Do you dare ascend to the ring and fight me? This caused all the people that were intending to ascend to the combat ring and battle the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom to stop their footsteps. They were happy to watch the show. For a time, Duan Ling Tian had become the absolute center of attention. This young man is one of the 5 young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well. Yet up until now, he still hasn't entered the ring. He looks to be around the age of 25, and he's even younger than Su Li. The members of Bazo Imperial Kingdom are just like before, fond of choosing ripe persimmons to squash. Haha, they took Su Li to be a ripe persimmon earlier. I almost laughed myself to death. I wonder if this young man possesses a natural talent and comprehension ability like Su Li? I don't think so. Even in our Darkstone Empire, Su Li's natural talent and comprehension ability could be considered to be at the top. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian moved, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind that descended onto the combat ring and stand in confrontation with the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. On the other hand, when he saw Duan Ling Tian ascend to the combat ring so readily, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom felt slightly lacking in confidence. He originally thought that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't dare ascend to the combat ring, and in this way he would be able to wantonly humiliate Duan Ling Tian. What? Regret provoking me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man as he spoke indifferently. The young man's expression sank slightly. He was indeed regretful, but could he speak of it? Could he afford to lose this face? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot at the final young genius from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that was outside the combat ring. You ascend the combat ring as well. I'll challenge the both of you together. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian placed emphasis on his tone. Of course, if both of you don't dare, you can admit defeat. Duan Ling Tian's face quickly revealed a bright and brilliant smile, and it seemed as if he was already sure that the two young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom would admit defeat. Humph! Playing tricks. On the high platform, Wei Kuan snorted coldly, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression that seemed to be saying, "I've already seen through your tricks." There were two reasons Wei Kuan would think like this. This first was that he saw Qi Ming frowning. The second was that he didn't think that this young man that was merely around the age of 25 would be so strong. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, since he insists on courting death, then both of you should properly fulfill his wishes. Wei Kuan's voice transmission went out. The two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wei Kuan. Since you want to court death, then I and Hu Wei will send you off. The young man outside the combat ring, Huang Dong, flew up to descend onto the combat ring before standing shoulder to shoulder with Hu Wei in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian. Wait! Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the high platform. It was Qi Ming. He looked at King Yong and spoke with a serious expression. King Yong, these two young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom fighting 2-against-1 seems to go against the rules of the Young Genius competition, right? Qi Ming. King Yong hadn't even spoken when Wei Kuan couldn't refrain from ridiculing. Earlier, everyone present here heard it extremely clearly. It's the member of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that spoke of jointly challenging the two young geniuses of our Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Now, you want to go back on his word? Do you respect King Yong? Wei Kuan's words were spoken with righteousness. Begin. King Yong had finally spoken, and he tacitly consented to the young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom going 2-against-1. It was just like Wei Kuan had said. This matter was brought up by the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all. Since one had spoken such words, then one must pay the price for it. Qi Ming sat back down, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qi Ming and was slightly bewildered. What is Vice Dean Qi doing? Does he have no confidence in me? Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian seized the opportunity while those two people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't know your ability to kill them before they admit defeat. An excited voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Vice Dean Qi, you? Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. He was able to discern that this was Qi Ming's voice transmission. But the Qi Ming on the high platform seemed to be a different sight. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian understood. Qi Ming was intentionally showing weakness to make the two representatives from Bazo Imperial Kingdom to put down their guard. He's truly a sly old fox, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, we'll send you on your way now. The Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Hu Wei and Huang Dong revealed frenzied smiles as their figures flashed and they dashed out. They used all their abilities the instant they attacked. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were swift like the wind flashed out, and they were like two venomous serpents that had gone berserk as they bit towards Duan Ling Tian in unison. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they bit Duan Ling Tian to death. Idiots! The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slight cold smile, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions! Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand to execute the soul skill that belonged only to him. An illusory space instantly enveloped Huang Dong and Hu Wei, whereas Duan Ling Tian instead stood on the spot, not moving like a mountain. Has this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom gone mad? Is he courting death? The surrounding crowd of spectators were dumbstruck when they saw Duan Ling Tian didn't make the slightest move when he was facing the combined attack of the two young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and they all felt that Duan Ling Tian was looking for death. But in the next moment, they were all stunned simultaneously. Heaven! What did I see? Under the gazes of everyone present, the attacks of Hu Wei and Huang Dong actually turned around and flashed to the side at the instant their attacks were just about to descend onto Duan Ling Tian's body. Huang Dong and Hu Wei went left and right respectively as they separated and charged towards an empty place on the combat ring and attacked the air. It was as if they'd lost their minds. For a time, besides the members from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom who were mentally prepared since long ago, everyone present, including King Yong, were dumbstruck. The extremely large center square of the Imperial City flowed with streams of people. Yet at this moment, it was terrifyingly silent, and only waves of muffled breathing could be heard. What ability is that? King Yong was the first to recover from his shock, and he had a serious expression. Have these two young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom gone mad? They're actually attacking the air. Madmen! The surrounding crowd of spectators gradually recovered from their shock as well. On the high platform, the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Wei Kuan and the other representatives had extremely unsightly expressions. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, what are the two of you doing? Wei Kuan's voice transmission pierced into the ears of Huang Dong and Hu Wei. Boo, the two of them seemed as if they'd utterly not heard him, and they remained indifferent, continuing to do their best to attack the air. When Wei Kuan instinctively looked at Qi Ming, he instead noticed Qi Ming looking at him as well. At this moment, there wasn't a single bit of worry on Qi Ming's face. Wei Kuan suddenly realized that perhaps he'd been deceived by Qi Ming. Look quickly, they're fighting each other. Suddenly, someone shouted out. Wei Kuan glanced over. He saw that the two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had actually started attacking one another, and their eyes were completely red. Can anyone tell me what the fuck is going on? When he saw Huang Dong and Hu Wei doing their utmost best to attack each other, and that they would sooner or later perish together if this went on, Wei Kuan's face went gloomy, and he felt he was on the verge of going mad from anger. Especially when he saw the violet-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom standing at the side of the combat ring and was leisurely watching the show. Pooh! Wei Kuan's vital energy and blood roiled, and he was angered to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. King Yong, I admit defeat on their behalf. Wei Kuan looked at King Yong and spoke with slight loss of composure. Wei Kuan didn't doubt it in the slightest that if this were to continue, all of the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom he brought over would be dead. It's only effective if they themselves admit defeat. This is the rules. King Yong replied indifferently. Wei Kuan's body shook as his eyes went crimson red. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, both of you, stop. When he noticed voice transmissions were of no use, Wei Kuan shouted out with a grim voice as he wanted to restrain Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But unfortunately, Huang Dong and Hu Wei still didn't hear him, and they continued battling each other. Not long after, the two of them were fully covered in injuries. Bang! Finally, Huang Dong noticed a flaw and killed Hu Wei, who was a similar strength as him, whereas Huang Dong, whose body was covered in injuries, was on the verge of collapse as well. Ha 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 ha! Members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are nothing special. Huang Dong stood there as he laughed loudly into the sky. His laughter quickly suppressed the clamorous and bustling noise of the scene and caused the scene to return to deathly silence. After a short moment, has this Huang Dong really gone mad? Does he think he killed the person from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Looks like he has really lost his mind. Many people looked at Huang Dong with a strange gaze. Pooh! On the high platform, Wei Kuan was once again angered to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body started trembling intensely. What exactly was going on? Why did such a thing happen? Ha 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 ha! Huang Dong's laughter completely suppressed the whispered discussions of the surrounding crowd of spectators. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Yet his hand made a move. He slowly raised his hand and pointed out. Instantly, swish! A point force condensed into form from origin energy was accompanied by an ancient horned dragon in the sky as it whistled out menacingly and pierced through between Huang Dong's brows. Pooh! A light sound resounded out, and a bloody hole appeared between Huang Dong's brows before he stiffly fell down, entirely without a trace of life. He was completely dead. Up to this point, all 5 great young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had died. On the high platform, the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's representative, Wei Kuan, and the other representative by his side had livid expressions, and their bodies trembled violently. All the 5 young geniuses of their Bazo imperial kingdom had actually died. Moreover, the young geniuses had died before their eyes. These 5 people were all pillars of their Bazo imperial kingdom in the future. Qi Ming, influenced by his shame and rage, Wei Kuan looked at Qi Ming and spoke with a voice transmission that was filled with violent temper. It's you, it's all because of you. All of this is because you intentionally dug a hole and make me jump in. It's you who caused their deaths. It's you. When he heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, Qi Ming slowly turned around to look at Wei Kuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Wei Kuan, even if I dug a hole, jumping in or not seems to be your own choice, right? Now, you still want to push all the responsibility onto me? First think properly about how you'll explain this matter to the Emperor of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom once you return. Ha 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 ha. Qi Ming's voice transmission was filled with elated laughter. In the past, because of the mineral vein competition between the 2 imperial kingdoms, although the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Bazo Imperial Kingdom didn't start a war, yet they were like fire and water. They wished for nothing more than to annihilate the other and celebrate after. Presently, when he saw all of the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of Bazo Imperial Kingdom die, Qi Ming was extremely happy as well. Moreover, as far as Qi Ming was concerned, all of this was because Wei Kuan and the 5 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had taken the initiative to provoke them. Otherwise, the end might have not been like this. As the saying goes, don't go too far when doing something so that there's always room for turning back. The members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had obviously not done what these words preached. 7th level of the void prying stage. Meanwhile, the surroundings went into an uproar. After Long Yun and Su Li, the violet-clothed young man on the combat ring had become the center of attention as expected. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is truly heaven-defying. First an 8th level void prying stage young genius appeared, then a 9th level void prying stage young genius appeared. Now, the youngest amongst them is actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Based on his looks, he's at most around the age of 25. Such natural talent is sufficient to cause all the young geniuses of our Darkstone Empire to blush with shame. After today, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is bound to become famous in the entire Darkstone Empire. Or speaking in a more normal way, this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has become completely hot. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and their words were filled with emotional sighs. Duan Ling Tian. Qian Xiao Shui and Luo Zhan looked at Duan Ling Tian with faces that were covered in smiles, and they felt happy for Duan Ling Tian. Of course, they were still slightly shocked in their hearts. Duan Ling Tian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. This was something that they didn't know beforehand. Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage? Long Yun stood on the combat ring as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was on another combat ring, and his expression became slightly gloomy. His natural talent is actually so strong? Although Long Yun himself had broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage, possessing such improvements in a short 1 year of time was sufficient to make anyone shocked. But only he knew himself that the reason he had such improvements was completely because he'd successively consumed 2 spirit fruits during this year. One of these spirit fruits was even similar to the reward provided to the person that obtained the honor of being the #1 young genius in the Empire, the Void Fuse fruit. So, he didn't have much yearning towards the Void Fuse fruit. Besides obtaining one of the 10 positions to head to the Darkhan dynasty and participate in the dynasty martial competition, his objective was to defeat Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique is still effective towards me after I broke through to the 8th level of the void prying stage now. Long Yun thought in his heart. Where exactly did Duan Ling Tian learn that demonic technique? Even Master doesn't know what exactly that demonic technique is. This was something that was extremely unbelievable in Long Yun's opinion. After all, his master was the strongest existence he'd seen with his own 2 eyes in his entire lifetime. And even his master being unable to see through Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique caused him to feel that it was slightly difficult to accept. Duan Ling Tian, you didn't disappoint me as expected. Su Li's chilly face was suffused with a wisp of a smile now. He'd known Duan Ling Tian when he was 18. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was only a 16-year-old youth. Later on, when Duan Ling Tian revealed his strength time after time, it even caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. When they passed through the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camps test and entered Paladin Academy together, he was even thrown off far behind by Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he felt that it would be impossible for him to chase up to Duan Ling Tian again in his entire lifetime. Unexpectedly, the many unforeseen events that happened later on caused him to encounter his current master, and he'd completely chased up to Duan Ling Tian and even surpassed Duan Ling Tian. In the past, this was something that he didn't dare imagine. Not bad, not bad. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom hides many talents. What's your name? King Yong's burning gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian as he asked with a light smile. Under numerous envious and jealous gazes, Duan Ling Tian nodded to King Yong. King Yong, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Instantly all the people present deeply remembered this name. Duan Ling Tian? Ling Tian. It's a good name. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded. I hope that you'll be able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Darkhan dynasty this time. I think highly of you. I think highly of you. A short sentence from King Yong had pushed Duan Ling Tian to the front of the storm. Duan Ling Tian. Prince Shang, who sat by Qi Ming's side, had an ashen expression. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian had actually acquired such a great breakthrough suddenly. The eyes of the numerous young geniuses from the various powers and various imperial kingdoms went red. I'll come try your strength. In next to no time, a blue-clothed young man flew up to ascend to the combat ring and stand in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian. This was a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist just like Duan Ling Tian, and he even had a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on his hands. However, it was precisely because he only comprehended half-step advanced force that it caused him to be blasted off the combat ring by Duan Ling Tian in a single move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize his soul skill. As far as he was concerned, an existence like this wasn't enough for him to utilize his soul skill. As for the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, he'd done it completely for the sake of playing a cruel joke on them. The repeated provocation and killing intent revealed by the young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had caused him to feel extreme rage that came from his heart. Advanced wind force. The people present were shocked by Duan Ling Tian once again. Possessing a cultivation at the 7th level of the void-prying stage at the age of only around 25 was already sufficient to shock them. Now he revealed advanced wind force. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian's comprehension ability and natural talent is entirely not inferior to Su Li. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is a miraculous place. It's actually able to give birth to such monsters. If I have the chance, I'll surely head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to pay my respects to this miraculous place. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. On the other hand, the young geniuses present truly realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian was at this moment. Meanwhile, combat ring masters that no one challenged had appeared on the other combat rings. Practically all these combat ring masters were existences at the 8th level of the void-prying stage. Only 2 combat rings had 4 7th-level void-prying stage martial artists competing on it. Duan Ling Tian, right? I, Zhongnan, will try your strength. A figure flew up the combat ring Duan Ling Tian stood on, and sure enough, he drew the gazes of everyone present. It's Zhongnan. Zhongnan is finally making a move. Zhongnan is ranked the 3rd amongst the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the void-prying stage, and he has even comprehended 1st-level Earth concept. Zhongnan's strength isn't inferior to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Su Li. The surrounding crowd of spectators went into an uproar. Ranked the 3rd amongst the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Ling Tian sized up the young man before him in surprise. The young man was around the age of 35, and he possessed an ordinary appearance that belonged to the kind of being so ordinary he couldn't be found in a crowd. Ninth level of the void prying stage and comprehended first level Earth concept. Yet he's actually only ranked third amongst the younger generation of Darkstone Empire? Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. Looks like his earlier guess was very likely to be correct. It was very like that an existence at the void initiation stage and above was present amongst the young geniuses of Darkstone Empire. Although I suspect myself to be bullying the young in this battle, but I subconsciously think that you aren't as simple as you seem on the surface. Zhong Nan had a heavy expression when he faced Duan Ling Tian. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. There's nothing to say about you defeating that 7th level void prying stage martial artist earlier. Yet you obviously used an extraordinary ability when dealing with those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This time, Zhong Nan sent a voice transmission into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. When everyone felt that the two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had lost their minds, this Zhong Nan had actually noticed an inkling. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a completely pitch-black rod appeared on Zhong Nan's hand. Grade 5 Spirit Rod? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he noticed the rod in Zhong Nan's hand was a Grade 5 spirit weapon at the first possible moment. Zhong Nan was the first rod user Duan Ling Tian had seen in the recent years. A rod was the ancestor of all weapons. In the world, when sabers, swords, spears, and other weapons hadn't been born, the weapons of everyone was the simplest rod. So the rod could be said to be the ancestor of all weapons. Of course, even though the rod was simple, wanting to use it properly wasn't an easy thing. Although a rod didn't have an edge like a sword and saber, but once it exploded out, its might was extremely overbearing, and it was even able to shatter the internal organs and all the bones in a person's body. I heard that 1 month ago, Zhong Nan relied on the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand to smash a 9th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force to death with a single strike. Yeah, Zhong Nan's martial skill, 1,000-ton rod, is too overbearing. Supposedly, that 1,000-ton rod is a high-grade Earth-rank offensive martial skill. Zhong Nan relied on this 1,000-ton rod to comprehend all the way through of Earth force to even comprehend Earth concept now. When they saw the spirit rod that had appeared in Zhong Nan's hand, the surroundings went into an uproar once again. Duan Ling Tian heard the surrounding discussions, and he deeply realized how extraordinary Zhong Nan was. My spiritual force is currently at the 9th level of the void prying stage, whereas, even though this Zhong Nan is a 9th level void prying stage martial artist, he has comprehended first level Earth concept. I wonder if the illusory space my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, creates is able to seal him up. Thoughts spun in Duan Ling Tian's mind, and he thought about many things. Duan Ling Tian had already made a decision in his heart. If the soul skill, 1,000 illusion was useless to this person, then he'd directly admit defeat. Watch out. Needless to say, Zhong Nan was very above-board person, and he took the initiative to warn Duan Ling Tian before attacking. Subsequently, Zhong Nan raised his foot to stomp on the ground, causing the combat ring to quake as if an earthquake occurred. Instantly, along with the origin energy on Zhong Nan's body raging, an ancient horned dragon silhouette that was surrounded by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes like a bright moon surrounded by twinkling stars had appeared in the sky. Along with an earthen yellow energy appearing on Zhong Nan's origin energy, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air. First level Earth concept. He still wants to rely on the energy of the Earth? Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but go slightly serious when he saw Zhong Nan's entire body gradually form a peculiar connection with the Earth through his first-level Earth concept at this moment. Immediately, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhong Nan. This was energy of the Earth that Zhong Nan had drawn support from by using his first-level Earth concept. This wasn't the end. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy on Zhong Nan's body pouring into the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand. Another 5,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form above him. In the end, when Zhong Nan exerted his full strength to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth, the movement caused by this was fixed at 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes. If the battle wasn't conducted far from the ground, then even Su Li would probably be far from a match for Zhong Nan. Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely serious. Moreover, this Zhong Nan had comprehended Earth concept, so it may be assumed that he'd cultivated an Earth-rank defensive martial skill as well. Bang! Zhong Nan stepped out, causing the ground of the combat ring to crack open like a spider web that spread out towards the surroundings. At this moment, Zhong Nan seemed to have transformed into a god of the earth and controlled boundless divine energy of the earth. Duan Ling Tian is probably going to lose. It can only be said that he's unfortunate for encountering Zhong Nan. Zhong Nan's strength can be considered to be invincible under the Void Initiation stage in our Darkstone Empire. If it isn't in existence at the Void Initiation stage or above, then it's practically impossible to defeat Zhong Nan. Most of the surrounding spectators didn't look favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. Only the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom looked with anticipation at the development of the scene before them. Of course, not everyone was anticipating it. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with coldness, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian and celebrate after it. I hope Duan Ling Tian is killed by this Zhong Nan. Otherwise, with the advancement of his cultivation, then not to mention me, even the Azure Forest Trisect might not be able to do anything to him in the future. Extreme coldness arose in Prince Shang's heart. In the combat ring, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and a dim light gradually flashed into existence deep within his eyes, and it seemed to have transformed into two balls of evil flames. Victory or defeat lays on this move, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and as Zhong Nan charged towards him with a speed that grew swifter and swifter. Thousand illusions. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force pierced into his soul brand, and he'd successfully execute the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space that he'd just constructed enveloped Zhong Nan within it. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian was slightly perturbed as he was deeply afraid that the illusory space would be struck to dispersal by Zhong Nan's first-level Earth concept. Along with the passage of time, although the illusory space shook slightly, yet it remained completely whole, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from heaving a sigh of relief. Looks like the illusory space constructed by my current spiritual force isn't afraid of first-level concept. But if it's second-level concept, then the illusory space with this level of strength would probably be struck to dispersal. Duan Ling Tian discerned this from the reaction of the illusory space. Since a first-level concept was unable to strike the illusory space constructed by his 1,000 illusions to dispersal, then he was currently the controller of the small world that Zhong Nan was within. He could control the life and death of Zhong Nan. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhong Nan made a move. But when they saw Zhong Nan still heavily smash down his rod onto the air after Duan Ling Tian had dodged to the side, they were completely dumbstruck. Could it be that Zhong Nan has lost his mind as well? Right when the crowd of people were astonished and bewildered, Zhong Nan swung up his rod and smashed it out once more, and he once again smashed it onto the air on the other side. This caused the surrounding people to be speechless. King Yong, this Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have used an inscription, right? The old man that sat by King Yong's side couldn't refrain from asking. He didn't use an inscription. King Yong shook his head, and his eyes were filled with wonder as well. He'd gone through an entire lifetime, yet it was still the first time he'd seen such a strange scene. This feeling, it's like as if Zhong Nan has fallen into an illusion formation constructed from an inscription formation. How exactly did Duan Ling Tian achieve this? In the eyes of King Yong at this moment, the violet-clothed young man on the combat ring was mysterious to the point he couldn't help but be frightened by it. Whoosh! In the combat ring, Zhong Nan smashed his rod out once more. This time, he was already standing on the border of the combat ring, yet he seemed to not notice it in the slightest. It ought to end already. Duan Ling Tian shrugged before slowly walked towards Zhong Nan and standing behind him. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian's hand pressed onto Zhong Nan's back and casually pushing Zhong Nan off the combat ring. Zhong Nan had lost. Can anyone tell me what's going on? This is too peculiar, right? Duanling Tian and Zhong Nan aren't acting right. It's surely not an act. Otherwise, how could such a strange thing happen? I think that this isn't a coincidence. Don't forget that those young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom earlier had an almost similar appearance as Zhong Nan now. Yeah, if it's an act, would those two people form Bazo Imperial Kingdom be willing to be killed by Duanling Tian? The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and they were all shocked by Duanling Tian's ability. Duanling Tian. Unknowingly, a wisp of a bitter smile had appeared on Su Li's face. He knew that even if Duanling Tian were to go against him now, he would lose without a doubt. Zhong Nan's strength wasn't inferior to him, and it was even to the extent that if they were to battle on the ground, Zhong Nan would be able to easily defeat him by relying on the energy of the earth. Yet now, Duanling Tian had defeated Zhong Nan on the ground. Although it wasn't a true victory by strength, Zhong Nan had indeed lost. In a battle between martial artists, the process wasn't important, as the most important was the outcome. I originally thought that I would be able to throw Duanling Tian far behind me this time, but unexpectedly he'd already chased up. Su Li sighed in his heart. How can this be possible? On another combat ring, Long Yun had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. He knew that he was far from being a match for that Zhong Nan, yet Duanling Tian had defeated Zhong Nan. In this instant, Long Yun felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Even if Su Li goes against this Zhong Nan, he would probably have no confidence in obtaining victory. But Duanling Tian has instead defeated Zhong Nan. Long Yun realized that he would probably have to defeat Su Li first before being able to defeat Duanling Tian. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian had even thrown Su Li far behind himself. Duanling Tian. On the high platform, the astonishment on Qi Ming's face gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a dense, smiling expression, whereas Prince Shang at the side had an extremely unsightly expression. Duanling Tian is actually so terrifying now. I'm afraid no one under the Void initiation stage is able to be a match for him. A raging storm arose in Prince Shang's heart. Duanling Tian was invincible under the Void initiation stage. Prince Shang. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by Prince Shang's ears. Prince Shang looked towards Qi Ming with a puzzled expression. He was able to discern that the owner of the Void transmission was Qi Ming. I know that the matter in the caged battle arena that day and the humiliation the little prince suffered caused you to hate Duanling Tian to the bones, but I still hope that you and Duanling Tian can let bygones be bygones. Qi Ming continued via voice transmission. You've seen Duanling Tian's current achievements as well. He's surely going to the Darkhan dynasty. It's even to the extent that his future and prospects are limitless. In the future, it's probably impossible for you to find an opportunity to get rid of him. Since it's like this, then why not bury the hatchet with him? I'm willing to act as the person between the two of you. How about it? I believe that Duanling Tian would still be willing to give me face. Qi Ming's words seemed like he'd give much thought about it. Prince Shang's body shook. Bury the hatchet? Isn't this asking him to take the initiative to give in? If it's like this, then how would he keep his dignity? But when he thought about it carefully, Qi Ming's words were indeed spoken reasonably. I'll consider it. Prince Shang took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission. Qi Ming nodded and wasn't surprised by this. If Prince Shang agreed readily, he would perhaps doubt Prince Shang's sincerity. As a revered elder of the imperial family, he was extremely familiar of Prince Shang's character. Why have so many monsters appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The two representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had ashen expressions. Especially Wei Kuan. His eyes had unknowingly become tainted with a wisp of crimson red. If it was possible, he wished for nothing more than to charge down the high platform and slaughter all the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to vent the hatred in his heart. But his reason told him that he couldn't do this. If he were to dare make a move, then he would perhaps even be unable to touch the corners of the clothes of the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before he'd be killed by King Yong. King Yong was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire since over 10 years ago, an existence who was halfway into the void interpretation stage. Now that over 10 years had passed, no one would believe it if it was said that King Yong hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage yet. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has obtained a fortuitous encounter again after leaving alone this time. Luo Zhan glanced at Chun Xiao Shuai who was beside him and sighed. Perhaps we can't shut ourselves out from the outside world and cultivate. We ought to go take a look at the outside world. Chun Xiao Shuai's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Meanwhile, along with Duan Ling Tian withdrawing his spiritual force, the illusory space formed from the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, vanished into nothingness, and Zhong Nan who Duan Ling Tian had pushed off the combat ring recovered at this moment. When he felt the strange gazes that converged onto himself from the surroundings, he knew that he'd lost, completely lost. When he recalled the scene from before, Zhong Nan realized at the first possible moment that all of that was an illusion. It was just like a dream. Thank you. Zhong Nan nodded to Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled before ascending another combat ring. A 7th level void prying stage combat ring master had just been born on that combat ring. When he saw Zhong Nan ascend the combat ring, the 7th level void prying stage combat ring master directly admitted defeat, and it was equivalent to cupping his hands and giving it to Zhong Nan. This Zhong Nan is interesting. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. He naturally knew why Zhong Nan thanked him earlier, and it was none other than because he'd shown mercy. After all, he was completely able to kill Zhong Nan earlier, but he didn't do so. To Duan Ling Tian, he didn't have any deep enmity with Zhong Nan. Whereas, from beginning until the end, Zhong Nan had never revealed killing intent towards him, so there was no need for him to kill Zhong Nan. Meanwhile, there was still another combat ring where 2 7th level void prying stage martial artists were battling intensely. After a short moment, one of them became the combat ring master. But the person had just become the combat ring master when a figure that was like a bolt of lightning lightly descended into the combat ring. This was a green-clothed young man around the age of 35, and his ordinary face seemed as if someone owed him money. He Long has finally ascended to a combat ring. He Long is publicly acknowledged to be ranked #2 in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage, and he has even comprehended 1st level wind concept. He ought to enter the battles by now as well. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, whereas that 7th level void prying stage martial artist that had just become the combat ring was obviously a young genius of the Darkstone Empire as well, and his face became slightly grim when he saw He Long. I admit defeat. In the end, he obediently leaped of the combat ring. Up to this point, a combat ring master had appeared in each of the 9 combat rings. Amongst the 9 combat rings, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had occupied 3 of them. The Darkstone Empire occupied 3 as well, and they were occupied by He Long, Zhong Nan, and Gao Yuhai respectively. Gao Yuhai was precisely the scholarly young man that had lost at the hands of Long Yun, and he ascended to another combat ring later on to become a new combat ring master. Amongst the 3 remaining combat rings, one of them was occupied by a young genius from a top sect in the Darkstone Empire, the Unswerving Sect. The other 2 people were respectively from 2 imperial kingdoms under Darkstone Empire. If no one challenges the 9 great combat ring masters in the next 10 breaths of time, then the 9 combat ring masters will be considered to have been determined. At that time, if someone ascends to the combat rings again, that person can only compete for the honor of being the #1 young genius in the Darkstone Empire. King Yong stood up from his seat, and his voice was like a loud bell as he spoke with a deep voice. The scene became deathly silent, and it bustled with noise and excitement after a short moment. It has finally come to the competition for the #1 young genius in the Empire, but it's probably without suspense. Naturally, along with the discussions of the spectating crowd, the gazes of many people shot onto a corner of the combat rings, and a black-clothed young man that stood there. The black-clothed young man stood there resting his mind with his eyes closed. Duan Ling Tian followed along the gazes of everyone to look over. He's the #1 young genius in the younger generation of Darkstone Empire? The black-clothed young man was a little over 30, and his age looked to be even younger than He Long and Zhong Nan. The young man had sword-shaped brows and starry eyes with a face that seemed to have been carved by a blade and was extremely flawless. It's time for Mo Xian to make a move. Mo Xian is the pride of our Darkstone Empire. Amongst the 10 people that are leaving from our Darkstone Empire, he'd most likely to obtain the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Mo Xian is the #1 young genius in the younger generation of Darkstone Empire, and he'll surely win over extremely great honor for our Darkstone Empire. The surrounding crowd of spectators were extremely excited, and they were filled with confidence towards the black-clothed young man. He's called Mo Xian? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and then his spiritual force stretched out intending to determine Mo Xian's cultivation. But his spiritual force hadn't approached Mo Xian when he noticed the spiritual forces from before were coiled around nearby Mo Xian. Looks like I can only inspect his cultivation after he ascends the combat rings later, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian realized that he already had no need to inspect Mo Xian's cultivation. Whoosh! Mo Xian moved, and some of the spectators didn't see Mo Xian's movements clearly at all, whereas Duan Ling Tian and the other young geniuses only saw a black-colored bolt of lightning flash by. Subsequently, Mo Xian had appeared in high above in the sky above the 9 combat rings, and he stood there in midair. His eyes gradually opened up as well. Mo Xian's eyes weren't an ordinary black pupil, but were instead closer to gray in color, and it looked to be extremely deep and serene, to the point it caused others to easily become lost within it. Whoosh! Meanwhile, for lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Mo Xian and coiled down. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Mo Xian has broken through again? The surroundings were in an uproar as they were shocked by the cultivation Mo Xian revealed now. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart was greatly shocked as he stared blankly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian looked at be around 32 or 33 at most, yet his cultivation had already completely surpassed the numerous young geniuses of Darkstone Empire. There's a type of aura on his Mo Xian that I feel slightly familiar to. It's as if I've felt it somewhere. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's face tightened as he carefully recalled yet was unable to recall where he sensed this type of aura in the end. This aura was filled with gloominess and ruthlessness. Of course, Mo Xian had restrained it within his body, and it was difficult for an ordinary person to notice it. This Mo Xian probably has acquired some fortuitous encounter as well to possess his current cultivation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Not to mention the Cloud Continent, even if it was the entire Darkstone Empire and Darkhan Dynasty, they were all only a remote little kingdom. An existence like this appearing in a remote little kingdom was an extremely shocking thing by itself. If Mo Xian didn't acquire fortuitous encounters, then it was practically impossible. He's Mo Xian? The #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire. He really does deserve his reputation. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Mo Xian isn't 35 yet, right? No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform, or the group of young geniuses below the platform, everyone sighed emotionally. Vast origin energy was like a ball of flames on Mo Xian's body as it enveloped him within. Whoosh! Right at this moment, strands of material violet-colored energy appeared on the origin energy on Mo Xian's body, and another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes spiraled downwards with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. Third-level lightning concept. Many people couldn't refrain from exclaiming in shock. Mo Xian, the #1 expert in the younger generation of Darkstone Empire, possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 3rd-level lightning concept. Does any one of the 9 of you want to challenge me? Mo Xian stood in mid-air as he spoke slowly, and his cold voice carried along extreme overbearingness. For a time, the 9 combat ring masters on the combat rings looked at each other, and in the end, no one dared challenge Mo Xian. Challenging Mo Xian was simply courting death. Third level of the void initiation stage and third level lightning concept was sufficient to make everyone, including Duanling Tian, go no further. Looks like the outcome is already decided. There's nothing exciting left to see. Mo Xian is too strong, and he's utterly not on the same level as the other 9 combat ring masters. The other 9 great combat ring masters don't even have the courage to fight him. Third level void initiation stage, third level lightning concept. Mo Xian's strength can even compare with the experts from the older generation. Many people from the surrounding crowd were slightly disappointed. Mo Xian had revealed such a formidable strength, so the honor of being the number 1 young genius in the empire undoubtedly belonged to him. Duanling Tian, you aren't challenging Mo Xian as well? Zhong Nan looked at Duanling Tian and asked via voice transmission. Even when he recalled it now, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart towards Duanling Tian's ability. At that moment, his life seemed to be completely controlled in the hands of Duanling Tian, and it was at the mercy of Duanling Tian. He didn't doubt it in the slightest that if Duanling Tian wanted his life at that moment, then he would die for sure. Duanling Tian smiled bitterly when he heard Zhong Nan challenge Mo Xian. Not to mention Mo Xian himself was in existence at the third level of the void initiation stage, and it was far from something the soul skill Thousand Illusion that he executed with his spiritual force was able to effect. Even Mo Xian's third-level lightning concept was sufficient to easily obliterate the illusory space constructed by his soul skill. His soul skill, Thousand Illusions, had numerous restrictions, and it wasn't all-powerful. It was completely useless before Mo Xian. I'm not a match for him. Duanling Tian lightly shook his head as he replied via voice transmission. Zhong Nan came to a sudden understanding. Subsequently, Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto the origin energy on Mo Xian's body. More precisely speaking, he was staring with concentration at the violet-colored energy contained in Mo Xian's origin energy, his lightning concept. The third-level lightning concept caused the lightning energy to possess bolts of lightning leaping about within it, and if one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to notice. Lightning! Unknowingly, Duanling Tian was entranced, and his entire body and soul was immersed within Mo Xian's lightning concept. At this moment, he seemed to have pulled open the layer upon layer of mist to discover the profundity of lightning by a step further. So that's how it is. In the end, Duanling Tian returned to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face. They all say that experience is the best teacher, and the facts are really like this. With my experience today, I have a new comprehension towards lightning, and my Tempest Point will surely be able to achieve the perfection stage in a short amount of time. Duanling Tian was extremely confident towards this. If he wanted to achieve the perfection stage in Tempest Point, then he must first comprehend advanced lightning force. Along with the appearance of Mo Xian, the young genius competition of Darkstone Empire was approaching its end. Mo Xian had deterred everyone with his third-level void initiation stage cultivation and third-level lightning concept, and he caused all the 9 young geniuses on the 9 combat rings to not dare challenge him. Since it's like this, then the young genius competition this time has come to an end. The number 1 young genius of Darkstone Empire is Mo Xian. King Yong stood up once more, and his voice was like explosive thunder as it spread out into the distance. The other 9 great combat ring masters will obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkhan dynasty and participate in the competition for the positions in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. All 9 of you and Mo Xian gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now. At that time, the Imperial family will bestow all of you with rewards. King Yong finished speaking in one go. Subsequently, King Yong once again ascended the palanquin, and then the 8 void prying stage martial artists carried up the palanquin and escorted King Yong to leave. Long live King Yong! The people present spoke respectfully, and they sent off King Yong with their gazes until his palanquin vanished behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. The young genius competition had come to a close at this point. Humph! On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, snorted coldly before leaving with the other representatives. This time, their Bazo Imperial Kingdom could be said to be unique. They were the only imperial kingdom present where all 5 young geniuses had fallen in battle. Qi Ming, our Bazo imperial kingdom, will remember what happened today. Before he left, Wei Kuan didn't forget to threaten Qi Ming. Do as you wish. Qi Ming didn't take Wei Kuan's words seriously. Meanwhile, the black-clothed of Mo Xian, who was high above in the air, fluttered, and he intended to leave. Mo Xian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Mo Xian and sent a voice transmission. Instantly, Mo Xian's figure stopped moving, and his eyes that were dim and devoid of light flanked indifferently at Duan Ling Tian before he asked via voice transmission, "Do you need something?" Mo Xian's tone contained slight impatience. "I want to make a trade with you." Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. "Trade?" Mo Xian was stunned before asking via voice transmission. "Void fuse fruit. You know?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised, as he never expected Mo Xian would be able to guess his intentions. "Humph." Mo Xian grunted coldly. "There were no less than 20 people before you that were interested in that void fuse fruit. But the things they gave weren't enough arouse my interest." Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Right, it was common knowledge that the void fuse fruit was useless to Mo Xian. Because of that, there was surely many people that wanted to trade for it and obtain the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian. Obviously, no one was able to pay a price that could arouse Mo Xian's interest. "The void fuse fruit is indeed not of any great use to me, but if you're unable to take out something that's able to arouse my interest, then I rather the void fuse fruit decay in my hand than give it to anyone." Mo Xian spoke indifferently. Duan Ling Tian smiled confidently, and he spoke straightforwardly. "Grade for spirit weapon. How about it? Grade for spirit weapon?" Mo Xian's pupils constricted when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with slight astonishment before saying, "You have a grade 4 spirit weapon? I can provide a grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 58% in exchange for the void fuse fruit in your possession. How about it?" Duan Ling Tian asked directly. "Are you sure you want to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the void fuse fruit?" Even though Mo Xian's voice transmission was still calm, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense traces of excitement. Obviously, Mo Xian's interest had been aroused. "Yes. Are you willing?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. "All right. 3 days from now, if you're able to produce a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange with me, then I'll give you the void fuse fruit." Mo Xian agreed. To Mo Xian, his strength and natural talent wasn't inferior to the numerous young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. But those extremely outstanding young geniuses in the Darkhan dynasty more or less possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on, whereas he didn't. If he were to go against those young geniuses from Darkhan dynasty, then he would undoubtedly suffer a loss from this. So he'd already wanted to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon. Unfortunately, even in the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was possessed by the imperial family. Supposedly, it was in King Yong's possession. Now, he had the opportunity to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was even exchanged for with that void fuse fruit, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, Mo Xian transformed into a black bolt of lightning that vanished before the eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, the young geniuses on the 9 combat rings walked off the combat rings. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, congratulations. Luo Zhan and Chun Xiao Shui congratulated Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Duan Ling Tian replied with a light smile, whereas Su Li instead sighed. "I heard long ago that the #1 young expert in the Darkstone Empire possessed an extremely extraordinary strength. Now that I've seen him today, he really does deserve his reputation." Obviously, Su Li was speaking of Mo Xian. "Su Li, there's another 2 more years to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, you might not be unable to surpass him." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Su Li with a deeply meaningful gaze, and then he smiled. Su Li shook his head and smiled when he discerned the meaning contained in Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He was naturally able to discern that there was meaning concealed within Duan Ling Tian's words, but he was confident in being able to chase up to Mo Xian in another 2 years. "You two are both freaks." Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Su Li and Duanling Tian, and then he sighed. I and Luo Zhan have already decided that after we leave the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City this time, we won't return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom first, but instead go wander about for some time. Yes, Luo Zhan nodded, and his eyes were filled with yearning. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain good fortune that belongs to us. Otherwise, if we continue to stay within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and shut ourselves out from the outside world, then it's bound to be impossible for us to chase up to the two of you in our entire lifetimes. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui making such a decision had exceeded Duanling Tian's expectations. But Duanling Tian supported them. If flowers within a greenhouse don't experience that battering of the wind and rain, then its accomplishments were bound to be limited. This was something that he felt deeply about. I'm slightly anticipating the scene when I see both of you in the future. Duanling Tian smiled. Duanling Tian. Suddenly, Duanling Tian heard Qi Ming's voice. Subsequently, he saw Prince Shang and Qi Ming coming over side by side. Vice Dean Qi Ming. Duanling Tian lightly smiled to Qi Ming. As for Prince Shang, Duanling Tian directly disregarded him. Duanling Tian. Prince Shang has something he wants to tell you. Qi Ming lightly smiled as he spoke. Duanling Tian was stunned, and then he looked at Prince Shang. Duanling Tian. Prince Shang looked at Duanling Tian with a flickering gaze, and then he took a deep breath before saying, in the past, there were perhaps some misunderstandings between the two of us. I hope that after this we can write off the matters between the two of us and completely let bygones be bygones. How about it? Prince Shang's words were spoken with an extremely depressed feeling. Although not much sincerity could be perceived from it, Duanling Tian still couldn't help but be shocked. Who was Prince Shang? The brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, the owner of the Prince Shang's estate, and he was also in existence at the Void Initiation stage. Now such an existence had given in before him? Duanling Tian. Prince Shang is extremely sincere. When he saw Duanling Tian seeming to be slightly hesitant, Qi Ming interrupted. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. Since Vice Dean Qi has spoke out as well, then I naturally have no objections towards this matter. Prince Shang, all the matters between the two of us are written off at this moment, Duanling Tian said to Prince Shang right after he finished speaking to Qi Ming. He and Prince Shang couldn't be considered to possess any deep or great enmity, so since Qi Ming had spoken on Prince Shang's behalf, he had no choice but to give Qi Ming face. Of course, if Prince Shang was only deceiving him for a time and did anything that was harmful to him in the future, then he would absolutely not show mercy. Prince Shang nodded, and he heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy weight was lifted off his shoulder. Duanling Tian's advancement gave him too great pressure, so after considering it for a while, he still chose to put down his dignity and take the initiative to seek for peace with Duanling Tian. Otherwise, in the near future, he and the Prince Shang's estate would probably completely vanish from this world. This was something that he had a strong premonition of. Duanling Tian. Both of you ought to be the representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Su Li. Long Yun. Waves of clamorous voices sounded out in the surroundings of Duanling Tian's group. Only now did they notice that they'd been surrounded by many people. Duanling Tian's group hurriedly soared into the sky and left as if they were fleeing. I still have 3 days of time. I hope I can comprehend advanced lightning force in these 3 days. After he returned to the courtyard, Duanling Tian started cultivating to his utmost ability. At the rear courtyard, a row of wooden figures was placed there, and they were precisely provided for martial artists to use when cultivating. Now, Duanling Tian was standing before these wooden figures. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, he pointed out, and his advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force swept out. As for origin energy, Duanling Tian had intentionally suppressed it. Otherwise, these wooden figures would directly be blasted into powder by him. On the first day, Duanling Tian carefully savored the things he comprehended from the third-level lightning concept on Mo Xian's body, yet he was unable to urge his lightning force to break through. On the second day, he was barely able to touch the threshold, yet he was still slightly lacking. On the third day, Duanling Tian smoothly broke through. Whirlwind. In the rear courtyard, Duanling Tian's movements were like the wind as he flashed out. Since he comprehended advanced wind force, the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, that he cultivated had smoothly stepped into the perfection stage. The speed of Whirlwind at the perfection stage was astonishing. Suddenly, Duanling Tian suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! He pointed out, then a strand of origin energy that had condensed into shape shot out, and it contained both advanced wind force and advanced lightning force within it. The Tempest Point energy easily entered one of the wooden figures in the rear courtyard, and it hit right on the head of the wooden figure. Bang! After the Tempest Point energy entered into it, it abruptly exploded. Starting from the head, the entire wooden figure transformed into powder. A wooden figure that was standing there just a moment ago had vanished at this moment. Tempest Point can be considered to have officially stepped into the perfection stage as well. Duanling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Presently, the two types of force he'd comprehended had stepped into the advanced stage. To him, this was a great gain. I hope I can advance the two advanced forces into concept as soon as possible. At that time, when I utilize both my concepts, it would be the strength of two ancient horned dragons. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian's heart couldn't help but surge. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of him executing the Tempest Point with wind concept and lightning concept. At dawn the next day, Duanling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun bid their farewells to Qi Ming and the others. After that, the three of them left the courtyard together. Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shuai had complicated gazes as they looked at the figures of Duanling Tian's group of three that were disappearing into the distance. Only after the figures of Duanling Tian's group of three vanished before their eyes did Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shuai look at Qi Ming and say, "Vice Dean Qi, we won't be following you back. We intend to go wander about for some time by ourselves." Qi Ming nodded and didn't stop them, because he knew that it would be of no use even if he did. Sword Young Master and Crazy Young Master that stood before him had obviously already decided to leave, and he wasn't surprised by their reactions. After all, the numerous young experts that had appeared in the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition were truly too outstanding, and they surpassed Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shuai in every aspect. So Luo Zhan and Chan Xiao Shuai were surely feeling extreme pressure from it. Qi Ming looked at Luo Zhan and said, "Go. I'll help you notify Guild Master Luo." On the other side, Duanling Tian's group of three headed towards the Imperial Palace. Duanling Tian. On the way, Long Yun had suddenly looked towards Duanling Tian with an eye that contained traces of flickering bright light within it. "If you want to make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect in the future, then you must defeat me first." Duanling Tian was first stunned after he heard Long Yun, and then he said indifferently, "Is there a need? Is there a need?" Duanling Tian's indifferent words caused Long Yun's face to instantly flush red. "At any rate, I will absolutely not stand idly by if you make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect." Long Yun spoke with a deep voice. "Do as you please." Duanling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression. "Humph." Su Li, who walked side by side with Duanling Tian and had always never spoken, grunted coldly, and he glanced indifferently at Long Yun. "Long Yun, you better not join in when Duanling Tian goes to take revenge for his sect. Otherwise, I won't stand idly by as well. Besides that, I won't let Master allow Martial Uncle Saber to interfere in this matter." Su Li's words were resolute and decisive, and it caused Long Yun to be flustered and exasperated. He really did have the intention of asking his master to protect the Azure Forest Trisect. But now, he was able to discern that Su Li was speaking seriously, and if Su Li's master really intended to stop his master, then his master would really have no way to help him. Moreover, after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it was still unknown if they would continue staying in the Darkhan dynasty or not. The entire journey continued without a single word spoken. In next to no time, Duanling Tian's group of three had gathered with the other 6 people at the Imperial Palace of the Darkstone Empire. Duanling Tian. Zhong Nan took the initiative to greet Duanling Tian as he was extremely grateful towards Duanling Tian showing mercy. Duanling Tian lightly smiled in reply and introduced Su Li to Zhong Nan. Su Li, if I don't rely on the energy of the earth, I'm afraid it's difficult for me to defeat you, Zhong Nan said to Su Li. You're being modest. Su Li shook his head. I'm speaking the truth. Concept is different from force. Only a force of nature is able to affect speed. Whereas in terms of concept, no matter if it was a natural concept or a weapon concept, both of them can affect speed. Zhong Nan spoke earnestly. For example, sword cultivators like you. Some formidable sword cultivators are able to rely on their sword concept to even seem as if they transformed into swords as their bodies flashed out. And their speed is so fast that it's shocking. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and attracted the attention of everyone. Mo Xian. Mo Xian still wore black clothes, and he stood alone in the distance like a lone wolf. Not long after, someone from the imperial palace made an appearance and led Duanling Tian's group of 9 into a place that was heavily guarded. This place was a pavilion, and guards could be seen standing every few steps apart. This cultivation of these guards. Duanling Tian's spiritual force stretched out, and he noticed a shocking thing. All these guards were actually existences at the void prying stage. What place is this? Duanling Tian was secretly shocked in his heart as he looked at the pavilion before him. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a white robe with gold edges and a mole between his brows stepped down from the sky, and 2 old men followed behind him like shadows. King Yong. Instantly, the young geniuses present bowed respectfully to King Yong, whereas Duanling Tian nodded to King Yong as well. Mo Xian. After King Yong descended before Duanling Tian and the others, he looked at Mo Xian who stood at the side by himself, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy coiled around a thing before slowly pushing it to arrive before Mo Xian. This was a glittering and translucent spirit fruit that emitted a wave of a fragrant aroma, and the aroma caused one's mind to be unable to refrain from being slightly at ease. Void fuse fruit. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Instantly, many people looked with envy at the spirit fruit Mo Xian held in his hand. Duanling Tian stared at the void fuse fruit with a burning gaze. Have you prepared the thing? Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Xian looked at Duanling Tian and asked indifferently. Duanling Tian nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out into Mo Xian's hand. Whoosh! Mo Xian raised his hand and passed over the void fuse fruit to Duanling Tian. This scene caused everyone, including King Yong, to be astonished. What did Duanling Tian use to exchange with Mo Xian? Mo Xian was actually willing to give away the void fuse fruit. Even though the void fuse fruit is useless to Mo Xian, but there seems to be not many things that can arouse Mo Xian's interest. Unbelievable! The people present were mostly curious about what Duanling Tian passed over to Mo Xian. After Duanling Tian received the void fuse fruit, under the numerous gazes of envy and jealousy, he directly shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it with a few gulps, whereas the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit had been temporarily stored by him within his body, and he would arouse the medicinal strength when he cultivated. As expected of the void fuse fruit, its medicinal strength is really shocking. It's indeed comparable to the total of the void refining fruit and void reserve fruit. Duanling Tian felt the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit and he was shocked in his heart. I ought to be able to rely on this to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. I must break through to the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition begins in the Darkhan dynasty, and then get into contact with the other 8 possessors of the Jade Swords to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure vault. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he planned in his heart. If I want to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition, it would undoubtedly be wishful thinking if I don't possess a cultivation at the void initiation stage and above. Even if it's an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, it might not be possible to become eminent and obtain the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Duanling Tian's goal was to stand out during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and obtain the favor of the powers from the foreign lands. He wanted to use the powers of the foreign lands as his stepping stone to think of a way to withdraw the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. After that, he would cultivate with great effort and possess the strength capable of moving unhindered through the entire foreign lands, and even become a supreme martial emperor that looked down on the world. There's also Ku Er and Little Fei. They're both in the foreign lands now. If I want to see them, then I must walk out of the Darkhan dynasty and head to the foreign lands. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed, yet Duanling Tian missed his two fiancées even more. He was most concerned about if they were well now. Duanling Tian. A voice transmission sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears, and it shocked him back to his senses. What? Duanling Tian looked at Su Li. The earlier voice transmission was precisely sent into his ears by Su Li. Duanling Tian, what did you use to exchange for the void fuse fruit from Emotion? Su Li asked curiously. Subsequently, he added, of course, if it's inconvenient for you, then just take it as if I never asked. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duanling Tian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Actually, it's nothing. I just took out a grade 4 spirit weapon and exchanged it for his void fuse fruit. Su Li was his friend, so a small matter like this was nothing to conceal. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian's casual way of saying it caused Su Li's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. You have a grade 4 spirit weapon. Su Li's voice transmission was filled with shock. Su Li, I'll gift you a grade 4 spirit sword before the dynasty martial competition, said Duanling Tian. Gift me? A grade 4 spirit sword. Su Li was shocked, and after staying silent for a while, he asked, Duanling Tian, could it be that you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Kind of, Duanling Tian casually replied. Kind of. Su Li was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, I don't need you to gift a grade 4 spirit sword to me. I have one myself. But my master didn't allow me to use it before the selection during the dynasty martial competition. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he sighed to himself at the same time. It's so much different when you have a master from the foreign lands. A grade 4 spirit sword is easily obtained. In this way, that Long Yun should have a grade 4 spirit saber as well? Duanling Tian asked. It's not only a grade 4 spirit saber. According to my knowledge, he ought to even possess a grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. That spirit saber was prepared for him by his master to be used during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, said Su Li. Grade 3 spirit saber? Duanling Tian was instantly petrified, and he only asked after a short moment. So in this way you have a grade 3 spirit sword in your possession as well? Yes. Su Li lightly nodded. Comparisons are really odious. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. He was at most able to produce a grade 4 spirit weapon now, yet he wasn't able to produce a grade 3 spirit weapon. After I consumed the void fuse fruit, it ought to not be a problem to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Another step in improvement is the void initiation stage. So long as I break through to the void initiation stage and condense a grade 3 weapon flame, then I'll be able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian felt at ease with a quick thought. Presumably, so long as he was able to gather the materials for a grade 3 spirit weapon before the dynasty martial competition, then he would be able to possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Follow me. Meanwhile, King Yong spoke out, and he brought along Duanling Tian's group of 10 to head towards the pavilion ahead. Everywhere they passed, the guards that were guarding outside moved aside. Aren't you going to inspect it? Duanling Tian looked at Emotion, who walked at the other side, and asked via voice transmission. Because he noticed that after he passed the spatial ring that contained the grade 4 spirit sword to Emotion didn't withdraw it from the spatial ring to confirm it was a grade 4 spirit sword. Is there a need? Emotion replied with a question. Duanling Tian's face froze, and then he glanced deeply at Emotion as the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into an arc. This Emotion is slightly interesting. The grade 4 spirit sword Duanling Tian used to exchange for the void fuse fruit was precisely the spirit sword given to him by the pavilion master of the Dark Han dynasty's Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion. King Yong. This place is? Duan Ling Tian's group of 10 followed behind King Yong to arrive before the pavilion, and one of them couldn't refrain from asking. This is the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Within it is numerous valuable materials, and some medicinal pills and spirit weapons. King Yong spoke slowly. Spirit weapons? The gazes of many people lit up. Are there grade 4 spirit weapons? King Yong shook his head. There are only grade 5 spirit weapons. Instantly, many people present were slightly flagging with interest. But there were a few people that were very interested. Although they had grade 5 spirit weapons in their possessions, it was temporarily lent to them by their respective powers backing them. Once they were eliminated in the dynasty martial competition, then they'd have to hand it in once they returned. If they were able to obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon now, then it would undoubtedly be a good thing for them. Of course, there were also those like Duan Ling Tian and Su Li who possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon that belonged to themselves. These people weren't really interested towards grade 5 spirit weapons. The treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire ought to have some good things. In next to no time, the gazes of those people that possessed their own grade 5 spirit weapons lit up, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Remember that all of you are only allowed to select one treasure from within. If there's someone who's greedy, then they'll bleed on the edge of a sword. One of the old men behind King Yong swept Duan Ling Tian's group of 10 with a fierce gaze as he spoke in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian's group nodded. What a joke! Stealing treasures under the eyes of King Yong and 2 old fellows that seemed to be at the 7th level of the void initiation stage? Wasn't that courting death? Rumble. Rumble. Finally, the gate to the Darkstone Empire's treasure vault was opened. The scene that entered their eyes was a glitter of gold and jade, and it caused the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others to be dazzled. Right when King Yong was intending to bring Duan Ling Tian and the others in. Wait! A voice that was moving like the chirping of an oriole suddenly sounded out from the horizon. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian and the others couldn't help but turn around. A yellow-colored figure was like a bolt of lightning as it descended from high above in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had descended before Duan Ling Tian and the others. A beautiful yellow-clothed young girl appeared before their eyes, and even the guards that came over after hearing the sounds over here couldn't help but be stunned. This person that descended from the sky is actually a young girl. Based on this young girl's appearance, she's at most at the age of 15 or 16, a 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage martial artist. The group of guards felt their scalps go numb. Actually, it wasn't just them, even King Yong, the 2 old men behind him, and the group of young geniuses were dumbstruck. Compared to this yellow-clothed young girl before them, they felt that they'd lived all these years in vain. When they were at this age, it was already not bad if they had a cultivation at the origin core stage. Watch out! Right at this moment, King Yong seemed to have noticed something, and his face went grim as he shouted out. Swish! Swish! At the same time, a black and a white bolt of lightning shot towards Duan Ling Tian at an extremely swift speed. Amongst the people present, only King Yong, the 2 old men behind him, Mo Xian, and He Long were able to see the path their 2 bolts of lightning flashed on. Hiss hiss, in next to no time, they saw a scene that shocked them. They saw that a little python had appeared on each of Duan Ling Tian's shoulders. The 2 little pythons were black and white respectively, and they were utterly unable to discern what type of pythons these were. Presently, the 2 little pythons were flicking their tongues as they licked Duan Ling Tian's face happily. Little black, little white. Duan Ling Tian recovered from the shock of seeing the yellow-clothed young girl appear as well, and then he stretched out his hand to grab the 2 little pythons in his hand before lightly smiling and sizing them up. Hee hee, big brother Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the yellow-clothed young girl that stood at the side looked at Duan Ling Tian. Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl, and he had a slightly pleasantly surprised expression. How did all of you know I was here? The yellow-clothed young girl before him was none other than Han Xuanai, who took the 2 little pythons away all those years ago. Big brother Ling Tian? I, Little Black, and Little White went back to that cave to look for you, but unexpectedly you'd already left. So we went looking for you all the way until here. Han Xuanai lightly smiled as she said, I heard that you came to this Darkstone Empire to participate in some young genius competition? It's already over. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It's over. Han Xuanai drooped her little head, and she was slightly dispirited, and then she seemed to have thought of something and asked, Then what are all of you doing here now? This is the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Family's treasure vault, and we're about to enter to take our rewards from the Young Genius competition this time. We're allowed to choose one treasure each, said Duan Ling Tian. Treasure? Can I go in and choose with you? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as she'd become interested. This, you have to ask King Yong. Duan Ling Tian looked at King Yong with an embarrassed expression, and then he sent a voice transmission with a slightly perturbed feeling in his heart. King Yong. She's a young girl and doesn't know any better. Don't. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even finished speaking his words of remedy when Han Xuanai had already walked to arrive before King Yong, and she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing King Yong, who had a solemn expression. Whoosh! Han Xuanai soared into the sky and stretched out her white wrist to lightly pat King Yong. Uncle Red Mole, I want to go in and choose treasures with Big Brother Ling Tian as well. Is that all right? Xuanai. Never had Duan Ling Tian imagined that Han Xuanai would do such an insane action, and he instantly felt his scalp go numb. Uncle Red Mole? The others were dumbstruck when they heard Han Xuanai, and this included King Yong and the two old men behind him. Subsequently, the crowd of people glanced at Han Xuanai with a gaze of pity. As far as they were concerned, although this young girl was beautiful in appearance, and possessed natural talent in the martial Tao that was extraordinary, but joking without respect to the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, would probably cause her to lose her life. King Yong. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and he wanted to plead for mercy on Han Xuanai's behalf. Of course you can. King Yong spoke, interrupting Duan Ling Tian and causing him to be flabbergasted. He saw King Yong look at Han Xuanai with a genial expression and a smile on his face. Little girl, since you're interested in the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, then go in with them. You can choose all of the treasures within. Take whatever you want. Thank you, Uncle Red Mole. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up before her figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind that dashed into the treasure vault. At this moment, she tossed Duan Ling Tian to the back of her head. Outside the treasure vault, everyone including Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck, and all of them looked at King Yong in disbelief. King Yong is so amiable? Duan Ling Tian and some of the people that weren't so familiar with King Yong thought in their hearts. Only some of the people who'd heard of King Yong's deed had expressions of disbelief. King Yong was actually so courteous to that young girl. Could it be that she has some great background? At this moment, even the two old men behind King Yong thought in this way. All of you, go in. King Yong restrained the smile on his face and recovered his expressionless face before speaking indifferently to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Duan Ling Tian and the others instantly entered the treasure vault. King Yong. Meanwhile, the two old men behind King Yong looked at King Yong at the same time with bewildered expressions. Revered elders, I know what the two of you want to ask. We can't afford to offend this young girl. King Yong sighed, and slight terror appeared deep within his eyes. The two old men were instantly petrified when they heard this. Can't afford to offend? King Yong said such words? In next to no time, they thought of the accomplishments that the young girl had achieved at such an age, and they couldn't help but come to a sudden understanding. Perhaps this young girl is the daughter of the higher-ups from one of the top powers in the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Ling Tian followed the group of people to enter the treasure vault. But in his heart, he constantly carried traces of bewilderment. The change in King Yong's attitude was too strange. Could it be that Xuanai used a voice transmission earlier to tell King Yong of her background? In the end, Duan Ling Tian could only think in this way. According to his knowledge, the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, was from the foreign lands. According to his guesses, there was an enormous power behind Xuanai. Otherwise, How could they possibly assist her to possess this cultivation at such a young age? Wait! Duan Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed into an expression of shock. How did I not notice earlier? Xuanai's current appearance seems to be completely the same as 1 year ago. There was utterly no change. Logically speaking, she's at least over 20 years old now, yet her appearance is still like a young girl around the age of 15 or 16, and she's just like a little child that can't grow up. Duan Tian's heart shook when he thought up to here. The Maiden of Heavenly Mountain. At the first possible moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Duan Tian's heart. He still remembered that in the earth of his previous life, there was a famous Wuxia novel that had an existence that was called the Maiden of Heavenly Mountain. That maiden had an age over 100 yet had the appearance of a young girl. Could it be that Xuanai is a 100-plus-year-old old demon? Old monster? Duan Tian's heart trembled as he felt a chill run down his spine. Subsequently, Duan Tian looked at Han Xuanai, who was leafing through the entire treasure vault. And then his spiritual force silently stretched out with an intention of discovering Han Xuanai's cultivation. Unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just arrived a meter away from Han Xuanai when it was like a stone that sank into the sea, and there was no response from it any longer. It seems as if there's some sort of energy that's stopping me from detecting Xuanai's cultivation, yet this feeling is completely different from when I use my spiritual force on a void interpretation stage expert like King Yong. Duan Tian suddenly felt that this yellow-clothed young girl of unknown background had an identity that was more and more mysterious. Hiss hiss right at this moment. The sounds of the two little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out by Duan Tian's ear once again. Right. How could I have forgotten the two of you? Duan Tian looked at the two little pythons and sent a voice transmission into their ears. Little black, little white. Both of you ought to be able to communicate with me via voice transmission, right? If you two are unable to do that, then both of you'll be even inferior to little gold. Instantly, Big Brother, we're much more formidable than her. We were able to communicate with Big Sister Xuanai using voice transmission since we were at the void prying stage. Exactly. Big Brother, we're extremely formidable. Two anxious and immature voice transmissions entered into Duan Tian's ears at the same time. The first voice transmission was like the voice of a young boy, whereas the second voice transmission was instead like the voice of a young girl. Duan Tian laughed in his heart when he heard the voice transmission of the two little pythons. Sure enough, these two little fellows were still unconvinced of the little gold mouse's strength. When he recalled the content of the voice transmission of the little black python with a voice of a young boy, Duan Tian's heart jerked. We were able to communicate with Big Sister Xuanai using voice transmission since we were at the void prying stage. This was the word spoke by the little black python. Under his curiosity, Duan Tian's spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the two little pythons. Right at this moment, Duan Tian noticed that when his spiritual force still hadn't touched the two little pythons yet, a strand of mysterious and unfathomable energy stretched out from the complicated striations on their bodies, and it blocked his spiritual force. This caused his spiritual force to be unable to touch the bodies of the two little pythons, let alone detect their cultivations. Duan Tian quickly noticed as well that the two little pythons seemed to have no knowledge whatsoever of the energy that stretched out from the complicated striations on their bodies, and this was something he was able to discern from their reactions. The golden striations on little black's body and the silver striations on little white's body. I felt they were extraordinary all those years ago. Now they're actually able to stretch out a mysterious energy to block my spiritual force. Duan Tian's heart shook, and he was shocked in his heart. What are your cultivations now? Who's more formidable? Duan Tian asked curiously. Big Brother, I'm more formidable. I'm more formidable. The little black python's voice of a young boy entered into Duan Tian's ears first. Big Brother, I'm already at the third level of the void initiation stage. Little White is only at the second level of the void initiation stage. She isn't as formidable as I am. Whereas the little white python drooped her head and didn't respond to Duan Tian's question. Duan Tian hurriedly consoled. Alright, Little White, your natural talent isn't inferior to Little Black, and you'll surely be able to chase up 2 Little Black soon. The little white python raised her tiny head when she heard this, and then she lightly rubbed the back of Duanling Tian's hand. Big brother, I'll work hard. I'll surely surpass Little Black. Duanling Tian had a complicated gaze when he heard Little White's solemn promise. Although he'd known since long ago that Little Black and Little White would possess extraordinary accomplishments from following Han Xuanai, he never imagined that the 2 little fellows would actually have already broken through to the Void Initiation stage. Moreover, it was the 2nd and 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. They'd completely thrown the little gold mouse into the distance. Little Gold, where exactly are you now? Duanling Tian couldn't help but think of the little gold mouse, and he felt a wave of worry. Duanling Tian, you aren't choosing yet? There's not much time left. Suddenly, Su Li arrived by Duanling Tian's side, and he reminded Duanling Tian, who was teasing the 2 little pythons. There's a time limit? Duanling Tian was stunned. King Yong said earlier that he would give us half an hour of time, said Su Li. Duanling Tian nodded, and he started to go around the treasure vault. What treasure vault? It's all a pile of junk. I'm not choosing anymore. I'm not choosing anymore. Right at this moment, Han Xuanai's voice suddenly sounded out, and it caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. This little ancestor had an extraordinary background, and it was even likely that she was from a formidable power in the foreign lands. It was understandable that she who possessed such a background would not take a fancy to the things within the treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, the corners of the mouths of Su Li and the other young geniuses twitched. Junk? They didn't even have the chance to choose a second treasure now. King Yong had given this young girl the authority to take whatever she wanted and how many she wanted, yet she actually rejected them and didn't want a single treasure? Comparisons between people are truly odious. The group of young geniuses couldn't help but sigh with emotion. King Yong instead couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard the young girl's words. When he made the promise earlier, he felt a wave of fear after it, as he was worried the young girl would take away all the contents in the entire treasure vault. Now, all the treasures within the treasure vault were rejected by the young girl, and at the same time that he had a complicated feeling, he felt slightly delighted. At the same time, he realized even more about how the young girl wasn't simple. On the other side, Duanling Tian had searched for a while, and he didn't notice anything he wanted particularly. In the end, he chose a weapons refinement material. This weapons refinement material was able to be used to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon. The reason Duanling Tian chose it was because he didn't have anything to choose, so he took it as something to keep in preparation. Half an hour of time swiftly passed. Duanling Tian and the others had each chosen a treasure, and they followed behind King Yong to leave this pavilion that served as the treasure vault. Big brother Ling Tian, are all of you going to the Dark Han dynasty next? Han Xuanai followed by Duanling Tian's side like a curious baby. The gaze Duanling Tian looked at Han Xuanai now was completely different. Who knew if she really was a maiden of heavenly mountain? When he thought of how he might have been called Big Brother by such an existence, Duanling Tian felt his scalp go numb and a chill run down his spine. This, you have to ask King Yong. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and replied. Instantly, Han Xuanai looked at King Yong. Uncle Red Mole, when are all of you going to the Dark Han dynasty? Little girl, you plan to follow us? King Yong felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart when he faced the yellow-clothed young girl before him, yet he still worked hard to squeeze out a trace of a smile on his face. Right? I'll go wherever Big Brother Ling Tian goes. Han Xuanai nodded like a chick pecking grains, and she was extremely jubilant. After King Yong realized he was unable to get rid of this young girl, he sighed. We're leaving now. At the same time, the gaze he shot at Duanling Tian had a slight expression of wonder. He was extremely curious about how Duanling Tian had gotten to know this terrifying young girl. Duanling Tian, who's she? Duanling Tian received Su Li's voice transmission. He knew that the she Su Li was asking about was Han Xuanai. I don't know either. Duanling Tian replied via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. You don't know? Then she calls you big brother. Su Li was slightly speechless. I was acquainted with her a few years ago. According to my judgment, her identity is extremely extraordinary, and she ought to be from the foreign lands. Duan Ling Tian replied via voice transmission. Foreign lands. Su Li's pupils constricted, and then he sent a voice transmission. No wonder King Yong was so courteous towards her. Looks like it ought to be because she told King Yong of her identity. Or perhaps King Yong had guessed her identity. Perhaps. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Han Xuanai joined Duan Ling Tian's group of 10. They followed behind King Yong and the two old men to soar up into the sky. Over there. King Yong brought along the two old men and Duan Ling Tian's group of 11 to head towards the east. After a short moment, they'd left the imperial palace and left the imperial city. A lofty and enormous mountain appeared ahead. Meanwhile, King Yong stopped moving, whereas Duan Ling Tian and the others stopped along with him. Right when Duan Ling Tian and the others were bewildered about why King Yong would bring them here, rumble! The lofty and enormous mountain ahead trembled, and it shook before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an exceedingly enormous figure shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it stood between the clouds before heading towards Duan Ling Tian's group. Roar! A demon beast that was enormous like a mountain appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others, and then it roared into the sky, emitting a deafening loud roar. For a time, the clouds and mist in the horizon were shocked to dispersal by its voice, whereas, amongst Duan Ling Tian's group, all the 8th level of the void-prying stage martial artists including Long Yun couldn't help but go pale. Obviously, they were affected by the loud roar of the demon beast. Now, Duan Ling Tian had seen it clearly. The demon beast before him was a tiger-type demon beast, its body enormous like a large mountain. When looked at from afar, it was like a tiger with an enormous mountain as its back, and its body was covered in fur that were like flames. This demon beast! Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out with intent to scan this demon beast's strength. Right at this moment, a voice transmission followed along his spiritual force to enter into his ears. Little fellow, your strength isn't bad. You're merely at the 7th level of the void-prying stage, yet you're actually able to withstand my roar that contained origin energy. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was completely dispersed. That's a third eye. Duan Ling Tian, who was observing in detail, quickly noticed that between the brows of this enormous demon beast, a crack had suddenly split open, and a peculiar eye appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, this eye closed back up once again. 3 eyes, and he's able to see through my cultivation with a single glance. Duan Ling Tian gasped, and the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed within his mind as he intended to find out what exactly was this demon beast. Before long, he found the answer. According to the memories of rebirth martial emperor, the demon beast before him ought to be 3-eyed flame tiger? Duan Ling Tian's though hadn't finished emerging when he heard Han Xuanai's rather surprised voice. Xuanai is actually able to recognize it? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Earlier, he'd found the records related to the 3-eyed flame tiger from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. The 3-eyed flame tiger was a type of demon beast with an extremely formidable strength. A mature 3-eyed flame tiger even had the chance to advance into the void interpretation stage. It belonged to the ranks of kings amongst the various demon beasts below demons. So long as the third eye of the 3-eyed flame tiger is opened, then with a single glance, it's able to see through the cultivation any human or demon beast with a cultivation below it. Earlier, it had precisely relied on its third eye to see through my cultivation. The bewilderment in Duan Ling Tian's eyes had completely vanished. It's a pity. Han Xuanai looked at the distant 3-eyed flame tiger like a little adult, and she criticized it. Your bloodline isn't pure. In this entire lifetime of yours, you'll only be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Wanting to advance a step further is difficult. Han Xuanai's words had infuriated the 3-eyed flame tiger. Roar! The 3-eyed flame tiger shook its head that was like a small hill, and its enormous eyes that seemed as if they were burning flames stared fixedly at Han Xuanai. "What? Big guy, you're angry?" Han Xuanai giggled as if she didn't take the large fellow before her seriously. Roar! Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger was completely enraged, and it roared explosively before charging directly towards her. Right at this instant, Duanling Tian felt a scorching aura assault his face, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from having a grim expression. The other young geniuses, including Mo Xian, who had the strongest strength, went pale as well. It was at this instant that a gentle yet enormous strength carried Duanling Tian and the others to dodge to the side. It was precisely King Yong who's made a move. Duanling Tian felt as if he was traveling through space, and when he recovered his senses, he saw with a glance that Han Xuanai was facing the three-eyed flame tiger by herself now. Xuanai! Duanling Tian's face went pale when faced with such a dangerous scene, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He entirely didn't have the time to think why King Yong would have moved everyone away, yet didn't move Han Xuanai. In the distance, Han Xuanai's expression remained unchanged when faced with the three-eyed flame tiger that seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that pounced towards her. At this moment, in the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger that swiftly moved forward, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes swept out to reveal his cultivation. 9th level of the void prying stage. Not only that, along with the pulsating of the origin energy on the three-eyed flame tiger's body, a fiery red energy that was almost material flawlessly combined with his origin energy, and it seemed like burning flames. Meanwhile, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level fire concept. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. Besides being a 9th level void prying stage demon beast, this three-eyed flame tiger had also comprehended 8th level fire concept. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger pounced towards Han Xuanai, and when its body that was like an enormous mountain was compared with Han Xuanai's body, they were simply like two opposites. When compared, the difference between Han Xuanai and the three-eyed flame tiger was like the difference between an ant and human. King Yong wouldn't have intentionally not saved her, right? At this moment, similar thoughts had emerged in the hearts of all the young geniuses, including Duanling Tian. King Yong's actions earlier of only saving them yet not saving the young girl was something that they were unable to wrap their heads around. Whereas, the following scene caused Duanling Tian to be completely stunned. Now, it wasn't only Duanling Tian. Everyone else besides King Yong had their eyes wide open with dumbstruck expressions. Heavens! What have I seen? Han Xuanai in the distance raised her hand unhurriedly when facing the three-eyed flame tiger that carried along the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, every present clearly saw Han Xuanai lightly leap up. Then her white wrist that was like white jade slowly stretched out from beneath her sleeve, and it moved to intercept the three-eyed flame tiger that approached menacingly. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger let out a loud roar, and then it opened up its blood mouth, intending to swallow Han Xuanai into its belly. Right at this moment, Han Xuanai made another move. Her graceful figure dangerously avoided the three-eyed flame tiger's bloody mouth. Subsequently, she arrived between the brows of the flame tiger. Whoosh! Her delicate hand formed a palm that pressed down towards the spot between the flame tiger's brows. Right at this moment, origin energy appeared in the center of Han Xuanai's palm before condensing into a revolving vortex that instantly caused gusts of strong winds to sweep out in all directions. Instantly, Duanling Tian and the others felt a wave of violent winds assault them, and it blew to the point that they were barely able to stand firmly on the spot in midair with origin energy protecting their bodies, whereas the clothed on their bodies fluttered in the wind to the point of emitting flapping sounds. What strong origin energy! Duanling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and he felt extremely shocked in his heart. Such strong origin energy was obviously already above the void initiation stage. Void interpretation stage? Duanling Tian's heart jerked, and at the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head while intending to clearly see the total amount of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had condensed into form above Han Xuanai. But unfortunately, in the next moment, waves of coldness emerged from the violent winds, and it caused him to be unable to help but close his eyes. When Duanling Tian squinted his eyes and looked over with difficulty, he instead saw that this coldness had come from the origin energy vortex that spun rapidly on Han Xuanai's hand. Presently, strands of extremely terrifying icy cold aura were stretching out from those origin energy vortexes, and the air around Han Xuanai had already been frozen to the point it almost stopped moving. Big guy, I know you three-eyed flame tigers hate water and ice the most. I'll let you try the feeling of being frozen into a popsicle. Suddenly, Han Xuanai spoke out, and her voice that was moving like the sound of an oriole instead caused others to feel a slight chill run down their spines at this moment. Frozen into a popsicle? Right when Duanling Tian's heart jerked, Han Xuanai's palm descended down to slap onto the spot between the three-eyed flame tiger's brows. Instantly, a terrifying gale swept out, and within it was an aura that was icy cold to the extreme mixed within it, whereas the clouds and mist in the horizon had completely stopped moving at this moment. They were completely frozen by the icy cold aura. Duanling Tian and the others were utterly unable to clearly see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared atop Han Xuanai. When these clouds and mist once again started moving, the figures of Han Xuanai and the three-eyed flame tiger once again appeared before the eyes of everyone present. But the scene before them caused everyone, including King Yong, to be dumbstruck. It really became a popsicle, Duanling Tian muttered as he looked ahead. Within Duanling Tian's field of vision, the faraway three-eyed flame tiger had completely stopped on the spot. Presently, there was a layer of thick icy that froze the three-eyed flame tiger within it, causing it to become a unique icy sculpture, whereas within the ice sculpture, the origin energy on the three-eyed flame tiger's body could vaguely be seen to be gradually dispersing. As for the 8-level fire concept in the three-eyed flame tiger's origin energy, it had been blasted to the point nothing remained since long ago. Now, the three-eyed flame tiger had completely stiffened in midair, and its body started to descend slowly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a swift figure instantly arrived below the three-eyed flame tiger and helped it up to prevent the three-eyed flame tiger from falling down. Otherwise, with the current height the three-eyed flame tiger was at, then once it fell down, it would surely transform into countless pieces along with the ice that froze it. The one that saved the three-eyed flame tiger was naturally King Yong. Presently, King Yong was looking at the yellow-clothed young girl in the distance with a bitter smile on his face. The young girl that looked harmless instead seemed no different to a devil in King Yong's eyes. Shue, young Miss Xuanai, this three-eyed flame tiger didn't mean to oppose you. I hope that you can show mercy. King Yong's tone contained slightly helplessness mixed within. Humph! Han Xuanai raised her head and glanced indifferently at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen, and then she said indifferently, "Who asked him to want to eat me? Uncle Red Mole. If you want to save him, feel free to save him from the ice. I won't stop you." As she finished speaking, a wisp of a sly smile appeared in Han Xuanai's eyes. It was as if there was some sort of trickery to it. King Yong's expression sank, and he sighed. "Young Miss Xuanai, please don't joke. You froze it with your origin energy combined with ice concept, and it has already caused him to fuse into one with the ice. If I were to forcefully do something to the ice, then he would die along with it." Han Xuanai's beautiful face froze, and she spoke with slight surprise. "Uncle Red Mole, I never expected that you know this as well. Uncle Red Mole, where did you find out about this? According to my knowledge, ice concept isn't common." When he saw Han Xuanai intentionally changing the topic, King Yong was completely helpless, and he glanced over to the distant violet-clothed young man with a gaze that sought for help and said via voice transmission, "Duanling Tian, please ask this young Miss Xuanai to spare this three-eyed flame tiger. This three-eyed flame tiger is our Darkstone Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family's empire-guarding demon beast, and it had extraordinary meaning to our Darkstone Empire. Young Miss Xuanai's ice concept is truly too strong. With the three-eyed flame tiger's strength, it would be at most half an hour before it would be dead for sure." As he finished speaking, King Yong's voice was slightly trembling. "Ice concept," Duanling Tian gasped. He never imagined that Xianxia had actually comprehended such a terrifying concept. Ice concept could be said to be the upgraded version of water concept, and it stood above the numerous concepts of nature. Since ancient times, there was a saying that had been passed down: ice is made of water, yet it's colder than water. This was the same principle behind a pupil outdoing the master. Xianxia. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xianxia. Big brother Lingtian, don't worry. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Han Xianxia interrupted Duan Lingtian's words, as she'd obviously guessed what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. The slyness in the depths of her beautiful eyes grew even denser. I won't kill this big guy. Wasn't he unconvinced earlier? Then I'll freeze him for 15 minutes and allow him to sober up properly. Let's see if he dares be unconvinced again. Her tone contained slight childishness. 15 minutes? Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard this, and then he glanced at the three-eyed flame tiger that had been frozen into a popsicle with pity. This big fellow just had to go offend this little devil. He was simple looking to suffer, but Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with shock. Never had he imagined that Xianxia's strength was actually so terrifying. Earlier, because the clouds and mist in the horizon had been frozen by Xianxia's ice concept, so Duan Lingtian and the others weren't able to see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes had been condensed into form by the energy of heaven and earth. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to confirm that Xianxia's strength was surely at the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. This was something that could be discerned from the attitude King Yong assumed when facing Xianxia. At the beginning, he'd perceived that King Yong was extremely afraid of Xianxia. At that time, he thought that Xianxia had spoke of her background, and that's what caused King Yong to be like that. Now it would seem that the facts weren't like that. Perhaps when Xianxia stretched out her hand to pay King Yong's shoulder before the Darkstone Empire's imperial family's treasure vault earlier, she's revealed her terrifying strength to King Yong. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed. Xianxia wouldn't really be an extremely old figure, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Han Xianxia, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought about it yet didn't speak of it. He didn't want to be frozen into a popsicle like the three-eyed flame tiger. Moreover, it was only Duan Lingtian's irresponsible wild guess. If Xianxia really was a figure like the Maiden of Heavenly Mountain, then how could she possibly be willing to address a little kid like him as big brother? All of his thoughts couldn't hold its ground before the facts. Perhaps it was because of certain reasons that Xianxia's appearance didn't change in the slightest during these past few years. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. But such a large popsicle is really rarely seen in the entire world. When he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen into a popsicle. 15 minutes? King Yong had a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the three-eyed flame tiger above him. Meanwhile, including the two old men behind King Yong, everyone looked at Han Xianxia now with a gaze that was filled with terror and astonishment. Never had they imagined that this harmless young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. Moreover, she was a little devil that they couldn't afford to offend. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually knows such a terrifying figure. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian as he shook his head, and he was rather shocked. He originally thought that him being able to encounter his master was already a great fortunate encounter that others could only envy. But Duan Lingtian's fortune was even more exaggerated. He'd become acquainted with a 15 or 16-year-old young girl that was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. In terms of fortuitous encounter, Duan Lingtian's had surpassed him. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons stuck out their heads from beneath Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and their eyes revolved ceaselessly as they flicked their tongues. It was more like they were cheering for the young girl. The time of 15 minutes passed by in the blink of an eye for Duan Lingtian and the others. But to the three-eyed flame tiger it was undoubtedly extremely great torture. Although the three-eyed flame tiger was frozen to the point it was unable to move, Duan Ling Tian and the others were still able to see the flickering strands of terror in its eyes that had sprung wide open. Young Miss Xuanai, 15 minutes have passed. After 15 minutes, King Yong, who was still holding up the three-eyed flame tiger, looked at Han Xuanai, and his face carried a bitter smile of helplessness since the beginning. He was sure that the three-eyed flame tiger had never suffered such a punishment in its entire lifetime. But he was also sure that even if the three-eyed flame tiger suffered this punishment, it wouldn't dare be the slightest bit displeased towards the young girl. This young girl was utterly not an existence that the three-eyed flame tiger could go against. Big guy, remember well? When this young miss speaks in the future, you can only nod in agreement. If you dare question me again, then watch out that this young miss will freeze you into a popsicle again. Han Xuanai glared at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen within ice, and then he didn't seem to make any movements. Snap! She just snapped her finger, and right at this moment, the ice that confined the three-eyed flame tiger within it had instantly shattered into pieces before transforming into mist that covered the sky and completely vanished from the world. Ow Wu, after the three-eyed flame tiger was freed, its body that was like an enormous mountain slightly trembled. Its enormous eyes that looked at Han Xuanai lightly flashed before revealing terror that came from the heart. Now, before Han Xuanai, the three-eyed flame tiger was obedient like a little cat. Duan Ling Tian and the others all sighed with emotion when they saw this scene. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong were enough to rule over everything. At the beginning, this three-eyed flame tiger became enraged from Han Xuanai's words, and it aggressively wanted to swallow up Han Xuanai to prove its dignity. Yet in the end, it was instead tortured by Han Xuanai. Now, the three-eyed flame tiger was tortured to the point it was convinced of Han Xuanai's superiority, causing it to not dare be displeased in the slightest towards Han Xuanai, and all it had was extreme terror that came from the bottom of its heart. Everyone ascend the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. We'll be leaving to the Darkhan dynasty right away. Meanwhile, King Yong's voice entered into the ears of everyone. So King Yong brought us here because he wanted the three-eyed flame tiger to carry us to the Darkhan dynasty. The three-eyed flame tiger was originally only called over by King Yong to help carry us over, but unexpectedly, it actually encountered this little devil. It can be said that it's truly unfortunate. Yes, anyone that offends this little devil will be struck with misfortune. I really envy Duan Ling Tian for being able to form a relationship with this little devil. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, everyone stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger successively. The three-eyed flame tiger's body was enormous like a mountain, and its back was extremely spacious as well, and was sufficient to accommodate many people. This three-eyed flame tiger's back, in terms of area, it's even able to compare with a football field of my previous life. Duan Ling Tian looked around, and as he gazed at the flat back of the three-eyed flame tiger, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai followed by Duan Ling Tian sighed like a shadow, and she teased the two little pythons that stuck their heads out from beneath Duan Ling Tian's sleeve as she greeted Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai with an extremely complicated gaze. He's already felt Han Xuanai wasn't simple all those years ago, but he never imagined that she would actually possess such a terrifying strength. If Xuanai is really only a little over 20, yet possesses this cultivation of hers, then her background, it was slightly difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine. Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai was asked slightly uncertainty via voice transmission. You, how old are you? Han Xuanai's lively eyes spun when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and then she replied via voice transmission. 21. 21? Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock after a short while, and then he couldn't refrain from asking, "Then why is your appearance always like this? All those years ago when I met you for the first time, you have the same appearance as you have now. Your appearance has never changed this whole time." Han Xuanai lowered her little head when she heard this, and she said with slight helplessness, "Big brother Ling Tian, actually, I don't want to be like this as well, but the cultivation method I cultivate is like this and I'm helpless." Only when my cultivation arrives at a certain level would I be able to break through the shackles of having a young appearance, and I'll be able to grow like an ordinary person. Cultivation method? Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. If all of this was because of the effect of her cultivation method, then it could be understood. Of course, if it was someone else, they would perhaps feel that it was unbelievable. A mere cultivation method was able to allow a person to maintain a young appearance for many years? Only Duanling Tian knew that the ability of some cultivation methods exceeded the imaginations of ordinary people. There was no need to go so far, just the Rebirth Martial Emperor was enough. The Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated the 3 lives rebirth technique all those years ago, and he was able to use the same soul but different body to experience 3 lifetimes. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this was an inconceivable and unbelievable thing. But it did indeed exist. If it wasn't for an unexpected event, the Rebirth Martial Emperor's 3rd lifetime would have probably started already. In that way, the current Duanling Tian wouldn't exist. So that's how it is. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as he finally confirmed that Han Xuanai wasn't an old granny. Xuanai, can you tell me of your origins? Duanling Tian asked curiously. It was as if there were thousands of ants crawling in his heart, and they had become restless because of his curiosity that was aroused from Han Xuanai's origins. Hee, Big Brother Ling Tian, you'll naturally know in the future. Even if I tell you now, you might not know of it. Han Xuanai's reply was ambiguous. I might not know of it even if she told me? Duanling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard Han Xuanai's reply. After all, he wasn't the frog at the bottom of the well like Han Xuanai thought he was. Perhaps in the eyes of Han Xuanai, he was only a bumpkin that had never left the Darkhan dynasty, a rash fellow that had never been to the foreign lands. However, in reality, he instead possessed the memories of an extremely formidable martial emperor that had experienced 2 lifetimes. This little girl Xuanai is still acting mysterious with me. Perhaps her background is related to the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Duanling Tian thought to himself. According to the memories of the 2 lifetimes Rebirth Martial Emperor had experienced, he'd had a great deal of interaction with the top few great powers in Cloud Continent during his peak period. As far as Duanling Tian was concerned, it was extremely likely that Han Xuanai was from one of those powers. Coincidentally, one of those few powers was led by a person surnamed Han. The ancient Han clan. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, that Han clan was one of the most ancient clans in Cloud Continent, and it had experienced countless amounts of years without perishing. In Cloud Continent, there were only 2 clans that could be traces back to the ancient times, and the Han clan was one of them. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian understood in his heart and didn't delve deeper into it with Han Xuanai. It was just like Han Xuanai had said. If he was able to become a martial monarch or even a martial emperor in the future, he would surely interact with the top powers of Cloud Continent. At that time, he would be easily able to inquire if Han Xuanai was someone from the ancient Han clan. Let's go! Suddenly, King Yong's stern shout sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears. King Yong asked the 3-eyed flame tiger beneath them to leave, yet the 3-eyed flame tiger didn't make a single movement, and it stood on the spot while remaining unmoving. It was as if it had become stiff on the spot. This caused the group of young geniuses to be slightly speechless. Could it be that this 3-eyed flame tiger still thinks it's been frozen and unable to move? Xuanai. When he saw King Yong's expression becoming more and more unsightly, Duanling Tian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai nodded with understanding. Then she lightly raised her leg to step on the 3-eyed flame tiger beneath her, and then shouted in a delicate voice, "Big guy, move quickly. Otherwise, I'll freeze you into a pop." She hadn't finished saying cycle when the 3-eyed flame tiger seemed as if it was given stimulants, and its body flashed out to head directly towards the Darkhan dynasty. That caused the people present to be unable to help from sighing. Especially King Yong. A strand of bright light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, King Yong was even planning in his heart if he should properly teach the 3-eyed flame tiger a lesson, and make it be afraid of him like it was afraid of Han Xuanai. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about the 3-eyed flame tiger not listening to him. It could be imagined that if the three-eyed flame tiger were to know of King Yong's current thoughts, it would probably be terrified to the point it cried and fainted. Xuanai, you accompany Little Black and Little White. I want to cultivate for some time. After Duan Ling Tian passed the two little pythons to Han Xuanai, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and silently started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WYRM form. At the same time that he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget to arouse the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit that had accumulated in his body to combine with the medicinal strength of the void strengthening pill and urge the speed of his cultivation to increase. Needless to say, the void fuse fruit's medicinal strength was extremely shocking. 7 days later, Duan Ling Tian successfully charged through the bottleneck and stepped into the 8th level of the void prying stage. Half a month later, he successfully stepped into the 9th level of the void prying stage. Meanwhile, not much of the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit remained. 9th level of the void prying stage. In a short half a month of time, his cultivation had undergone such a great transformation, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be exceedingly pleased. After Duan Ling Tian awoke, he temporarily didn't continue cultivating, and he instead sized up the surroundings. Only now did he notice that practically all the others had sat cross-legged on the spacious back of the three-eyed flame tiger and were cultivating, and even King Yong and the 2 old men by King Yong's side were no exception. Only Han Xuanai was bouncing about chasing the 2 little pythons, and similar to her current appearance, she wasn't like a 21-year-old in the slightest. Now, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the void prying stage, and I'm only a step away from the void initiation stage. I ought to contact the owners of the other 8 jade sword. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian had withdrew a glittering and translucent jade sword. This jade sword was exactly the key left behind by the young sect leader of the boundless sect that day that opened the Sword Monarch's treasure. Just by hearing its name, the Sword Monarch's treasure, one would be able to know that it was a treasure left behind by a formidable martial monarch. Moreover, this was a sword-cultivating martial monarch. Without any hesitation, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's hand pulsated like 3 years ago, and he activated the voice transmission inscription in the jade sword. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard an aged voice. After 3 years, you've finally appeared once again. I heard that fellow from the Darkstone Empire mention you 3 years ago. You are another owner of a jade sword? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. The aged voice passed through the void transmission inscription to enter into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was exceedingly clear. Where are you from? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I'm from Phoenix Cry Empire. The aged voice answered indifferently. Phoenix Cry Empire? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It isn't surprising that you haven't heard it before. The Phoenix Cry Empire is extremely far from Darkstone Empire, and it doesn't belong to the Darkhan dynasty. The aged voice continued. I heard from that fellow the last time that you wanted to wait for your strength to be sufficient before opening the Sword Monarch's treasure with all of us. You've taken the initiative to contact us this time. Are you already prepared? The aged voice became slightly excited as it finished speaking. Just think about it, the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure had been accumulating dust in his possession for many years, and not that it could be of use to open a great fortune, it was undoubtedly a thing that caused one to be excited. Not to mention the various dynasties including the Darkhan dynasty. Even if it was in the entire foreign lands, the Sword Monarch's treasure was something that would cause the eyes of countless martial artists to go red with greed. Of course, if one doesn't possess a jade sword, that one would probably never be able to locate the Sword Monarch's treasure. Moreover, even if one possessed a jade sword, if all 9 weren't gathered together, it would similarly be of no use. Only after the 9 jade swords were gathered would one be able to head towards the Sword Monarch's treasure under the guidance of the jade sword and open the Sword Monarch's treasure. Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied. Very good. The owner of the aged voice spoke excitedly. How about this, you and I will arrange a time and location. I'll be in charge to contact the other 7 people. At that time, we'll all gather at the agreed-upon location. How about it? All right. Duan Ling Tian readily agreed. When and where do you think would be more suitable to gather? The owner of the aged voice said. I roughly know their locations. How about this? 3 months from now, we'll gather at Pheasant Ridge, which is north of the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry Empire. How about it? Eastern Mulberry Empire? All right. Duan Ling Tian agreed. It's a deal. We'll not leave before seeing each other 3 months from now. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Eastern Mulberry Empire. It was an empire that neighbored the Darkstone Empire, and it was on the eastern side of Darkstone Empire. After one passed the eastern border of Darkstone Empire, one would be in the Eastern Mulberry Empire. We'll not leave before seeing each other. The aged voice spoke out as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the origin energy that had fused into the voice transmission inscription, and he severed the connection with the other person. With a command in his heart, he was just about to put away the jade sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, whoosh! A swift and strong wind assaulted him, and in the next moment, the jade sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was seized away. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim, but when he saw clearly that the person who seized his jade sword was Han Xuanai, he heaved a sigh of relief. Han Xuanai blinked her cheeky eyes as she looked at the jade sword in her hand before looking at Duan Ling Tian, and then speaking with deep meaning. Big brother Ling Tian. This jade sword of yours seems to be extraordinary. There's nothing extraordinary about it. It's just a little toy. Duan Ling Tian shook his head lightly and smiled before stretching out his hand, intending to take back the jade sword from Han Xuanai. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai had dodged, causing Duan Ling Tian to grab at the air. Big brother Ling Tian, you're lying. Would a little toy have an inscription on it? Moreover, it's a voice transmission inscription. When she spoke up to hear, Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was filled with cunning. Xuanai, you're able to discern that there's a voice transmission inscription on it. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, as it was slightly unexpected to him. For a time, Han Xuanai had become even more mysterious in his eyes. I've seen this type of inscription before. Han Xuanai smiled. Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. If Han Xuanai really was a member of the ancient Han clan, then it wasn't strange that she recognized the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. The Han clan didn't lack inscription masters, nor did it lack voice transmission inscriptions. Han Xuanai's pair of cheeky eyes ceaselessly spun about. Then she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a spurious smile that showed she wouldn't return this jade sword to Duan Ling Tian until he told her about it. Xuanai! Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly, and then he sent a voice transmission to tell the entire origins of the jade sword to Han Xuanai. Sword Monarch's treasure? After Han Xuanai found out about the origins of the jade sword, her cheeky eyes flickered with a bright light, and she was obviously interested in this Sword Monarch's treasure. Big brother Ling Tian, you're too bad. You wouldn't have been intending to leave me, little black, and little white while you go alone to such a fun place, right? After she returned the jade sword to Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuanai spoke with slight displeasure. Fun place. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, and then he laughed embarrassedly yet didn't admit to it, even though he did indeed have thoughts like this. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm going with you. Han Xuanai's tone was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. If you want to come, then come. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse. As far as he was concerned, Han Xuanai was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, and even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, she was an expert at the top. If she was present, then perhaps his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure would be much more relaxed. Needless to say, as a 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast, the three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift. It only spent a month to cross over from the Darkstone Empire's imperial city to the capital of Darkhan dynasty and arrive in the sky above their destination. The three-eyed flame tiger stood in mid-air without moving an inch, and it seemed like an enormous mountain floating high above in the sky. On this enormous mountain, a group of people had stood in a row as they looked down at the vast ground beneath them. This is the Darkhan dynasty's capital? A young genius couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Presently, a city that occupied an area so vast it was a few times the total area of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city had appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian's group. As expected of the Darkhan dynasty's capital, it's absolutely the largest city I've seen in my entire lifetime. Zhong Nan sighed with emotion. Yeah, before the capital of the Darkhan dynasty, I feel myself to be like a frog inside a well. Gao Yuhai lightly fanned the fan in his hand, and he had a complicated gaze. All of you will only know what being a frog inside a well really means once all of you meet the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty. King Yong spoke indifferently. According to my knowledge, there are many who possess strength that are on par with Emotion in the Darkhan dynasty. Although it's said that all of you have come here to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, I'm only confident towards Emotion. Of course, it isn't that I'm looking down on your natural talents. Amongst all of you, Duanling Tian and Su Li are both on par with Emotion in terms of natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young. If they were given another few years of time, then it wasn't impossible for them to catch up to Emotion. When he spoke up to hear, King Yong looked at Duanling Tian and Su Li, and he seemed more like he was consoling them. For a time, the gazes of most of the people present couldn't help but descend onto Duanling Tian and Su Li. King Yong's words were to the point, and most of them agreed to it. Of course, there were also people that didn't, and that was Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had an unconvinced expression, and it was as if he was not convinced because King Yong didn't mention him. Duanling Tian and Su Li couldn't help but look at each other when they heard King Yong. Duanling Tian, looks like King Yong doesn't look favorably upon us, said Su Li to Duanling Tian via voice transmission. Then we'll let our actions prove that his eyes are mistaken. Duanling Tian shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. I have the exact same intention. Su Li's face was filled with confidence. Let's go over there. In next to no time, King Yong spoke, and he urged the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the continuous mountain range west of the capital. The end of the continuous mountain range couldn't be seen. After King Yong found a gorge as the place for the three-eyed flame tiger to rest, he instructed, from today onwards you will stay here. Once the dynasty martial competition ends, I'll bring along the people who have been eliminated to come meet you before returning to the Darkstone Empire. Ao Wu, the three-eyed flame tiger's body that was enormous like a mountain, lay within the gorge as it nodded to King Yong. At the same time, it didn't forget to glance at the yellow-clothed young girl that stood nearby, and terror that came from the soul was contained deep within his eyes. Let's go! After he made arrangements for the three-eyed flame tiger, King Yong and the two old men behind him brought Duanling Tian and the others along to head directly towards the capital of Darkhan Dynasty. The feeling when looking down at the capital of Darkhan Dynasty from the sky was completely different from the feeling when standing before the gate of the capital and looking up at it. How magnificent! Duanling Tian's heart shook as he looked at the city before him that was like an enormous beast. The entire city emitted an aura that was ancient and filled with experience, and it seemed to be narrating how long in history it had existed. How long the Darkhan dynasty has existed is something that is already impossible to find out. King Yong sighed. Before our Darkstone Empire and the other empires in the Darkhan dynasty had been born, the Darkhan dynasty had already existed. Such as the gold and silver we use normally are precisely from the Darkhan dynasty. No matter how the ruler of an empire, imperial kingdom or kingdom changed, so long as the Darkhan dynasty still exists, then the gold and silver bills won't lose their worth. As he finished speaking, King Yong was filled with deep veneration. A dignified existence at the void interpretation stage couldn't refrain from arousing reverence from the heart when facing the history of the Darkhan dynasty. As the capital of the Darkhan dynasty, it was heavily guarded, and not everyone was able to casually enter the capital. At the gate to the capital was 2 rows of armored guards standing there, and they registered the people that entered and exited the capital. Not only was the gate to the Darkhan dynasty's capital heavily guarded, even the sky above the capital had numerous guards that formed neat groups and flashed past. These guards that were in the sky above the capital looked fiercely at the horizon in all directions, and so long as they saw something off, they would charge forward. Since these guards were able to fly in the air, they were undoubtedly existences at the void prying stage or above, and it caused Duanling Tian to be extremely shocked. This is the hidden resources and reserves of a dynasty. A group of guards that patrolled in the sky were all existences at the void-prying stage or above. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only those few void-prying stage martial artists, whereas in the Darkhan Dynasty, it was all void-prying stage martial artists that guarded the gate and patrolled the skies. It was completely like the difference between the sky and earth between the two of them. If the Darkhan Dynasty is compared to the busiest large city in the earth of my previous life, then the Crimson Sky Kingdom is simple those remote villages that even a road couldn't be found in. This thought couldn't help but emerge in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Ling Tian that was shocked by the guards in the sky. Even Mo Xian and the others couldn't help but have an expression of shock. So many void-prying stage martial artists are actually only the patrolling guards of the Darkhan Dynasty's capital? Zhong Nan's pupils constricted, and he was slightly astonished. No wonder they say that in the Darkhan Dynasty, void initiation stage experts were numerous like stray dogs on the streets, and void-prying stage experts walked all over the place. I'd thought earlier that this was people exaggerating, yet now it would seem that these words were truly too appropriate. Gao Yuhai put away the fan in his hand as he sighed with emotion. Only Han Xuanai, King Yong, Su Li, and Long Yun were the people present that were still able to maintain their composure. Duan Ling Tian clearly noticed the composed expressions of the four of them. He wasn't surprised by Han Xuanai's composure, as she was from the foreign lands after all. He was similarly not surprised by King Yong, as the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire had surely come to the Darkhan Dynasty on many occasions. Su Li and Long Yun had caused him to feel surprised. Su Li, could it be that you've come here before? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Yes, Su Li replied. I came here with Master once. According to my knowledge, Long Yun ought to have come here with my martial uncle Saber. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he felt that their composure was understandable. King Yong. Meanwhile, Zhong Nan looked at King Yong, and he asked curiously, up until now, I haven't seen a single person enter the Darkhan Dynasty's capital from the sky. Could it be that the capital doesn't allow people to enter and leave from the sky? Kind of. King Yong nodded. Kind of. King Yong's words caused everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, to feel deeply bewildered. King Yong continued. The sky above the Darkhan Dynasty doesn't allow anyone aside from the members of the imperial family to enter and leave through it. Duan Ling Tian and the others came to a sudden understanding. As the power that ruled the Darkhan Dynasty, the imperial family undoubtedly implemented hegemony. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was sure that if it was an expert that possessed the strength to look down upon the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family, then the expert was similarly able to casually fly in and out through the capital sky. When faced with an expert like that, the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family would probably not dare say a word. This world where the strong were respected was like this. Let's go. Under King Yong's lead, Duan Ling Tian's group headed towards the gate of the capital. Duan Ling Tian's ground carried out their registration under the lead of King Yong. Darkstone Empire's King Yong? The guard that was in charge of registering Duan Ling Tian's group glanced at King Yong with slight surprise, and after he registered them, he passed 14 command tokens to King Yong. Every one of them had one of these tokens, and it was used to enter and leave the capital. After they registered themselves, in the next 3 years, they would only have to produce this command token to enter and leave the capital, and there was no need to continue registering themselves. Under King Yong's lead, Duan Ling Tian's group walked into the capital, and what entered their eyes was numerous complicated large streets that caused Duan Ling Tian and the others to be unable to help themselves from being dazed by it. As the capital of the Darkhan Dynasty, it was bustling and prosperous. Every single large street had carriages that formed dragons that flowed endlessly. Big brother Ling Tian, when are we leaving? There's another 2.5 months of time before the arranged date between you and the other possessors of the Jade Swords. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This young girl Xue Nai's interest to the Sword Monarch's treasure seemed to be even greater than him. Of course, he was able to perceive that Xue Nai entirely wanted to go join in the fun, as she felt it was fun. "We'll leave after we've settled down. It's alright like this, right?" Duan Ling Tian replied with slight helplessness. Han Xuenai's cheeky eyes flashed when she heard this, and she nodded in satisfaction. "Let's first go have a meal, and then we'll stay in an estate that was purchased by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family," King Yong said to all of them. All of them had no objections. Duan Ling Tian and the others weren't surprised that the Darkstone Empire possessed an estate in the capital. Under the lead of King Yong, they casually found a restaurant and had a meal. After that, Duan Ling Tian's group followed behind King Yong to arrive at the estate. The estate was extremely large, and it was divided into the front courtyard and rear courtyard. There are 108 independent small courtyards at the rear courtyard. During this period of time, all of you can stay in the east courtyard of the rear courtyard. There are 20 independent little courtyards in the east courtyard. King Yong brought Duan Ling Tian and the others to the rear courtyard before instructing, and then he brought the two old men behind him and left. Duan Ling Tian and the others started to distribute the small courtyards in the east courtyard. But no one entered any of the small courtyards first. Besides Duan Ling Tian, the others had slight fear in their eyes as they looked at the yellow-clothed young girl that followed by Duan Ling Tian's side. When he saw this scene, how could Duan Ling Tian not know what the others were thinking? And he looked at Han Xuenai and said, "Xuenai, you choose first." "Big brother Ling Tian, I'll stay at a courtyard beside yours. Those two courtyards look good and are close together. How about we stay there?" Han Xuenai's gaze descended onto the two small courtyards in the distance that were connected together. These two small courtyards were situated at a corner of the east courtyard, and both sides of them were planted fully with plants and flowers, causing them to seem extremely peaceful and quiet. "I don't mind." Duan Ling Tian shrugged. As far as he was concerned, even if they chose these small courtyards, he would probably be unable to stay for a few days. He was soon to leave with Han Xuenai to head towards the Pheasant Ridge of Eastern Mulberry Empire to gather with the other possessors of the Jade Swords. At that time, they would enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. When they came out, quite a long time would have surely passed. "I only hope that I can rush back before the Dynasty Martial competition begins." Actually, Duan Ling Tian didn't have the slightest confidence towards if he was able to return before the Dynasty Martial competition started. After all, everything within the Sword Monarch's treasure was something unknown to him. Of course, he could choose to not go to the Sword Monarch's treasure at this time. But in this way, he wouldn't have any confidence in being able to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial competition and the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Just like King Yong had said earlier, there were many young geniuses in the Darkhan dynasty that possessed a strength that was not inferior to Xian. If he didn't have any special fortuitous encounter before the martial competition, then he wouldn't have any confidence to become eminent and seize the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even though his natural talent had attained the limit from consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his age was far inferior from those young geniuses that were almost 40 years of age. He'd taken a great loss in age, and he could only make up with fortuitous encounters. To him, no matter if it was the Sword Monarch's treasure or the rebirth pill, they could be considered to be fortuitous encounters. Presently, he was creating fortuitous encounters for himself. He had no knowledge of what could be obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure, and he was only betting on his luck, whereas he was able to anticipate the benefit the rebirth pill brought to him, but he hadn't found the last medicinal material, ageless root, yet. So Duan Ling Tian had placed his hopes on the Sword Monarch's treasure. "I only hope that the Sword Monarch's treasure doesn't disappoint me," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Along with Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuenai entering their own small courtyards, Su Li and the others started choosing the small courtyard that belonged to themselves before moving into them. Normally, there would be people to send food over, so everyone practically stayed in the room in their small courtyard, silently cultivating and didn't leave. On the third day, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuenai went to look for King Yong together, and Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. "King Yong, I intend to leave the capital for a period of time. You must rush back before the martial competition begins. When he saw Han Xuanai by Duanling Tian's side, King Yong didn't ask any further and directly agreed. All right, Duanling Tian replied before leaving the estate with Han Xuanai. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the two little pythons stuck their heads out from Duanling Tian's sleeve, and their eyes contained slight excitement mixed within. They knew the objective of Duanling Tian's trip this time, and they were similarly filled with interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. The two people and two pythons left the capital. Xuanai, shouldn't we find a demon beast to carry us? Duanling Tian looked at Han Xuanai and asked. Big brother Ling Tian, you're so stupid. We don't need to find another demon beast. Han Xuanai shook her head, and then she led the way towards the western mountain range. Duanling Tian seemed to have realized something, and his eyes revealed a trace of a strange sheen. I forget that three-eyed flame tiger might disregard me, but he would listen to every order of Xuanai's. In the gorge at the continuous mountain range, the three-eyed flame tiger lay there and was intending to take a nap. Flying all the way here had caused it to be exhausted since long ago, especially when it thought of how it could stay away from that little devil. His mood was extremely good. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce beast entered the gorge by mistake. The three-eyed flame tiger roared with a low voice, and a terrifying suction force swept out before he swallowed that fierce beast into his stomach. After he burped, the three-eyed flame tiger closed its eyes in satisfaction. I can finally have a nice nap, right at this moment. Big guy. A voice that was moving like the voice of an oriole caused the body of the three-eyed flame tiger that was enormous like a mountain to tremble. For a time, the entire gorge started to shake along with the intense trembling of his body. The three-eyed flame tiger was unable to care about the gorge being shaken to the point it quaked. He raised his head to look up into the sky, and his pair of eyes that were like gongs sprung fully open into two circles as he looked at the yellow-colored figure that slowly descended. Why has this lady returned? My life is over, the three-eyed flame tiger shouted in his heart. Big guy. I never expected that you miss me so much. You're actually so excited from seeing me. The yellow-clothed young girl descended from the air to stand on the spacious back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and her cheeky eyes flashed with slyness as she lightly smiled. Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger's body stiffened, and it didn't dare tremble in the slightest any longer. He didn't want to infuriate this lady. If this lady were to be unhappy and condensed ice with her ice concept to seal him up, then he would really not know what to do. From the beginning until the end, the three-eyed flame tiger never took a since glance at Duanling Tian who followed behind. This big fellow is completely afraid of Xuanai now. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Big brother Ling Tian, come over quickly. Han Xuanai stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as she called out to Duanling Tian. Swish! Swish! Duanling Tian was in midair when a black and a wild bolt of lightning flashed out from beneath his sleeve, and they descended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger first. It was precisely the two little pythons. What swift speed these two little fellows possess. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene before him. In the past, the cultivation of the two little fellows had surpassed him. Now, many years had passed since then, and he'd obtained fortuitous encounters again and again, yet he was still unable to catch up to these two little fellows. I hope I can surpass these two little fellows in one go after I come out from the Sword Monarch's treasure vault this time. Duanling Tian silently thought in his heart. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian descended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well. Big guy, let's go. We're returning to the Darkstone Empire. Han Xuanai raised her leg and lightly stomped, shocking the three-eyed flame tiger to the point it shuddered, and then the gorge shook once more. At the same time, it flew up into the air and entered high above in the clouds. Subsequently, it carried Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai to head all the way to the Darkstone Empire. On the way, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged and cultivated silently. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique. Lightning WYRM form. A month of time passed by extremely swiftly. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had completely exhausted the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit, and his cultivation approached the bottleneck at the end of the 9th level of the void prying stage, the final bottleneck of the void prying stage. So long as Duanling Tian comprehended a type of concept and broke through this bottleneck, then he'd be able to officially break through to the void initiation stage and his cultivation would undergo a tremendous change. My cultivation will step into the final bottleneck of the void prying stage in at most 1 month of time. At that time, what I have to do is comprehend wind concept or lightning concept to step into the void initiation stage in one go. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. Big brother Ling Tian, we've arrived at the Darkstone Empire. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai's voice that was like an aureole sounded out. Xuanai. Duanling Tian suddenly recalled something. Ask this big fellow to head towards the eastern part of Darkstone Empire. I want to go take back something. Big brother Ling Tian. What do you want to take? Xuanai asked curiously. I don't know yet. Duanling Tian shook his head. When she heard Duanling Tian's words, Han Xuanai was even more curious, and she instructed to the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the east of Darkstone Empire. Big brother Ling Tian. Where do you want to go? Han Xuanai couldn't help but ask. Flourishing Summer City. Duanling Tian spoke slowly. Flourishing Summer City was precisely the city in the Darkstone Empire that Duanling Tian had gone to before he headed to the Darkhan Dynasty for the first time during the period before the Young Genius competition began. He'd issued a reward assignment in the Flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion, rewarding a Grade 4 spirit sword for the Ageless Root. At that time, after his reward failed to bear fruit in the Darkhan Dynasty's Milky Way City, he didn't rush to go take back the Grade 4 spirit sword in Flourishing Summer City when he returned. He'd always been thinking that perhaps during this period of time, there would be someone who was able to locate the Ageless Root. I wonder if someone has located the Ageless Root now? If there isn't, then I'm afraid there's no hope in the Darkstone Empire. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, he hoped so much that when he arrived at the Flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion, what he took back wasn't a Grade 4 spirit sword but the Ageless Root. If he was able to obtain the Ageless Root, then not to mention a single Grade 4 spirit sword, even if it was 10 Grade 4 spirit swords, Duanling Tian would still pay without the slightest hesitation. The three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift, and they arrived nearby Flourishing Summer City before long. Big fellow, wait here for me and Xuanai. Duanling Tian looked at the three-eyed flame tiger and spoke. The three-eyed flame tiger raised its head proudly and utterly disregarded Duanling Tian. Big guy, do you want to become a popsicle again? Right at this moment, Xuanai's voice that was like the sound of a devil caused the three-eyed flame tiger's body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and its enormous head started swaying. Since you don't want to, then do whatever my big brother Ling Tian asks you to in the future. Did you hear me? Xuanai continued. Meanwhile, the three-eyed flame tiger could only grievously nod its enormous head, yet didn't dare be displeased in the slightest. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then he brought along Han Xuanai and the two little pythons to fly down and enter Flourishing Summer City before heading towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. Hey, what a beautiful little girl. Little girl, don't follow this pretty boy anymore in the future. Follow this lord instead. I guarantee you'll have a very good life. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out. At the side of the roar, a bald man that was covered in alcohol flew out to pounce towards Han Xuanai, and his face was filled with a smile of lust. You're courting death. Duanling Tian's face sank and he was about to make a move. Swish! Yet right at this moment, a piercing howl sounded out, and then saw a black bolt of lightning flash by. Subsequently, the bald man was still halfway over when his chest suddenly exploded open, and it ceaselessly sprayed dazzling and beautiful fresh blood. The bald man's pupils constricted. Then his legs split open before directly falling onto the ground, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead. Swish! The black bolt of lightning appeared once again, and it descended onto Han Xuanai's shoulder this time to reveal its figure. It was precisely the little black python. Hiss hiss, the little black python complacently shook his head, and he flicked his tongue as he looked at Han Xuanai as if he was seeking credit. Little Black is so good. Han Xuanai wasn't surprised in the slightest by the little black python swiftly killing the bald man, and her face was covered with tender affection as she lightly rubbed the little black python's small head. Meanwhile, the surrounding people with terrified expression at this pair of girl and snake, and all of them kept a good distance away, as they were deeply afraid of offending this pair of maleficent existences. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the bald man's corpse before raising his head and continuing forward. Although the flourishing summer city was chaotic as always, because of the bald man's death, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai had become existences that no one dared to offend easily. They moved smoothly all along a way to arrive at the treasure-gathering pavilion. After walking into the pavilion and ascending the second floor, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the jade ornament half before the same counter and passed it to the middle-aged man behind the counter. I offered a grade 4 spirit sword as a reward for the ageless root. Was it successful? The middle-aged man was the same person from that day. He returned to his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and only now did he recognize Duan Ling Tian. Guest, the thing you're looking for hasn't been obtained yet. Will you continue keeping up the reward? Or will you withdraw the reward item? I'll withdraw it, said Duan Ling Tian. He currently held no hope towards finding the ageless root in the Darkstone Empire. All right. The middle-aged man withdrew an exquisite long box from beneath the counter, and after he opened it, a spirit sword silently lay within. It was exactly the grade 4 spirit sword Duan Ling Tian placed here that day. The middle-aged man combined the half-jade ornament that Duan Ling Tian passed over with the other half within the box before nodding. It's correct. Guest, this is the item you place as a reward. As he spoke, the middle-aged man withdrew the spirit sword and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian received the spirit sword and directly put it away into his spatial ring. Guest, aren't you going to check it? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's movements that were so direct. Wasn't this young man afraid that spirit sword isn't the grade 4 spirit sword from before? After all, the outward appearance of a spirit sword was copied extremely easily. There's no need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before turning around and leaving with Han Xuanai. What a joke! Not to mention his spiritual force was sufficient to directly detect the grade of the spirit sword. Even if he didn't use his spiritual force today, he'd already confirmed it at the instant his hand touched the spirit sword. The spirit sword from before was indeed the grade 4 spirit sword he'd casually refined that day. After he left the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai had a meal together before leaving flourishing Summer City. They'd only just exited the city gate when Han Xuanai said to Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission, "Big brother Ling Tian, someone is following us?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He's noticed since long ago that since the moment they left the treasure-gathering pavilion, there was a person that was following him and Han Xuanai from the shadows. That person's cultivation was rather high, and it was in existence at the void initiation stage. Possessing treasures brings calamity. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Big brother Ling Tian, what you mean is that person has come for the grade 4 spirit sword you just took from the treasure-gathering pavilion? Han Xuanai asked. There's only this possibility. Duan Ling Tian nodded as his eyes flashed. Moreover, the person's identity ought to be not simple, and it's even to the extent that he's possibly the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, an existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Within the entire flourishing summer city, Duan Ling Tian could only connect this person together with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. As for other people, it would probably be impossible for them to have such a cultivation. Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai had only just exited the city gate for a short period of time. Whoosh! A piercingly cold howl of the wind swept over, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared not far ahead from Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai. An aged figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai. This was an old man with a strong body and a goatee, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed. Pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion? Although Duan Ling Tian had already guessed it, he still wanted to confirm it by asking, "You're really smart to actually be able to guess my identity." The old man with a goatee glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. But smart people normally don't live long. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian didn't get angry and instead started laughing when he heard the old man. When he saw the killing intent in the old man's eyes rising ceaselessly, Duan Ling Tian said, "The treasure-gathering pavilion is an extremely reputable business in the area of the Darkhan dynasty at any rate, yet I never imagined that such scum like you would come from it. The reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion will sooner or later be spoilt by scum like you." Ha ha! The old man suddenly laughed loudly, and he spoke with a savage expression. "So long as I kill you, who will know that it was done by me? Who will know that your death was related to the treasure-gathering pavilion? Kid, if you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not knowing the rule of not revealing your wealth. A grade 4 spirit weapon isn't something you're worthy of possessing." As he finished speaking, the old man had a lecturing tone. "I'm not worth of possessing it? Then could it be that you are?" Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the old man, and then he said with a ridiculing smile, "Do you really think that everything at this moment is in your control?" The old man's expression went slightly grim when he saw Duan Ling Tian being so composed, and he looked around in the surroundings. After he noticed there was no movement in the surroundings, the old man sneered. "Kid, stop trying to deceive me. You, the little girl by your side, and those two snake-type demon beasts all have to die today." Obviously, the old man had been watching Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai all the way to the treasure-gathering pavilion, and he even knew of the existence of the two little pythons. "That would depend on if you have the ability." Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the old man, and then he looked at Han Xuanai who stood at the side. "Xuanai, I'll leave this old fellow to you. Don't worry, big brother Ling Tian." Xuanai nodded, and then she looked at the old man as her voice that was moving like the voice of an oriole was filled with slight icy coldness. "I'm annoyed the most by old things like you that act indecently. Little girl, you're courting death." The old man burst into rage when he heard Han Xuanai, and the origin energy on his body roiled as he suddenly took a stride forward with intent to launch an attack. In the sky above him, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil before numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes started to condense into form. But unfortunately for him, in the next moment, all of this was destroyed and transformed into nothingness. Whoosh! Waves of piercingly cold winds blew past, and the old man maintained his action of taking a stride forward, yet his body was stiff on the spot. On the surroundings of his body was a layer of thick ice that enveloped him within and completely sealed him in ice. For a time, the old man had transformed into an ice sculpture. It could be vaguely seen that only terror remained now within the old man's eyes that flickered with bright lights, terror that came from the heart and soul. This old fellow can be considered to be unfortunate for encountering Xuanai, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. But Duan Ling Tian's heart was still filled with shock. Earlier, his gaze had never left Han Xuanai, as he wanted to discern Han Xuanai's exact cultivation. But unfortunately, he hadn't even had the time to clearly see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky when they'd already transformed into nothingness. Whereas the old man was already sealed in ice as well. "Big brother Ling Tian, I'll go look for the big guy first. I'll leave him to you." Han Xuanai gave Duan Ling Tian a brilliant smile before soaring up into the sky and vanishing high above in the sky. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed helplessly. He was able to discern that Xuanai couldn't be bothered to kill this old fellow. Being lazy to this extent can be considered to be a level already. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. After he returned to his sense, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the ice sculpture before him, and he walked over step by step. Duan Ling Tian's gaze looked the eyes of the old man that had constricted slightly. At this moment, the old man's origin energy had been suppressed, and he was utterly unable to communicate with Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. The only thing he could do was use a begging gaze to beg for mercy from Duan Ling Tian. "I just wanted to tell you that smart people don't always have short lives." Duan Ling Tian arrived before the ice sculpture and gave the old man within the ice a brilliant and bright smile. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and lightly struck it down towards the old man that was sealed in the ice. Slap! Duan Ling Tian's hand casually slapped down, and instantly, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces, whereas the old man within shattered with a bang along with the ice sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture shattered into a pile of ice that fell beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw the shattered ice that covered the ground, yet didn't taint the ground with the slightest trace of fresh blood. I heard of a saying a long time ago, killing is a form of art as well. Today, I can be considered to have experienced it. Duan Ling Tian found the old man's spatial ring from within the shattered ice. Fortunately, it isn't damaged. Duan Ling Tian placed the shattered ice that contained the spatial ring sealed within on his palm before his grade 4 pill fire lit ablaze. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck, because he noticed that the shattered ice and even the spatial ring within it were melted by his pill fire. The spatial ring had obviously become a part of the shattered ice. Isn't Xuanai's ice concept too overbearing? If I knew earlier, I'd have passed this piece of shattered ice to her and asked her to help withdraw the spatial ring within. Yet now the spatial ring has melted with the shattered ice. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of aching in his heart. This spatial ring was the possession of the pavilion master of the flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion, and there were surely many good things within it. But now, along with the spatial ring vanishing, the things within were all gone. As he sighed, Duan Ling Tian soared up into the sky and returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. As he looked at the harmless little girl that sat at the side while teasing the two little pythons, a wave of coldness arose in his heart for no reason. Big fellow, head to the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry Empire. Duan Ling Tian instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. This time, the three-eyed flame tiger didn't dare hesitate, and he nodded obediently before flying towards the east. As the empire-guarding demon beast of the Darkstone Empire, he naturally knew the location of the Eastern Mulberry Empire that was neighboring the Darkstone Empire. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had instead sat down cross-legged. Yet he didn't cultivate but was instead searching through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Ice concept. Now, Duan Ling Tian was trying to understand the ice concept from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Along with the passage of time, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding towards the ice concept. Besides the energy contained within it, the ice concept's exclusive property of freezing was extremely overbearing as well. For example, the method Han Xuanai used her ice concept to freeze the three-eyed flame tiger, and the old man from before into popsicles was precisely the exclusive property of freezing that the ice concept possessed. A martial artist that had comprehended ice concept only needed power the ice concept with origin energy to be able to freeze people and demon beasts. Of course, they were only able to freeze existences with cultivations lower than themselves. If it was an existence with a similar cultivation, or even an existence that possessed a higher cultivation, then even if they froze the existence would be able to easily struggle free, whereas once a person that had a lower cultivation was frozen, only an existence with a cultivation similar or higher than the possessor of the ice concept was able to unfreeze the person. If a person with lower cultivation that the possessor of the ice concept was to rashly make a move, it would only cause the death of the person or demon beast that was frozen. Looks like Xuanai's cultivation is even higher than King Yong. At that time, King Yong didn't dare rashly unfreeze the three-eyed flame tiger. After he found out about all this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh, and he attained a deep understanding of the ice concept. The ice concept belonged to a variant form of a natural concept. Not only was it overbearing, it was also easily able to fight against a large number of enemies. Of course, it was only able to go against a large number of existences that possessed cultivations lower than the possessor of the ice concept. If it was an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist, then when jointly sieged by hundreds and thousands of 9th-level void prying stage martial artists and demon beasts, then even if the martial artist doesn't die, he'd suffer extremely heavy injuries. Whereas if it was a void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended ice concept like Han Xuanai, the martial artist would be able to easily seal the hundreds and thousands of void initiation stage demon beasts and people in ice. Duan Ling Tian's gaze suddenly became dreamy as the scene of Han Xuanai going against over 1,009th level void-prying stage experts appeared in his mind. Her yellow clothes fluttered as a group of people that sieged her were transformed into ice sculptures with a raise of her hand. Amongst the ice sculptures that one couldn't see the end of, a yellow-clothed young girl stood there like a giant amongst dwarves. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, even he who'd experienced 2 lifetimes and seen countless experts had only met not more than 10 experts that had comprehended ice concept. Duan Ling Tian realized from this that martial artists that had comprehended ice concept were few and rare. After coming back to his senses, Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air before standing up on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger and starting to cultivate his tempest point. The piercingly cold strong winds that assault his face caused Duan Ling Tian to gradually merge into the wind, and it was as if he was an infant that had returned to the embrace of his mother. This feeling was extremely warm. Wind force. Advanced wind force. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended advanced wind force, and if he wanted to advance a step further, then it was to comprehend wind concept. Even if it was the lowest level of wind concept, the first level wind concept, the strength contained within it was far from something advanced wind force could compare to. Advanced wind force contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, whereas first level wind concept instead contained the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, or in other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Duan Ling Tian merged into the wind. At the beginning, he was still cultivating tempest force, yet he'd gradually started to execute whirlwind, and his figure completely merged into the wind and moved along with the wind. The whirlwind that was at the perfection stage was executed to the limit by Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, the 3-eyed flame tiger's back was sufficiently vast, otherwise, it would utterly be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to execute whirlwind without restraint. Time flew by. Half a month later, the 3-eyed flame tiger's figure stopped in midair. I'm still slightly lacking. Along with the vanishing of the wind that assaulted his face, Duan Ling Tian's figure appeared once more, and he sighed. Presently, he'd already touched the threshold to wind concept, and he only lacked a turning point that would allow him to comprehend the first-level wind concept. Big Brother Ling Tian, we've arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire. There's still another month from the time you agreed upon with that owner of the Jade Sword. Do you have any plans? Han Xuanai's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked down at the vast city below, and then he said with a light smile, "Let's go around this Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city during this month. We'll head to Pheasant Ridge after a month." Han Xuanai had no objections towards Duan Ling Tian's suggestion. "Big guy, you go to Pheasant Ridge and wait for us first. In the future, remember to come as soon as you're called. Otherwise, you understand." Han Xuanai glanced at the 3-eyed flame tiger with deep meaning in her eyes, and it caused the 3-eyed flame tiger to be unable to refrain from shuddering. After the 3-eyed flame tiger left, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai entered the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry Empire together. After all, it was an imperial city of an empire, and the area it occupied was equivalent to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. After Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai entered the city, they casually found a restaurant to eat. Hiss hiss, the tongues of the 2 little pythons flicked out like bolts of lightning as they seized the food on the table before Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai, and it caused the 2 of them to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads. "Big Brother Ling Tian, were Little Black and Little White always so gluttonous?" Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile. "More or less." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he called over the attendant to order another 2 tables of dishes for the 2 little pythons to eat by themselves. Hiss hiss, instantly, the 2 little pythons become excited. "Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you, Big Brother." At practically the same moment, the voice of a young boy and young girl entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears via voice transmission, and they were filled with delight. It was precisely the voices of the 2 little pythons. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile from seeing the 2 little pythons eating happily, his eyes revealed slight worry. This scene just happened to be captured by Han Xuanai. "Big Brother Ling Tian, what are you thinking about?" Han Xuanai asked. You seem to be worried about something. Duan Ling Tian sighed and slowly spoke of the matter of the little gold mouse without concealing anything. Actually, there was no need to conceal anything. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Han Xuanai was surprised. Big brother Ling Tian. There was actually another jade-eyed heavenly mouse by your side? How did you encounter it? This jade-eyed heavenly mouse is the descendant of a saint beast. And in terms of natural talent and potential, it isn't inferior to the current little black and little white. I bid for her during an auction, said Duan Ling Tian. Auction? Han Xuanai's gaze become weird. Bid for a jade-eyed heavenly mouse from an auction? Who was so wasteful to the point of selling a jade-eyed heavenly mouse in an auction? Even if it was in the foreign lands, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse was an extremely rare existence, and whenever an infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse appeared, it would practically cause a slaughter. There would utterly be no one that was so wasteful of gods give gifts to the point of selling a jade-eyed heavenly mouse in an auction. That person thought little gold was only an ordinary gold for a mouse. Duan Ling Tian perceived Han Xuanai's bewilderment and he explained. Han Xuanai came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, she consoled Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian, don't worry, little gold will be fine. As a mouse-type demon beast, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's intelligence far exceeds ordinary demon beasts. I hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yet the worry in his eyes didn't reduce in the slightest. After they finished eating, Duan Ling Tian brought Han Xuanai and the two little pythons along to find an inn to stay temporarily. Normally, besides cultivating, he would take a stroll all around the imperial city with Han Xuanai. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Whoosh! 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 In the sky above the imperial city, a figure was like a bolt of lightning that ceaselessly flashed about. Swift like the find, fast like lightning. Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out. In the sky, the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed in the sky along with the figure that was like a bolt of lightning suddenly trembled before instantly dispersing. Meanwhile, the speed of the figure that moved along with the wind instantly increased a few times. In the sky, after the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dispersed, an enormous silhouette spiraled down, brandishing its claws and baring its fangs. It was precisely an ancient horned dragon silhouette. First-level wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. Meanwhile, the swiftly flashing figure stopped, and it revealed its true form. A handsome young man with starry eyes and sword-shaped brows. The young man wore violet clothes that fluttered in the wind, and at the same time that he muttered to himself, his figure lowered down to actually sit cross-legged in the sky before closing his eyes like an old monk in meditation. After a short moment, a vast origin energy instantly swept out from the then young man's body. For a time, the surrounding mist and clouds were all swept away. Meanwhile, the young man slowly opened his eyes. I've finally broken through. The young man's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars, and a wisp of a dense smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! Along with a command in the young man's heart. His gaze lightly raised as origin energy that were like flames arose on his body. At the same time, two ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, and then they spiraled down and ceaselessly danced about. First level of the void initiation stage. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Ling Tian. After many days, he'd finally comprehended first-level wind concept. Moreover, his cultivation that had been advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the void prying stage had broken through to the void initiation stage in one go. Wind concept. Duan Ling Tian muttered as his figure flashed to merge with the wind. At this moment, he felt as if he'd merged into one with the wind in the heavens and the earth, and they weren't separate beings anymore. This is wind concept? How miraculous! Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel that at this moment, when he utilized the energy of the wind concept, it was as if he was drawing assistance from the energy of all the wind in nature. He moved like a shadow. Presently, Duan Ling Tian utilized his movement technique as if he was controlling his limbs. Tempest point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian pointed out with his finger. Swish! Instantly, his origin energy point force whistled out along with first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force as it shot towards high above in the sky and vanished behind the clouds and mist. In the sky above Duanling Tian, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were surrounded by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. If I utilize a spirit weapon, my strength would be even stronger. Duanling Tian stopped moving once again, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. First-level wind concept. Void initiation stage cultivation. This was his current strength. Besides that, I've broken through to the void initiation stage and am already able to officially start cultivating the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed, and his mind was completely immersed in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor that were related to the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. The Earth Dragon form wasn't only the mental cultivation method for the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, it even carried a high-grade Earth-rank defense martial skill with it, the Earth Dragon's Barrier. The 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WIRM form, helped me to comprehend wind force. The 5th form, the Lightning WIRM form, helped me to comprehend lightning force. The 6th form, the Earth Dragon form, will assist me to comprehend earth force. Besides that, the Earth Dragon form carries along a high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, the Earth Dragon's Barrier. The Earth Dragon's Barrier will be the first defensive martial skill I'm cultivating after the Earth Dragon's Shield, and it's able to combine with the Earth Force and Earth concept to possess extraordinary defensive ability. The smile on Duanling Tian's face became more and more brilliant. He understood that since the instant his cultivation stepped into the void initiation stage, his strength had already undergone a tremendous change. Earth Force. Duanling Tian's figure flashed out, stepping on the sky like a swimming dragon to descend onto the boundless ground outside the Eastern Mulberry Empire. Bang! Duanling Tian's descended onto the ground, and his figure followed along with the momentum to lay down, and then the origin energy on his body raged to ceaselessly fuse into the ground. This was the best method to comprehend Earth Force that was recorded into the Earth Dragon form, and it was also the method the Rebirth Martial Emperor discovered all those years ago. It was because that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had lain on the boundless ground for 3 days and 3 nights that he was able to comprehend Earth Force. Duanling Tian's origin energy ceaselessly gushed out to become the axis between him and the Earth, forcefully connecting him and the Earth. A day passed and Duanling Tian didn't have any feeling. 2 days passed, and he still felt nothing. During Rebirth Martial Emperor's first lifetime, he'd lay down just like me and comprehended Earth Force after 3 days and nights, whereas I still haven't sensed even a trace of Earth Force until now, and I haven't even sensed a Force seed. Duanling Tian was slightly helpless. Just like this, the 3rd day passed as well, whereas Duanling Tian had finally sensed a trace of Earth Force and had comprehended an Earth Force seed. On the 5th day, Duanling Tian's origin energy still tirelessly fused into the ground and became more and more intimate with the earth. As I lie on this boundless earth, my restless heart seems to have calmed down. Before this boundless earth, everything seemed to be not worth mentioning. Gradually, Duanling Tian understood the ground more and more. At this moment, he lay on the ground as if he was laying in the embrace of his mother. Night descended, and strands of dense earthen yellow aura finally arose on Duanling Tian's body. I've finally comprehended elementary earth force. Duanling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile. At the same time, he sat up and the origin energy on his body pulsated before transforming into numerous strands of dragon-shaped origin energy that coiled around his body. Within these numerous strands of dragon-shaped origin energy, strands of earthen yellow energy gradually leaped up and fused within it. Innumerable strands of dragon-shaped origin energy combined with the earthen yellow-colored energy in the end to transform into a defensive chi barrier that twined around Duanling Tian's body. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that within this layer of defensive chi barrier was numerous earthen yellow energy that condensed into numerous dragon-shaped energies, and they ceaselessly flowed and flashed within the defensive chi barrier. I've comprehended elementary earth force and this high-grade earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's barrier, can be considered to have stepped into the initial stage. But this stage of Earth Dragon's barrier is only effective in withstanding attacks from martial artists at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage or below. Only after I comprehend half-step advanced Earth Force and allow the Earth Dragon's barrier to step into the Master stage. Would it be of help to me now? This was something that Duanling Tian was extremely clear about. A defensive martial skill wasn't all-powerful, and it possessed numerous restrictions. Presently, only 3 more days remain before the agreed-upon time of meeting with the possessors of the other jade swords. I ought to return already. Duanling Tian thought in his heart before soaring into the sky and returning to the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry Empire. Big brother Ling Tian, you've broken through. Duanling Tian had just returned to the inn and had just seen Han Xuanai when the changes that occurred on him were see-through by her. Duanling Tian wasn't surprised that his cultivation was seen through by Han Xuanai, and he lightly smiled as he nodded. Congratulations, big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai lightly smiled as she congratulated Duanling Tian. There are 3 days more before the time to gather with the possessors of the other jade swords. Big brother Ling Tian. Have you contacted them during this period of time? Han Xuanai looked at Duanling Tian and asked. No. Duanling Tian shook his head. During this period of time he'd been busy cultivating, so how could he have time to care about anything else? I think that some of them have surely arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city at this time. It's even to the extent that they're possibly staying in some of the inns in the imperial city. Han Xuanai guessed. Perhaps, after we return to the room, we can contact them. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he said, It's late. Sleep earlier. Han Xuanai nodded, and her eyes were still filled with excitement when she returned to her room. This little girl is even more excited than me. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. After Duanling Tian returned to his room, his gaze flashed. I've finally advanced my cultivation to the Void Initiation stage before entering the Sword Monarch's treasure. After washing up, Duanling Tian lay on his bed and withdrew the jade sword, and his origin energy fused into the void transmission inscription in the jade sword. Instantly, a sonorous voice that seemed familiar entered into Duanling Tian's ears. Brother, you've finally appeared. We'll be able to meet each other in a few days. I'm really anticipating it. Me too. Duanling Tian recalled who the owner of this sonorous voice was. All those years ago, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had contacted the other possessors of the Jade Swords for the first time via the voice transmission inscription in the Jade Sword, and he'd precisely contacted this person. I've already arrived at the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry Empire. Where are all of you? Another voice sounded out. This was a completely unfamiliar voice to Duanling Tian, and it ought to be a possessor of another Jade Sword. I've arrived at the imperial city as well. I haven't arrived yet. I'm still on the way. I ought to be able to arrive at Pheasant Ridge on time. 3 days from now. I'll be able to arrive at the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry City tomorrow. Subsequently, numerous voices sounded out, and they were all the possessors of the other jade swords. Right, brother? Have you brought a friend? According to our agreement, every one of us is able to bring along a person to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Suddenly, the owner of the sonorous voice spoke once again, and he was obviously speaking to Duanling Tian. Yes, I've brought a friend, Duanling Tian replied. Originally, he was worried that the possessors of the other jade swords might have objections about him bringing Xuanai to head to the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. But now it would seem that it wasn't rude to bring Xuanai with him. But, with Xuanai's strength, even if it was to kill everyone at the instant the Sword Monarch's treasure opens up, it wouldn't be a difficult thing. Duanling Tian recalled Han Xuanai's strength, and he felt a slight chill run down his spine. Right? If Xuanai kills everyone at the instant the Sword Monarch's treasure opens up, then wouldn't Xuanai and I be able to monopolize all the treasures in the Sword Monarch's treasure? When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian's breathing became slightly hurried. Dawn the next day, Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai both walked out of their rooms before leaving the inn, and then they had breakfast in a nearby restaurant. Not long after, the restaurant was seated full with guests. I heard that the Tang clan will auction off a treasure at the square at the center of the city this afternoon. At that time, we can properly join in the fun. Doesn't the Tang clan have its own auction house? Why aren't they auctioning it in the auction house? I don't know about that, but seeing how the Tang clan is giving wide publicity to it, that treasure is probably extraordinary. I'm interested as well after hearing what you said. Let's go together when the time comes. A wave of discussion sounded out from the table beside Duan Ling Tian, and it was three young men wearing embroidered clothes that were chatting idly. Big brother Ling Tian. Let's go join in the fun in the afternoon as well? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed, and she was obviously interested in the treasure of the Tang clan. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he was interested as well. It would be great if it's the ageless route. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. But he knew that that was practically an impossible thing. Even if the Tang clan had an ageless route, it would probably be impossible for them to give so much publicity to it. The center square of the imperial city of Eastern Mulberry Empire was undoubtedly an existence that was similar to the center square at the imperial city of Darkstone Empire, and it was extremely bustling with streams of people gushing about. At that day, the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition was held in a similar place of the imperial city of Darkstone Empire. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, since the Tang clan was doing it in such a grand scale, that treasure would surely be a publicly acknowledged treasure and not the ageless root that many people would be unable to recognize. After they ate their breakfast, they started to walk around the imperial city. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian could hear that every corner of the imperial city was now filled with the news about the treasure the Tang clan would auction off in the afternoon. We must go earlier in the afternoon so that we can occupy a good spot. It would be great if I was a martial artist at the void-prying stage or above. There are many spots in the sky. Yeah, if it's an existence at the void-prying stage or above, they utterly have no need of fighting for spots on the ground. Duan Ling Tian was able to hear these discussions from all over. Big brother Ling Tian. I'm more and more interested towards the thing that the Tang clan is going to auction off later in the afternoon. Han Xuanai giggled as her eyes that were like water revealed a trace of slyness. Xuanai, if you like it later, I'll buy it for you. Duan Ling Tian was rather confident now. All along the way, the wealth in his possession had already accumulated to an extremely terrifying degree. During these past few years, not only had he found and plundered a great amount of wealth, even the spatial rings of the people that died in his hands contained a great deal of wealth. His wealth accumulated more and more. Up until today, he was slightly unable to remember exactly how much wealth was in his possession. Big brother Ling Tian, if I'm really interested, then I'll directly seize it. Is there any need for you to spend money? Han Xuanai blinked her sly eyes as she smiled. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. Right? With Xuanai's strength, it wasn't difficult to seize a treasure from the hands of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan. After all, even if it was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, was extremely terrified before Xuanai. The strongest expert in this Eastern Mulberry Empire would at most be at the same level as King Yong and was most probably inferior to Xuanai. At the afternoon, Duan Ling Tian brought along Han Xuanai and the two little pythons to fly in the air and arrive at the center square of the imperial city. So many people. Duan Ling Tian looked down at the center square. He noticed there was a huge crowd of people, to the point he could see numerous heads ceaselessly flowing about, and it was extremely bustling. Presently, there were many void-prying stage martial artists high above in the sky. These martial artists had mostly come to join in the fun. The Tang clan made such a commotion today. I wonder what treasure they want to auction off. Someone spoke curiously. No matter what treasure it is, we must properly widen our knowledge today. The Tang clan has never sought popularity by issuing shocking statements before. I presume they're really going to auction of an extraordinary treasure today. More and more martial artists at the void-prying stage and above converged and discussed animatedly. Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai stood in the sky closest to the square. Presently, a high platform stood at the center of the square. This high platform had just been established, and it was obviously specially built by the Tang clan for the sake of the auction this afternoon. Whoosh! A young man in embroidered clothes flashed over from far away, and he descended not far from Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai. Duanling Tian didn't have any reaction to this, whereas Han Xuanai had frowned instead, and then she turned to the side to look at the young man. You go away. Don't stand beside me and my big brother Ling Tian and disturb us. Obviously, Han Xuanai had taken this area of the sky that she and Duanling Tian stood in to be her own private territory. The embroidered-clothed young man was first stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and when he turned around and saw Han Xuanai's appearance, he revealed a smile of lust. Little lady, don't worry, Big Brother guarantees to not disturb you. But little lady, you're really beautiful. Smile for Big Brother. The young man in embroidered clothes spoke frivolously as he flew forward to approach Han Xuanai. At the same time, he stretched out his hand towards Han Xuanai's chin. Duanling Tian glanced at the embroidered-clothed young man with pity. He knew that misfortune was about to strike this fellow, at practically the instant that this though emerged in Duanling Tian's mind. Swish! Swish! Two ear-piercing howls resounded out. A black and a white bolt of lightning flashed out from beneath Han Xuanai's sleeve and flashed straight towards the young man. In the next moment, a bloody hole had appeared on both the chest and throat of the young man, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from the holes. The young man didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry, and he maintained the posture of wanting to touch Han Xuanai's chin as he directly felt downwards. Bang! The young man descended onto the high platform that was built at the center of the square, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead. Instantly the surroundings went into an uproar. Isn't this the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan? Exactly, it's Bai Fan. I truly never imagined that this Bai Fan would walk unhindered in the imperial city of our Eastern Mulberry Empire for so long, yet has fallen here today. Yeah. I truly never imagined this. Waves of exclamations sounded out from all over in a timely manner. Of course, most of them were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Obviously, Bai Fan's public reputation wasn't good. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the two little pythons returned to Han Xuanai's hand, and they glared fiercely at Bai Fan's corpse. All right, he's already dead. Han Xuanai smiled lightly, and she lightly rubbed the little heads of the two little fellows. The two little fellows instantly closed their eyes in enjoyment. Xuanai. Even I feel slightly jealous from seeing little black and little white be so intimate with you, Duanling Tian joked. But Han Xuanai was able to perceive that he was joking, yet the two little pythons weren't able to. Swish! Swish! In the next moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed out from Han Xuanai's hand and descended onto Duanling Tian's shoulder in the end. Hiss hiss. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to lick Duanling Tian's face as if they were consoling him. Duanling Tian held the two little pythons in his hand, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Presently, Little White had followed behind Little Black to break through to the third level of the Void Initiation stage as well. That Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, was a void-prying stage martial artist at most, and he wasn't able to resist in the slightest before the two little pythons. He hadn't even reacted before he was killed. Fan! Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained boundless rage sounded out from afar. Duanling Tian slightly turned around, and he could see a middle-aged man under the escort of two old men was flying over with a speed that instantly increased to the limit. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man plunged down to descend onto the high platform at the center of the square, and then he embraced Bai Fan in his arms as he cried out sorrowfully. Fan! Fan! It's the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming. Looks like not only the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, came to join in the fun today, even his father, Bai Ming, has come. Bai Fan probably came with his father and had arrived a step before him, yet was killed in the end. That young man and young girl, and the snake-type demon beasts by their side are probably going to be struck with misfortune. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Most of the people glanced at Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai with gazes of pity. But Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai weren't affected in the slightest, and they stood on the spot in the air with carefree expression, as if their expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, the middle-aged man brought along the two old men to fly over, and they stood not far away before and behind Duan Tian and Han Xuanai, as if they were preventing Duan Tian and Han Xuanai from fleeing. After that, Bai Ming finally recovered his senses, and he who was extremely aggrieved and enraged embraced his dead son as he soared into the sky to form a triangular shape with the two old men to surround Duan Tian and Han Xuanai in the center. You dare kill the son of Bai Ming? I'll make both of you pay with your lives today. Bai Ming gnashed his teeth and spoke word by word. At this moment, Bai Ming was enraged to the limit. In his entire lifetime, he'd been obsessed in the martial Tao, and he only had a single son. Now, his son had died because of the people before him. Bai clan's second master? Duan Tian glanced indifferently at Bai Ming. When you speak these words, shouldn't you first ask why I would kill your son? Earlier, if it wasn't for that Bai Fan raising his hand against Han Xuanai, Little Black and Little White wouldn't have launched a killing blow at him. There's no need. Bai Ming snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with a sheen of ruthlessness. No matter for what reason or because of what, since both of you have killed my son, then you have to buried with him. When he spoke up to hear, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body raged and skyrocketed. In the sky above him, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form before spiraling down, and they emitted an extremely strong oppressive feeling. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. As expected of the Bai clan's second master that's able to possesses the same strength as the Bai clan's ancestor and be one of the two great experts of the Bai clan, he deserves his reputation. Now that this Bai clan's second master is infuriated, this young man and young girl are probably dead for sure. They were too rash to actually kill Bai Fan. Could it be that they didn't know that Bai Fan was the most important thing to the Bai clan's second master? The surrounding people silently mourned for Duan Tian and Han Xuanai. No matter for what reason or because of what, since both of you have killed my son, then you have to buried with him. Bai Ming's words angered Duan Tian to the point his expression sank slightly. Big brother Ling Tian, you can't get through to some people with reason. To them, strength is sufficient to replace any reason. Han Xuanai had a calm expression, and she didn't get angry from Bai Ming's words. Or perhaps, from the beginning until the end, she didn't take Bai Ming seriously at all. Yes, Xuanai, do as you wish in this matter. Duan Tian nodded, and then he didn't say anything further as he coldly watched from the sidelines. Kill them, Bai Ming shouted out explosively, and he held Bai Fan's corpse in one hand as the other hand slapped out like a lead fan. Bang! Waves of red-colored energy leaped up on the palm that origin energy raged upon, and then is swept out to blast towards Duan Tian, wanting to directly blast Duan Tian to death. At the same time, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above Bai Ming. 6th level fire concept. Whoosh! Bai Ming's palm assaulted over, causing Duan Tian to feel an exceedingly scorching strong wind assault his face, and the scorching aura grew greater and greater as it ceaselessly surged. In the end, Duan Tian's forehead couldn't help but start to sweat. Although Duan Tian felt extremely great pressure when faced with Bai Ming's palm strike that approached menacingly, he didn't have any intention of dodging. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Has this young man gone mad? He still dares stand stupidly there at a time like this. Many surrounding spectators were dumbstruck. Perhaps, he feels that he can't escape death today at any rate, so he directly abandoned all resistance. Do you think he can live before the Bai clan's second master? Some people had different thoughts. You have a point. His words obtained the agreement of many people. At this moment, most of the people looked at Duan Tian with gazes filled with pity. They didn't think that Duan Tian would be able to survive under Bai Ming's palm strike. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene was slightly oppressive. Right at this moment, a sudden voice broke the oppressive atmosphere at the scene. You dare attack Big Brother Ling Tian? You're courting death. Under the gazes of everyone present, the yellow-clothed young girl that stood in the air spoke. At the same time that she spoke, the people present didn't see the yellow-clothed young girl make any movements. Whoosh! In the next moment, an aura that was icy cold to the limit suddenly exploded out in the sky, and it covered the heaven and the earth as it swept down, causing the people present to be frozen to the point they couldn't help but shudder. When they returned to their senses, they saw a scene that they couldn't forget in their entire lifetimes. They saw the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming's, who was attacking the violet-clothed young man, stop in the air, and he transformed into an ice sculpture. Along with him, Bai Fan's corpse that was in his embrace transformed into an ice sculpture. The people present could clearly see that the flame concept on Bai Ming's body had already completely been suppressed by the ice that enveloped him now. Not only that, the origin energy on his body was ceaselessly dispersing. After a short moment, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, his body lost its final reliance, and it crashed only the ground along with the ice that covered his body. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone clearly saw that Bai Ming's entire body fell onto the ground and shattered along with the ice that covered his body, transforming into countless pieces of ice. Bai Ming, the Bai clan's second master, one of only two 7th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Bai clan, was dead. The scene was deathly silent as most of the people were dumbstruck as they looked at the shattered ice that covered the entire ground. A single complete piece couldn't be seen amongst these shattered ices. Ice concept. In next to no time, someone exclaimed out in surprise with a trembling voice. His words caused everyone present to be unable to refrain from recovering from their shock, and they unconsciously looked at the yellow-clothed young girl that was high above in the sky with eyes that were filled with terror and reverence. This yellow-clothed young girl was at most 15 or 16 in age from her appearance. In the beginning, many people were extremely shocked when they saw the yellow-clothed young girl appear. A 15 or 16-year-old girl standing in the air was undoubtedly saying from another angle that her cultivation was at the void-prying stage or above. This was something that was already sufficient to shock people to the point they were speechless for a long time. But now, the yellow-clothed young girl had shocked everyone once more. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, she caused a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist to transform into an ice sculpture that plunged to the ground and died a graveless death. Such shocking ability was something that all of them had seen for the first time, and shock and terror arose from the bottom of their hearts. Most importantly, all of this was caused by a young girl, and they didn't even clearly see how she attacked when the Bai clan's second master was already gone. Was it really her who attacked? Many people wondered as they didn't dare believe all this was true. A 15 or 16-year-old young girl had killed an existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Even if it was in the entire foreign lands, probably no one would be able to achieve this, right? Let alone a mere Eastern Mulberry Empire. I didn't see clearly if it was her who attacked, but I can be sure that even if it wasn't her, it was a person that was protecting her from the shadows that launched the attack. Looks like her identity isn't simple. She actually has an expert that's able to instantly kill the Bai clan's second master concealed by her side. That expert is an existence that has comprehended the extremely rare ice concept. Supposedly, amongst the various concepts of nature, the ice concept can be considered to be a concept that's at the top. Now that I've seen it today, it's really worthy of its reputation. It's too terrifying, sealing a person in ice in the blink of an eye and transforming the person into an ice sculpture before causing him to fall into pieces by himself. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed without end, and their tone was filled with fear towards Han Xuanai. Of course, there were also some people with comparatively high cultivations present, and they'd noticed the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had flashed above Han Xuanai. Although they didn't clearly see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were in total, they could be sure that it was indeed this yellow-clothed young girl that had attacked earlier to seal the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, in ice. Second master. The two old men that followed Bai Ming looked at the shattered ice that covered the entire ground, and their withered bodies lightly trembled. The scene before their eyes had exceeded their expectations. The second master was one of the two great experts of their Bai clan, and his strength was equal to their by clan's ancestor. But in the blink of an eye, he'd instead been killed, and they felt it was slightly difficult to accept this. Do you two old fellows want to continue staying here and take revenge for that second master and third young master of yours, or do the two of you want to fuck off from my sight? Han Xuanai's gaze lazily descended onto the two old men, and her voice that was like an aureole contained slight impatience mixed within. The two old men's bodies trembled as if they were struck by lightning when they heard this. In the next moment, they didn't dare hesitate to flee hastily towards the distance, and they vanished from the eyes of everyone in the center square. What a joke! Even the second master had been killed instantly. They would only be courting death if they stayed. They knew clearly in their hearts that their by clan's second master and third young master had offended an existence that the entire by clan couldn't afford to offend.